Another hot day in central France. We have travelled 6 hours north of the Mediterranean coast where we had round 2, and we are 150 miles away, or 250 kilometres from Paris, at the Circuit de Nevers MAGNY-COURS, home of the FIA Formula One Grand Prix for almost 2 decades. And across this weekend, playing host to 4 Legends Cars Cup races. We have got the grid, we've got the drivers, we've got our current champions. As things stand through 2 rounds, we've been to Navarra, we've been to Paul Ricard. And this weekend, 4 races, 4 times 20-minute races at MAGNY-COURS. Still a hazy backdrop at the moment. And this is the MAGNY-COURS circuit, 4.411 kilometres, 17 turns, including the infamous Adelaide hairpin, the Gulf Straight. And across this weekend, there's the fastest lap times of all 4. Across the weekend, the 4 main competitors in the Ultimate Cup Series, but also joined as ever by the wonderful Legends Cup racing cars. And if you've not watched Legends before, you are in for an absolute treat. 27 cars on the grid. There was 30 on the entry list. We've lost 3, so 27 cars on the starting grid. A unique racing car, and they are designed to deliver exceptional performance in a compact, lightweight format. Only 480 kilograms, the weight of each vehicle, 140 horsepower. And they start to make their way out towards the grid. Now, there are several classes in Legends racing. You've got the Elite Pro, that's a driver with a track record on the 889cc engine. The Elite, that's a driver without awards. You've got the Racer Series, and that's a slightly lower engine, 847cc. The light car, and then the junior. So 5 different classes, and overall in the championship right now, not a surprise to see Elite Pros in the top 4 spots. Only Francois Beltrando in the 106 inside the top 6 overall, but leading in class. And there's lots of points to play for. There's 50 points for a win in Legends racing. And whoever even comes last today, 27th place, is going to get 14 points. The points are generous. Across the weekend, we have 2 private tests of half an hour. That was earlier on Thursday and Friday. 2 15-minute qualifying sessions, which determine the grid for race 1 and 2, and 4 20-minute races. You're looking at Eric Chapon in the 411. We get a green flag to make their way out of the pit lanes, led by the safety car. Car number 66 behind the safety car, that's Romain Charbonnier. Currently 3rd in the championship behind Maxime Lieutenant and Thibaut Chiron. All 3 of those on the first 2 rows of the grid for race 1. Lieutenant, actually the reigning champion in the overall in the Elite Pro. Now, we do not have, I believe, Maxime Sontag this round. He was 2nd in the championship last year. Thibaut Chiron was 3rd overall. He's looking to convert a 3rd place overall last year into a win, and that's where he sits right now. Now, why is this series so popular? 3 main reasons. Financial affordability. So unlike other competitions, let's say particularly this weekend, it's known for an affordable cost. So you can have a wide range of drivers, amateur or otherwise, can participate it is a guaranteed show, these events. They are intense, to say the least. Spectacular overtaking and tight duels, even on a course like MAGNY-COURS, which is pretty famous for being difficult to overtake. That should not be the case in Legends racing. You see plenty of that. And the friendly spirit in the pit lane, distinguished by its warm and friendly atmosphere. In every series, of course, Legends takes place across Europe and the world. And no matter where you go, what circuit, what country, there is a welcoming vibe around the entire series. 7 rounds they compete in across Europe. Again, we've been to Navarra, we've been to Paul Ricard, we're at MAGNY-COURS, also good to Nogaro, Val d'Avesnes, Spa-Francorchamps and Albi. So there are 5 rounds in France, 1 in Belgium, 1 in Spain. So Romain Charbonnier and Maxime Lieutenant will be on the front row of the grid. Charbonnier in the black and orange, and Lieutenant there just in the, what's that colour? A light blue, turquoise, let's call it. Behind them, Thibaut Chiron leading the championship. The 54 is Gilles Smits, currently 3rd through 2 rounds and 8 races. He's in the 54, the black, and just a little flick of red. And next to him, Thibaut Chiron in the 48. They are our 4 major competitors in the Elite Pro in the overall competition, and that is exactly where they've qualified. Behind them, Eric Chapon in the 411, the dark pink, is it? Multicoloured lime green is Benjamin Coulard. He's qualified well because he started, well, through the championship, 2 rounds in 11th place. But here we go at MAGNY-COURS. This is round number 3 of the Legends Cars Cup Series. It's race number 9. And immediately, Maxime Lieutenant leads the way ahead of Romain Charbonnier. Now, a course famous for a lack of undertaking opportunities. That will not be the case. If this is your first time watching Legends Cars Cup, you are in for an absolute treat. Oh, it's a move towards the front by Romain Charbonnier. And also coming through, Gilles and Chiron. 3 wide. Like the long right-hander. Benjamin Coulard occupying 6th where he started in the lime green. There's the 27. So that's been a fantastic start for Maxime Sontag. Started in 9th, up to 5th. But Romain Charbonnier, who started 2nd on the grid, is away. And Thibaut Chiron into 2nd. Poles it to Maxime Lieutenant, drops to 3rd position. And now another new leader. We've changed places again. And we talked about this. Always going to be the story. So Thibaut Chiron, the championship leader, started in 4th position on the grid, already up to P1. And they will complete their first lap of the circuit. Romain Charbonnier, Thibaut Chiron, Maxime Lieutenant and Gilles Smits are your front 4 before Maxime Sontag and Benjamin Coulard. Already 5 different leaders Charbonnier, third in the championship. Chiron, overall leader. So many points up for grabs. 50 for a win, 45 for second, 42 for third, 40 for fourth. And then you drop 2 or 1 points per position. So finishing these races is absolutely critical. And the 54, Gilles Smits, it's his turn to lead. What a move up the inside of Romain Charbonnier. But Charbonnier fighting straight back. Gilles Smits trying to come through the middle. 3 wide. Into the chicane. And it's Thibaut Chiron who will get the better of his competitors. What a start to this first race of the weekend. And he's opened up a small gap. Small, but that's the biggest we've seen thus far. This Charbonnier chasing Thibaut Chiron. A little look from Maxime Lieutenant. Trying to move from 5th into 4th. Snaking around this circuit to Chateau d'Eau. The long right and the left-hander. And they will come down to finish their second lap of the circuit. It's Thibaut Chiron who leads before Romain Charbonnier. It's a fantastic 3-turn chicane to get back into the start-finish straight. And they snake through it. There is really no getting away. Oh, that's the number 10. So that is the car of Johan Oliver. Started in 21st place. We got a yellow flag in sector 2. And he is currently stranded just before the Imola turn to 12. And they are just coming up to sector 2 in just a moment's time. They'll take this right-hander up towards the Adelaide chicane at the far end of the circuit. And then they'll just have to slow slightly, lift as they go through. Oh, we're green flag already. We can continue racing. Thibaut Chiron leads Romain Charbonnier and Gilles Smits. Pulls it to Maxime Lieutenant down in 5th. Lieutenant second in the championship through 8 races. Currently 17 points behind your leader, Chiron, who's looking at the moment, long way to go to extend that lead. And Maxime Sontag, he's having a pretty good time, isn't he? He started in 7th on the grid, up into 4th right now. Almost going to call it Southern Up livery. But here comes Lieutenant. And gets through. Fantastic move. More going on behind as well. The 101. It's Emmanuel Burrell in the red. Making moves. Started in 16th, 17th position. And well inside the top 10. Great start to his weekend. More move again. Charbonnier takes the inside line, gets it done. Thibaut Chiron. They switch places again. This is non-stop and no one will get away. Again, I've said it, if this is your first time watching Legends, this is what you can expect every single time. It is the last corner of every single race that will decide it. Look at the drifting. Thibaut Chiron on Romain Charbonnier. Where's he going to make the move? Talk about dragging behind in the slipstream. When's he going to whip out? And the first 3 pairs, you can almost can't see the second cars behind them. They are there. And Gilles Smits in the 54 involved in this battle for first now. It's become 6 pairs, has become a front 4, front 6. And the 195, who we've hardly mentioned, Benjamin Coulard, did start in 5th place. Involved in this battle for the front 6. Charbonnier leads Chiron and Smits. This is our front 3. And all three of them in the top four in the championship. Just Maxime Lieutenant, who's after being on pole, has just struggled to get in this fight. He is in fifth, he's at the back of this pack, but he's the one man that has not been trading turns at the front. He's shielded by Maxime Sontag. Positions remain the same, no change of leader for the last, lap and a half. Charbonnier looking to convert or move up the standings in the overall competition from third currently. Started on the front row in P2, leads towards the halfway mark of race number 1 of 4 this weekend. Gilles Smits all over the back of Thibaut Chiron. Maybe sliding ever so slightly wide. And Chiron will continue to look for opportunities. He can't get any closer. Oh, the 22. So that is the car of Mathieu Garcia, who started in 18th position, and that looks like it might be race 1 done and dusted for him. Front 5, no change. Charbonnier, Chiron, Smits, Sontag and Lieutenant. Just hanging behind Benjamin Coulard, trying desperately in 6th place to get involved in this front 5. There he is in the light green coming through. We did mention at the start, this is a difficult track to overtake. There's so many long straights. Waiting in anticipation. Chiron, Smits, Sontag and Lieutenant for Charbonnier to make any sort of mistake, and it can be the slightest of errors that lets not one but maybe 2 or 3 cars past. We are 10 minutes down of a 20-minute race number 1. Great move up the inside from Gilles Smits to move into second temporarily. Does he make it a stick? Yes, he does. Thibaut Chiron, championship leader, down to 3rd place from 2nd. A decisive move from Gilles Smits. Now Smits is, what's that, 17 toward 31 points behind in the race for 3rd place overall in the championship right now. Gilles Smits has got eyes on a win here. It is bumper to nose at the front. Is that a move down the inside from Maxime Lieutenant? Yes, it is. Looking to get past Maxime Sontag. Oh, locks up though. Does get it almost done on the inside of the Adelaide hairpin. Well, Romain Charbonnier having an absolute turn at the front, holding on. 8 more minutes to do so. 4.5 laps or so. Gilles Smits from 3rd to 2nd, and Thibaut Chiron in 3rd, and they are making a gap on 4th. And in 4th, Maxime Lieutenant does get through and past Maxime Sontag. But already Lieutenant makes up the ground, tags onto the back of Gilles Smits. So again, this is a race of 5 now. And we will come to the classes a little bit, well, very shortly too. Of course, we've got the Elite Pro, the Racer. But we're not going to take any sight away from the front. And having a little look further back, 34, leading a line of about 5 cars. That is Martin Galland, who started second from last. So he's had a great move up the track. Currently in 14th position, so Martin has moved up 12 spots during the course of the first 13 minutes. He's currently trying to fend off Axel Metton in the number 8. Can he do so? Be some great points for Martin as well. Around the Adelaide hairpin they go, and up towards Imola. Nürburgring, I should say, turns 7 and 8 before the 180. So fantastic racing throughout the field. Martin Galland has been attacking the entire race, and now he needs to defend. Slight slide there from Axel Metton. In the 411, that's Eric Chapon. He's on that pack. Position. 4 minutes to go. We're going to get 2 more laps in. Look at this pack behind, being led by Kenno Lutard. Oh, but a big slide. That will leave a gap open. Goal, cuts it off. And into the back, that will be some damage for the number 2. That's Lutard. And considering how close these cars race, it's incredible. That's as far as we've seen our first contact in race number 1. Big slides out wide. Three minutes remaining. And that is your front 5. Romain Charbonnier all over the back of Gilles Smits. A gap to the rest of our pack, led by Benjamin Coulard and Maxime Laforêt. And that is another fantastic move up the inside. And in the distance, our front 5, who are not going to get caught with 2.5 minutes to race. They should go over the start-finish line one more time. In fact, they will. So we get one more full lap of racing in. There's Martin Galland chasing Axel Metton. Metton in the red. Gilles Smits before Romain Charbonnier. Maxime Lieutenant. Maxime side from Romain Charbonnier. As they come towards, they'll take the flag one more time. Start the cross finish line. And this should be the final lap. Well, well, he led for so long. The first, 12 minutes, Charbonnier got pipped by Gilles Smits and Thibaut Chiron. Lieutenant's been up there. And he opens the door again. And is Gilles Smits going to go through? Yes, he is. And so will Maxime Lieutenant. Oh my goodness. What a switch up from first to fourth in a couple of corners. Wow. This is anybody of 5 could win. Gilles Smits leads the way, locks up though. Gives a chance to Maxime Sontag, who started in 9th, remember. Oh, has he lost power? Oh, he's going backwards. Oh, no. His arm's out the window, and after a fantastic race, Gilles Smits, 4th in the championship, is out of this one. He's completely lost power. On the final lap of the race, half a dozen corners to go. Romain Charbonnier trailing, leading though. He started in pole, Maxime Lieutenant. He's not been in P1 since, but he might come through and win it. Chasing Maxime Sontag, behind in the green, the 27, started in 9th, lying in 2nd. They've got 4 more corners. What a race it's been to start the day. And Romain Charbonnier, who led for so long in 4th, he's going to miss out on the podium at the moment. And they all try and slipstream. Thibaut Chiron looking for a move to go into 2nd. Oh, but here comes Charbonnier on the inside. What a move! But it'll be Maxime Sontag and a spin! Oh, Maxime Sontag. He spun out. What a finish! And it will be Maxime Lieutenant, who started in 1st place and somehow finishes there. That is quite incredible. Well, get your breath back, folks. It's Maxime Lieutenant, Romain Charbonnier and Thibaut Chiron. That is utterly breathtaking way to start the day. Absolutely gutting way to end for Gilles Smits, who played such a pivotal part in that race at the front. Maxime Sontag, who finishes 4th overall, but will take the win in class. And now they can relax and give us a bit of a wave. That is just wonderful, isn't it? Almost perfect racing until the very final corner. Almost impossible to call. So Maxime Lieutenant started the weekend 2nd of the championship, takes 1st win of round 3 before Romain Charbonnier started in 2nd, finishes in 2nd, and Thibaut Chiron started on the 2nd row in 4th place. He will stand on the podium. Maxime Sontag started in 9th, takes 4th, part of that wonderful race at the front, and will be a winner in class also. 5th place, barely mentioned his name, but Maxime Laforet. He was leading the pack behind the front 5, but plenty of points for 5th. 38, in fact. We'll jump him up the standings. And a wonderful start to our weekend at MAGNY-COURS and the Ultimate Cup Series 2026. There'll be 3 more races in the Legends coming up. The next one will be at 1:55 local time. Just checking the schedule. Plenty more in between and after also. We go right through to Sunday afternoon. In fact, Legends, their 4th race is at 3:40 tomorrow. So the cars will make their way around the circuit into the pit lane. And we'll celebrate with our winners. And forgive the cheesiness, but we're all winners after watching that one, aren't we? Maxime Lieutenant converts a pole into a win. Somehow. What a way to do it. .27 there of Max Sontag. 4th place and winner in class. There's Max Lieutenant. Breathe a sigh of relief. Even he doesn't know how he did that. But regardless, parks his car next to the #1 marker. So congrats to all of our drivers in race #1, all 27 of them. We finished with, well, 25 in the end. We get to enjoy that 3 more times at MAGNY-COURS as the sun comes up into the sky. It's been blistering hot over the last week here in central France, and there is no signs of that stopping. It's a war of attrition inside these cars. A physical and mental battle.
Avec Maxime, lieutenant vainqueur de cette première course. Félicitations. Merci Maxime. Course comme à l'habitude en légende car, très disputée, très animée comme vous le dites. Et ça s'est joué en fait dans les dernières minutes.
Oui, ça se joue souvent dans le dernier tour à la SPI. Donc voilà, il faut essayer d'être malin, de ne pas être en tête au premier tour. Mais bon, c'est pas toujours simple. On est quand même 6-7 voitures devant, on sait comment ça marche. Donc voilà.
Vous avez vu à l'attaque pendant toute la course, on vous a même vu bloquer les freins assez fort, bloquer les pneus au virage d'Adélaïde. Finalement, ça n'a pas eu trop de conséquences sur vos pneus. Finalement, est-ce que c'était pas la meilleure stratégie d'attendre un petit peu, de rester derrière pour finalement porter l'attaque dans les ultimes moments de cette course?
Alors, je ne sais pas si c'était la meilleure, mais en tout cas, ça a payé. Donc c'est sûr qu'il a fallu être patient, attendre vraiment le dernier tour de course et essayer de la jouer intelligemment pour sortir. Au niveau des pneus, c'est tellement dur qu'on n'a pas de plat dans nos pneus quand on allume comme ça, c'est pas comme des slicks.
Merci beaucoup, félicitations Maxime.
Merci, avec plaisir.
So again, congratulations to Max Lieutenant, winner in race #1, and cuts the deficit at the top to Thibaut Chiron in half from 16 to 8 points. Looking to do more of the same later on. Race #2 in the Legends Cars Cup, 1:55 this afternoon local time. Well, here is some highlights for you. And well, almost the entire 20 minutes could have been highlights. It was led away, of course, by Max Lieutenant. But it was Romain Charbonnier in the light blue car on the right-hand side of your screen that led for much of the opening 10 minutes. It was a 5-way battle between him, Gilles Smits, Max Lieutenant, Charbonnier, and eventually Maxime Sontag made it a front 5. And that's the way we rolled for the first, 15 minutes. They all took turns at the front. There were some great battles behind too, of course, racing for different classes. Then we lost our first car of the day. Only 2 we lost. That's Yannin Oliver. Complete power failure in his #10. Starting on 21st on the grid. And our marshals doing a wonderful job to clear the track almost immediately. And after that, our race at the front continued. And again, it was majorly Romain Charbonnier that led the way. He would pick up second eventually. Again, those races behind, notably for the 34 involved, it was Martin Goulard, started in 21st position, eventually got himself up to 12th, dropped back a few spaces right at the end. But it was Smits, Chiron, Charbonnier, Lieutenant and Sontag that provided all the action right at the front. They all shared the lead, all took their turns. And then right at the death, there were some massive, massive changes. Axel Matteau in the #8, the blue car there with the orange livery. Finished in 12th position, exactly where he started. Had some fun in between. And that was our first real contact of the day, the car number 2 of Loutard and Blakely, the only car on the circuit. So Lucas Blakely and Keanu Loutard to get some damage today. So although qualifying well, they might have a little bit of work to do before race number 2. This is not the Legends, as you can see. We've jumped over to the GT Endurance Cup.
L'équipage numéro 82.
Donc la modification de routine. Mais ouais, premier changement de pilote pour cette numéro 24 du team Blue Arbor by Serra.
Pénalisé de 5 secondes, et derrière on a toujours cette Lamborghini avec dans son sillage la Porsche 920 Fabio Malerba qui constate que dans ses rétroviseurs, eh bien, il est toujours là, Jean-Mathieu Léandri, il ne lâche rien. Alors là il doit un petit peu voir double, hein. Il a une Porsche grise devant lui, il a la même derrière, mais par contre cette numéro 11 là, elle va être avalée de façon beaucoup. Attention là de ne pas se mésentendre. Ça serait bien qu'il laisse passer. Ah non, finalement il ne va pas laisser passer.
Accélération, ça passe. Je regardais là à l'instant Jimmy Luminier qui est en train encore d'enfoncer un peu plus le clou, hein. 11 secondes 8. Premier relais assez poussif de la part de cette Renault RS01. Enfin poussif, peut-être le mot est mal choisi, mais en tout cas soutenu.
Oui, voilà
c'est ça.
C'est un peu l'inverse là.
Voilà.
Non, un bon début de course pour Jimmy Luminier. Non, je pensais que vous alliez dire poussif pour Gregorio Bertocco. Auquel cas, effectivement, ouais, puisque Bertocco a un petit peu du mal à supporter la comparaison en termes de chrono. Hein. Il a lâché encore 1 seconde dans le dernier tour par rapport à Luminier. Donc effectivement là c'est un petit peu plus délicat. Déjà 34 minutes de couvert dans cette course. Et on retrouve cette Vortex numéro 21 qui est pilotée par Philippe Bonnel en 7e position. Qui est devant elle, notamment le freinage de la chicane nord, alors que la Lamborghini numéro 25 de Fabio Malerba rentre au stand. Et arrêt pour cette Lamborghini numéro 25. On va voir qui va repartir. Lamborghini aux couleurs du team Schumacher GP qui est rentré dans la voie des cendres. On a d'autres voiture. Ici la Porsche du type Chazelle, numéro 93 me semble-t-il. Qui serait, ouais effectivement, c'était arrêté. C'est Benoît Pouille qui s'était arrêté. voiture engagée en Porsche Cup. Et la numéro 25, voilà, la Lamborghini numéro 25. Alors pour l'instant, on a ouvert la porte. Oula, attention, de nouveau, une petite figure de style de cette BMW. Alors, est-ce qu'il a calé, hein? Non, ça va, il a pu repartir. Et c'est encore une fois Philippe Fèvre, le numéro 58, qui anime un petit peu à sa façon le début de course de cette première course d'endurance de la saison 2026 du MAGNY-COURS GT Endurance Cup. Et Damiano Bertocco, lui, qui va devoir maintenant s'employer pour prendre le meilleur sur Jean-Mathieu Léandri. Jean-Mathieu Léandri qui était dans le sillage de la Lamborghini, et bien maintenant qui va devoir composer avec la Ligier de Gregorio Bertocco du M Racing. Alors que les premiers arrêts au stand sont en train de s'effectuer pour diverses raisons. On peut rappeler également le temps minimum d'arrêt au stand. Le nombre d'arrêts au stand, ça on l'a, j'imagine, déjà évoqué avec 5 arrêts au stand obligatoires. Mais on a également un temps minimum et un temps maximum de présence sur la piste par pilote en fonction des différents statuts de pilote. Alors on a une majorité d'équipes qui roulent avec 3 pilotes aujourd'hui. En fonction de la composition de cette équipe, bien les pilotes doivent en moyenne être pendant 1 heure sur la piste au minimum. Et pour les pilotes qui sont classés silver, classés gold ou platinum, ils ont un temps maximum à effectuer sur cette piste. Pour les pilotes gold et platinum, c'est maximum 1h15. Maximum 1h15 pour les meilleurs pilotes de cette catégorie GTE Cup, MAGNY-COURS GT Endurance Cup pour être précis. Ouais, c'est pour éviter évidemment de ne faire rouler que les pilotes les plus performants et pour donner un petit peu les chances à chacun de s'exprimer. Nouvel arrêt au stand des changements de pilote pour cette Porsche numéro 11. La Porsche numéro 11 qui a été pointée en 13e position. Jean-François Desmorges là qui a laissé le volant à son coéquipier. Alors cette Porsche 11 qui va en reprendre le volant. Alors justement on en parlait tout à l'heure lors de la présentation de la grille de départ. C'est l'une des 2 voitures avec 4 pilotes sur cet équipage, et la 94 également rentre au stand. La Porsche numéro 94 qui, la Lamborghini là qui s'est totalement ratée au freinage de la chicane nord. Alors on espère que c'est ça, ce panache de fumée, c'est un blocage de roue semble-t-il, et plutôt qu'un problème moteur, en tout cas on l'espère. Mais
ça semble être le cas.
Ouais, il y a une grosse trace sur la fin là. Ouais, il a bloqué la roue avant droite là.
Attention, roue carrée.
Ah bah là c'est, il va rouler sur les vibreurs pendant tout le tour là.
Attention à ce genre de manœuvre, ne pas trop répéter, mais c'est vrai qu'on arrive à pleine vitesse à l'entrée de cette chicane nord. Quand on se rate sur les freins, bon, heureusement on peut tirer tout droit avec un dégagement suffisant, mais attention à ne pas répéter ces manœuvres à la fois pour les pneumatiques et également au niveau de la direction de course qui pourrait commencer à regarder ça d'un mauvais œil pour cette voiture du Schumacher GP Team qui évolue dans la catégorie CS1 avec Fabio Malerba à son bord en ce moment. On est arrêté ici pour la Porsche numéro 11 de Jean-François Desmorges et le team Racing Technology.
C'est la numéro 25 et pas la numéro 28. On a un message là, si c'est le driver Malerba comme c'est annoncé. C'est pas la numéro 28, c'est la numéro 25, Fabio Malerba.
Ouais, de toute façon, il n'y a pas de numéro 28.
Ouais.
Ça, la chose est entendue.
Voilà. Et on retrouve la Porsche numéro 17 de Régis Régaud d'Ecebès qui a pris la succession, alors que là, on est arrêté.
La Ligier 36,
la Ligier 36
du M Racing.
Voilà, la deuxième voiture du M Racing qui est arrêtée également. On en profite pour vérifier l'état des pneumatiques, des freins éventuellement. Et Jimmy Luminier, lui, poursuit sa marche en avant au volant de sa Renault RS01. Ligier qui lui aussi ne devrait pas trop tarder à repasser certainement par la voie des stands. On est à 40 minutes de course maintenant, 41 minutes. Ouais, il a encore un petit peu de temps, je pense, avant de s'engouffrer dans la voie des stands. En tout cas, c'est une très belle entrée en matière pour la numéro 29. Craft Racing qui a été bien malheureuse avec les mésaventures de la 47 qui devait s'élancer depuis la première ligne. Mais là, en tout cas, Jimmy Luminier, il prend le relais et de belle façon.
Ouais, on a eu une grosse déception pour Craft Racing avant le départ de la course, mais là on contrebalance avec
ça compense un petit peu, on va dire,
avec cette première place provisoire après 40 minutes de course. Attention, drapeau jaune dans le virage numéro 12, le virage de Pandore, et ce drapeau jaune qui est maintenu. Alors, oui, voilà, il suffisait de le dire. Probablement un pilote parti à la faute qui a pu rejoindre la piste.
Mercedes numéro 24, j'ai l'impression, qui était sur un rythme un petit peu lent. Et la numéro 25 qui est sous enquête parce qu'elle aurait coupé la ligne de sortie de la voie des stands. C'est la Lamborghini
qui avait tout à l'heure tiré tout droit dans la chicane nord. Et également, c'est bien la 24 qui est partie à la faute. Cette Mercedes numéro 24 d'Anthony Le Goff a pu repartir assez rapidement. Ici avec la Vortex numéro 21, 3 Vortex engagés aujourd'hui sur le circuit Paul Ricard qui rejoint la pit lane. C'était en 5e position Philippe Bonnel. Vortex 2.0.
On rappelle une nouvelle fois, lorsque les voitures vont s'arrêter pour ravitailler, elles ne procéderont pas à ce ravitaillement dans la voie des stands, mais à l'extérieur de cette voie des stands, dans une zone délimitée et sécurisée à l'intérieur du paddock, qui leur permettra ensuite de rejoindre la voie d'accélération pour s'engager sur la piste du circuit Paul Ricard. Et là, on a un beau tir groupé là, de Porsche qui évidemment se classe en catégorie Porsche Cup. La numéro 82 qui est pour l'instant leader de sa catégorie, Anthony Plessis, mais qui, il ne faut pas l'oublier, la 82 qui va avoir une pénalité de 5 secondes pour dépassement des limites de la piste, un peu trop intempestif ces dépassements. Mais là on retrouve ensuite la 17, la 94 notamment à la bagarre. Et juste derrière en 3e position cette numéro 82 qui est pour l'instant pointée en 5e position. Donc c'est à dire que si cette 82 arrivait à passer devant la 17 et la 94, eh bien elle prendrait un tour sur ces deux voitures. Elle aurait un tour d'avance. Et attention, attaque de la numéro 94 sur la 17. Voilà, c'est passé à l'entrée du double droite du Bossé. Il n'y a pas eu beaucoup de résistance de la part de Régis Rego de Céleste qui ouvre la porte, on va dire, assez généreusement pour éviter tout contact. L'idée, bien évidemment, c'est d'aller au bout de ce premier round du Renault GT Endurance Cup, avec donc 4 heures à parcourir. Et cette GT numéro 17, c'est en plus une voiture où il y aura 3 pilotes, donc il faut évidemment que tout le monde puisse prendre le volant. Et ça continue du côté de la 94 et de la 82. La 82 qui a pris déjà un premier avantage sur la 17 et qui certainement va plonger à l'intérieur dans la... Non, il est un peu trop loin là. Ah non, ça y est, il va le faire. Oh, il va le faire, mais du côté de Luca Sugliano, on n'entend pas se laisser prendre un tour aussi facilement que ça. Il va falloir aller le chercher pour Anthony Plessis. Alors Anthony Plessis, il faut qu'il fasse attention. Il a déjà été pénalisé de 5 secondes pour dépassement des limites de la piste. Et il ne faut pas qu'il joue trop et qu'il énerve de nouveau la direction de course. Mais en tout cas, là, c'est une belle bagarre. Et c'est une résistance quelque peu surprenante de la part de Luca Sugliano. Mais après tout, c'est la course. Il n'y a pas de problème là-dessus.
Attention, la numéro 25 annoncée au ralenti au niveau du virage numéro 8. C'est l'entrée de la chicane, cette Lamborghini numéro 25, encore impliquée dans un fait de course.
Ouais, elle était arrêtée au stand, elle est ressortie et là visiblement il y a peut-être un souci. Alors tout à l'heure elle s'est peut-être arrêtée au stand suite au gros blocage de roues pour peut-être profiter de cet arrêt pour changer le train de pneumatique.
C'est pas la 24 qui part à la faute.
En tête à queue, là, Anthony Le Goff au volant de la Mercedes dans le double droite du Bossé. Oula, c'est un peu chaud là. Il reprend la piste là. C'était limite avec la BMW numéro 61 qui est arrivée. Et elle est ici, la Lamborghini numéro 25. Ouais, visiblement il y a un souci parce qu'elle n'est pas du tout, mais alors pas du tout dans le rythme.
Elle devrait pouvoir rejoindre la voie des stands dans quelques instants, qui se trouve au bout de cette courbe du Garlaban. Et oui, il y a clairement un souci pour cette voiture du Schumacher GP dans la catégorie CS1. Voilà, on rentre au box.
C'est toujours Fabio Malerba qui visiblement est à son volant. Comme ça. Notamment tout à l'heure face à la Porsche 920 et la Porsche 888. Il a été évidemment présent puisqu'il est 4e au classement et il défendait sa position bien sûr. Et pour l'heure, eh bien, il réalise une belle performance et il va rentrer donc dans la voie des stands dans quelques instants en 4e position. Voilà l'écart entre la 888 que l'on peut suivre à l'image actuellement à 46 minutes du terme de l'épreuve. Eh bien, il est de 1 minute et 09 secondes en faveur de la 888 sur la Porsche 920. Alors qu'on a une pénalité pour la numéro 80. Ah non, c'est 80 secondes 21, pour la numéro 21, pardon, autant pour moi. Et c'est Maurice Gibon au volant de la Vortex numéro 21 qui malheureusement va devoir subir cette pénalité 80 secondes, c'est-à-dire 1 minute 20 de stop and go pour vitesse excessive dans la voie des stands. Donc fin de course plus compliquée que prévu pour le team Vortex, avec donc cette numéro 21 qui va être pénalisée donc d'1 minute et 20 secondes de stop and go dans la voie des stands. Allez, Sébastien Loeb qui poursuit sa course en avant. Alors je vous le disais, il y a un peu plus d'1 minute d'écart avec la Porsche 920 classée en 2e position. Et cette même Porsche 920, eh bien, elle compte quasiment elle aussi 1 minute d'avance sur la numéro 82, pilotée actuellement par Guillaume Charpentier. 55 secondes, 799 millièmes, c'était l'écart au dernier passage sur la ligne de chronométrage des deux voitures. Donc voilà, pour l'instant, on va dire que c'est une physionomie de course qui semble un petit peu figée et qui ne devrait pas permettre, sauf rebondissement, de voir cette hiérarchie évoluer dans un sens ou dans un autre. Mais attention, on l'a dit, on l'a vu. Alors du côté des arrêts à ravitaillement, ça pourrait par contre changer la donne, puisque on vous rappelle qu'il y a 5 arrêts obligatoires à effectuer pour toutes les équipes, alors que la 17 s'est arrêtée à l'instant. Et bien la 920, elle a encore un arrêt à effectuer, alors que la 888 et surtout la 82, eh bien elles ont satisfait à cette obligation. Donc logiquement, avec 44 minutes à parcourir, logiquement elle ne devrait plus repasser en tout cas par la voie des stands, sauf erreur de ma part. Mais en tout cas, on voit bien que ça pourrait peut-être amener un petit changement dans la hiérarchie. Comme je le disais, à la régulière sur la piste, ça va être compliqué. En revanche, s'il y a passage par les stands pour la numéro 920, et bien là, ça pourrait monter peut-être la deuxième marche du podium. On n'en est pas encore là, on va surveiller tout ça. Pendant ce temps-là, le changement de pilote a été effectué du côté de la Porsche 17. On finit les petits coups de chiffon sur le pare-brise pour permettre aux pilotes d'avoir une visibilité parfaite pour ces dernières minutes de course. Et dans quelques instants, après avoir observé le temps réglementaire d'arrêt dans la voie des stands, eh bien, c'est le numéro 17 va reprendre la piste.
C'est Benjamin Lessen, pilote belge, qui va prendre, je pense, le dernier relais, c'est peut-être lui qui va terminer la course. En tout cas, c'est lui qui a pris le volant après Régis Rego de Cébès. Disait à l'instant Eric, Porsche qui est bien installé au classement, avec les 6 premières places occupées. Et sur le podium, la petite particularité, c'est qu'on a donc 3 Porsche, 3 mêmes voitures, mais de 3 écuries différentes.
Ça, c'est plutôt bien.
Ouais.
On va dire ça comme ça. En tout cas, ça, c'est une bonne chose. Mais effectivement, belle démonstration de force des Porsche dans cette catégorie Renault GT Endurance Cup, avec, eh bien, comme l'a dit Thomas, les 6 premières Porsche aux 6 premières places du général. Dans la catégorie UCS1, eh bien, c'est Olivier Plat pour l'instant qui mène la danse, si on peut s'exprimer, dans cette catégorie avec la Ligier numéro 36. Il a derrière lui la voiture numéro 2 qui en deuxième position, plus exactement, avec le numéro 25, c'est la Lamborghini, pilotée actuellement par Fabio Malerba, qui compte, on va voir, attention quand même, parce qu'Olivier Plat, a priori, si l'on en juge par le tableau, doit effectuer un dernier passage par la voie des stands, alors que la 21, elle, y retourne une nouvelle fois. La 21, c'est la Vortex, pilotée actuellement par Boris Gimon. Cette 21 qui repasse par la voie des stands. Boris Gimon, oui, c'est le dernier arrêt, c'est le dernier passage. Et on rappelle que, comme pour hier, pour l'Endurance GT Cup, eh bien, il faut réaliser ces 5 arrêts avant le dernier quart d'heure de course. Sinon, ce n'est pas comptabilisé et donc pénalités sont appliquées au terme de l'épreuve. Donc, je le disais, cette numéro 21 qui doit donc observer un dernier arrêt qu'elle est en train d'effectuer. Et pareil pour la numéro 50. Non, ça c'est le CS Light, pardon. Du coup, la 36 et la 25, pardon, qui sont au niveau du classement en deuxième position, qui a satisfait à tous ces arrêts. Mais c'est bien, effectivement, la numéro 36, la Ligier numéro 36, qui doit encore une fois repasser par la voie des stands pour évidemment répondre à la réglementation. Alors qu'on a
drapeau jaune dans le dernier virage, virage du circuit. Ouais.
Petite figure de style certainement pour un concurrent et ça devrait repartir. Oui. Voilà, c'est fait. Petite figure de style donc du côté du virage du pont. Et donc on va surveiller donc également dans cette, je vous le disais, 2 voitures à surveiller dans cette catégorie UCS1. C'est donc la numéro 36 qui pour l'instant est en tête de la catégorie mais qui doit satisfaire un dernier arrêt. Et pareil pour la catégorie Porsche Cup, la numéro 920 qui elle aussi a encore un arrêt à effectuer dans cette voie des stands, au moins un passage et un arrêt dans cette voie des stands, hormis bien évidemment pénalité ou passage sous les procédures de course yellow qui à ce moment-là ne sont pas comptabilisés.
Les Porsche 94 et 11 qui occupent également la 5e et la 6e place doivent aussi observer un arrêt. Alors là, on vient d'avoir l'écran à jour. Donc là, non, c'est bien ça, c'est bien ce que je disais là. Les Porsche 94 et 11 doivent elles aussi observer un dernier arrêt. La 920, comme vous l'avez dit, Eric, doit aussi observer le dernier arrêt au stand, donc qui est obligatoire. Et après, les 6 voitures auront donc fait leurs 5 arrêts, donc elles seront au terme d'arrêt au stand.
À égalité.
Voilà, exactement à égalité.
Frédéric Lebier là, qui ressort, donc est-ce que ça va être comptabilisé comme son 5e arrêt obligatoire puisque il est annoncé à août. On va attendre de voir si la direction de course met à jour son nombre d'arrêts. Pendant ce temps-là, la 888 aux mains de Sébastien Loeb poursuit sa marche en avant. On est à 38 minutes du terme de l'arrivée. Qui est rentré avec la Ligier numéro 36 dans la voie des stands pour effectuer son dernier arrêt. Du côté de la 68, je regarde pour voir qui est au volant, c'est toujours Jean-Christophe David. On devrait avoir l'entrée en piste, je pense, de Yvan Pierre dans quelques instants.
Ah, vraiment, c'est une pénalité pour la numéro 94 du team Chazelle Technologie Course pour une manœuvre dangereuse sur la zone du refueling.
Donc il y a Sugliano là qui est au volant, qui va devoir donc traverser la voie des stands au ralenti.
On parlait à l'instant des arrêts réglementaires sans pénalité.
Voilà. Alors du côté de la... C'est laquelle? C'est la numéro 80? Non.
C'est la numéro 94,
oui, 94
qui va devoir observer donc ce drive-through.
Ouais, donc là, alors il est ici, donc ce passage est considéré comme la pénalité, j'imagine. On va voir déjà s'il s'arrête ou pas. Mais normalement, il doit d'abord effectuer sa pénalité avant de revenir dans la voie des stands et marquer son arrêt. Donc là, ça lui coûte cher cette sanction de la direction de course, dans la mesure où...
Là, il ne s'arrête pas. Donc là, il fait le drive-through, comme vous le disiez à l'instant. Et il va repasser peut-être au prochain tour.
Oui, il va certainement repasser par la voie des stands pour finaliser son 5e arrêt.
Alors qu'on approche doucement de la dernière demi-heure de course. Toujours une minute d'avance pour Sébastien Loeb sur la 888, sur la 920.
La 920 qui a un petit peu augmenté son écart sur la 82. Mais 56 secondes, ça va être serré, 56 secondes. Elle va repartir évidemment derrière la 82. Maintenant, c'est sûr que du côté de Jean-Paul Dominici, l'idée, ça serait d'accélérer la cadence autant que se faire possible. Autant que se faire se peut, plus exactement, pour pourquoi pas porter son avance au-delà de la minute. Parce que évidemment, l'arrêt le passage par la voie des stands et le dernier arrêt risque de coûter beaucoup plus. Allez, on retrouve Bertrand dans la voie des stands.
Here with Romain Morel, local racing engineer. Romain, 1 hour to go, less than 40 minutes to go. You're still battling with more than three other cars for the podium and for the wins in Porsche Cup and the Scratch. So give us your thoughts. What's the plan for the end of the race?
Yes, less than 40 minutes to go. The pace was very good through the whole race. Unfortunately, we took 10 seconds penalty for track limits. Indeed, it doesn't really affect our track position because the triple eight of Sébastien is quite ahead. The pace are quite Fortunately, we are happy for our first participation in the Ultimate to be in the second place, and we hope that it will go until the end of the race, and the second place for the first time.
Merci Bertrand pour cette intervention. Donc on va surveiller effectivement ces dernières minutes de course. Donc le mécanicien qui disait que pour l'instant on ne se focalise pas sur la 888 qui a un rythme plus soutenu que le nôtre. Maintenant on va tâcher d'aller au bout de la course. Alors on a pris 10 secondes de pénalité l'un dans l'autre, ça n'a pas affecté notre tableau de marche, donc ça c'est plutôt une bonne chose. Il faut aller terminer, il reste 34 minutes et on va pas vous l'apprendre, mais c'est une discipline qui peut parfois se révéler très amère et révéler des surprises dans les derniers instants de la course. Et tant que le drapeau à damier n'est pas franchi, il peut toujours arriver quelque chose. C'est Mercedes numéro 24 qui occupe pour l'instant la 12e position au classement Scratch. Du côté des catégories UCS Light, c'est Philippe Fèvre avec la BMW numéro 58 qui est en haut de cette hiérarchie. Il devance Pablo Burguera, lui aussi sur la BMW numéro 61, les deux BMW M4. Et dans l'autre catégorie, je vous parlais de la Mercedes il y a quelques instants, MGGT de Simon Escalier, qui évidemment est aux commandes de la catégorie UCS 4. donc satisfait à ses 5 arrêts obligatoires. Alors on va attendre le verdict du chrono pour savoir quel est l'écart entre Olivier Pla sur la Ligier numéro 36 et Fabio Malerba sur la Lamborghini numéro 25, parce que pour l'instant, eh bien, à la faveur de cet arrêt d'Olivier Pla, c'est Fabio Malerba qui est repassé en tête de la catégorie UCS 1.
La 94 qui vient d'observer son dernier arrêt au stand, donc il ne restera plus que l'autre voiture du Chazelle Technologies Course, la 920. Il lui restera qu'un arrêt, et donc les 5 Porsche qui sont en tête auront observé tous leurs arrêts réglementaires.
Je pense qu'il va le faire en 3 dans la dernière demi-heure de course, parce qu'après ça va être un peu plus compliqué. Et puis c'est surtout que plus on retarde l'arrêt et plus la difficulté sera de revenir évidemment sur la 82 qui, avec 55 secondes de retard seulement, devrait repasser devant la 920. La voici, cette Lamborghini de Fabio Malerba, la numéro 25, qui mène la danse dans cette catégorie UCS 1. Et on retrouve ici la Porsche numéro 58 qui est la leader de la catégorie UCS Light. Arrêt compris dans ce dernier tour. On va surveiller Olivier Pla qui ne devrait plus trop tarder maintenant à couper la ligne de chronométrage avec la Ligier numéro 36 pour connaître son écart avec Fabio Malerba, qui va pouvoir aller lui disputer la première position. Il a 32 secondes de retard, Olivier Pla, sur Fabio Malerba. Alors pour l'instant, Olivier Pla, il est plus rapide, hein, clairement. 2,09 pour Fabio Malerba dans son dernier tour. 2,04, ça veut dire 5 secondes. Il faudra allez, on va dire 5 à 6 tours pour reprendre ce déficit pour Olivier Pla. 5 à 6 tours à 2 minutes au tour, ça va pas être évident. Fin de course, il va pas falloir commettre d'erreur hein, du côté de la Ligier numéro 36 qui pourrait aller en dépit de sa jeunesse aller chercher une victoire dans la catégorie UCS 1, ce qui serait déjà une très belle performance. Certes, il y a eu des déboires sur la numéro 68. Tiens, notez que Jean-Christophe David est dans la voie des stands. Avoir Yvan Muller au volant de la voiture pour la dernière demi-heure de course. On y rentre dans cette dernière demi-heure de course parce qu'il reste 29 minutes et une vingtaine de secondes à parcourir. Allez, le prochain passage. Alors 32 secondes, 450 millièmes de retard pour Olivier Pla pour aller peut-être chercher la tête de la catégorie UCS 1. On surveille également la 920 qui doit de nouveau passer par les stands pour satisfaire aux 5 arrêts obligatoires. 2,08 809 pour Fabio Malerba sur la Lamborghini numéro 25. La Ligier, vous voyez, sur notre tracking, on va dire que lorsque la Lamborghini sort DS de la verrerie, et bien la 36 arrive au virage du pont. C'est pour vous visualiser l'écart. On est là par exemple dans la chicane là, qui arrive au virage du camp et qui ensuite va entamer le retour et le gauche de la Sainte-Baume pour rentrer dans la ligne droite du Mistral, cette Lamborghini numéro 25, alors que la 36 est du côté DS de la verrerie. 29 secondes, 3 secondes encore de repris pour Olivier Pla sur Fabio Malerba. Est-ce que ça va tenir pour cette Lamborghini? C'est tout le suspense de cette dernière demi-heure de course entre la Lamborghini et la Ligier. La Ligier que vous voyez ici à l'écart, qui n'hésite pas, à l'écran, pardon, qui n'hésite pas à faire un écart justement pour se débarrasser de la Vortex numéro 20 de Dominique Guillemot. Là, il est clairement sur un autre rythme, Olivier Plat. On sait que c'est un pilote d'expérience pour aller chercher, tenter de faire la jonction avec la Lamborghini numéro 25. Cette dernière demi-heure qui va très certainement nous livrer les dernières surprises de cette première course de la saison en Renault GT Endurance Cup. Allez, le Chazelle Technologie et cette voiture numéro 920 qui s'arrête pour l'une des dernières fois dans cette pit lane, parce que dans une dizaine de minutes, eh bien, toutes les équipes devront avoir réalisé leurs 5 arrêts au stand obligatoire sur cette course. Et donc ici le Chazelle Technologie actuellement en deuxième position au moment de son entrée dans la pit lane, toujours en course pour la victoire au général, et surtout la victoire dans cette catégorie Porsche Cup qui est dominante aujourd'hui sur le circuit. Paul Jean-Paul Dominici qui vient de terminer son relais. C'est toujours la 888 du Sébastien Racing qui est en tête et qui vient de compléter à l'instant son 90e tour.
Et justement, la numéro 920 qu'on a à l'écran, on observe son dernier ravitaillement. Réglementaire obligatoire pour cette Porsche numéro 920 du Chazelle Technologie Course.
Et ça regagne immédiatement la piste pour le Chazelle Technologie. Alors cette bataille pour le podium avec ces trois voitures de tête, ces trois Porsche, la triple 8, la 920 et la numéro 82 qui se tiennent quasiment dans le même tour. Et un petit peu plus loin derrière, Benjamin Lessen pour le team RR Racing by Restivity. Alors que la 5e position est toujours pour Stéphane Lipp et la 94 du Chazelle Technologie Course. Ce sont ces derniers instants les plus tendus dans ces courses d'endurance. On peut avoir réalisé la course parfaite. Tout peut encore voler en éclats et attention, la fatigue aidant. Conditions de piste qui sont aujourd'hui peu changeantes, mais qui peuvent évoluer assez rapidement sur le circuit du Castellet, alors qu'on aperçoit ici la Lamborghini numéro 25.
Donc Fabio Malerba va laisser son baquet, et c'est son coéquipier, je n'ai pas réussi à voir, qui s'était installé dans la voiture, qui va prendre le relais pour ses 24 dernières minutes de course.
Un changement de pilote pour le Schumacher GP, cette Lamborghini qui a qu'une course pleine de rebondissements, mais qui reste eh bien, en tête de cette catégorie UCS 1.
Et 5 secondes de pénalité justement pour cette Lamborghini numéro 25. On va avoir dépassé une limite de la piste au virage 5.
Il faudra regarder l'écart à l'arrivée entre cette 25 et la numéro 36. Il y a 22 secondes au dernier pointage. Les deux voitures étaient dans la voie des stands au même moment. Le M Racing sur cette Ligier numéro 36 et le Schumacher GP pour la numéro 25. Et ça pourrait, attention, se jouer sur cette pénalité, cette victoire dans la catégorie CS1.
Exactement, pas grand chose.
On a encore une autre voiture, celle Dominique Guillemot, la Vortex numéro 20 dans cette catégorie également. Les autres ne sont plus du tout en lice pour cette course, même si la Vortex numéro 21 est 14e, mais 16 tours de retard sur la tête de course.
Et tiens, elle regagne la piste à l'instant avec Boris Gimon. Allez, on va attendre le prochain passage sur la ligne pour faire un point sur le top 3 de cette course à 22 minutes et 40 secondes du drapeau à damier. Tiens, la Joue Racing et la 800. Là, 8 minutes. 82 du lot. C'est une course très bien gérée jusqu'à présent. 90 tours complétés. Alors, on va avoir l'écart dans un instant, l'écart exact avec Sébastien Lajoux et la numéro 888. Victoire en Porsche Cup qui se joue. Les 5 voitures de tête, les 5 voitures engagées en Porsche Cup ont toutes réalisé leurs 5 arrêts au stand obligatoire. C'est du travail bien fait pour les concurrents de la Porsche Cup. Allez, l'écart 2 minutes 07, quasiment un tour d'écart entre Sébastien Lajoux et Guillaume Charpentier, ce qui donne un certain avantage, voire un très bel avantage pour la 888, mais qui n'a pas le droit à l'erreur pendant ces 21 dernières minutes. Et au compte 4 ans de course, c'est moins d'un tour d'écart entre les deux premiers. En troisième position, Paul Dominici. 920 du Châssis Technologie qui pointe à 30 secondes de la deuxième position, aussi un écart infime au vu de la longueur de la course. C'est reparti en UCS1 pour la Lamborghini numéro 25. Elle a pris 5 secondes de pénalité pour une quatrième infraction au track limite. C'est reparti également de la Ligier numéro 36. On va surveiller l'écart au prochain passage dans cette catégorie. Et puis cette bataille fratricide en UCS Light entre la 58 et la 61. Les deux voitures du team espagnol de P Racing. Elles se tiennent en 24 secondes.
On va entamer les 20 dernières minutes de cette première manche.
Voilà, on y est dans ces 20 dernières minutes et il reste encore un arrêt obligatoire à effectuer. Alors je pense qu'ils sont en train de le faire et il n'a pas encore été comptabilisé. La 58 et la 61 de Philippe Febvre et Pablo Burguera. Jean-Christophe David, le pilote bronze de cette équipe, devait rouler au minimum 1 heure. On n'avait pas de limite de temps de conduite obligatoire sur cette course.
Donc on a peut-être dit à Jean-Christophe David de rouler autant qu'il s'approprier cette voiture. On a entendu c'était un nouveau projet qu'il fallait, donc s'acclimate à cette Ligier, donc c'est la meilleure des opportunités justement des courses comme ça où avec le statut bronze on n'a pas de limite de temps justement de conduite pour exploiter au maximum, trouver un petit peu les limites de cette voiture et avoir un meilleur feedback qui pourra servir ensuite pour la prochaine course et aussi pour l'ensemble de la saison.
Et quand on regarde le classement provisoire, ils ne peuvent plus jouer le podium dans cette catégorie UCS 1 puisqu'ils pointent à la 5e position et comptent surtout 10 tours de retard sur Philippe Bonnet de la Vortex numéro 21. Une voiture qui se situe devant au classement.
Et là on a l'image la Mercedes numéro 24.
Anthony Le Goff pour cette catégorie CS4.
Du team Blue Harbor by Serra.
Un team qui roule seul dans sa catégorie.
Ça se prépare dans les stands. Il n'a pas effectué son dernier arrêt réglementaire. Les deux BMW 58 et 61.
C'est le même Racing, hein. Ouais, c'est le même Racing, hein. Le box numéro 4 là-bas qu'on aperçoit, eh bien, c'est Jean-Christophe David qui effectue là son dernier arrêt stand obligatoire.
Potentiellement, c'est
parce que souvenez-vous, hein, Gregorio Bertocco lui a réalisé la totalité de son temps de conduite maximale, c'est-à-dire 1h15. Et donc il va effectuer les 20 dernières, même pas allez, le gros dernier quart d'heure qu'il reste.
Dernier quart d'heure, oui.
Et ce dernier arrêt obligatoire est réalisé vraiment au dernier moment, parce qu'on le rappelle, il faut que ce dernier arrêt soit fait avant le dernier quart d'heure. C'est bon, il a franchi la pit entry avant ce dernier quart d'heure de course. La numéro 20 qui vient de décoper d'une pénalité. Il y aura une 6e infraction au dépassement des limites de piste. Et c'est un drive-through. Donc un passage pour un petit dans la voie des stands sans obligation de s'arrêter. Et ça c'est pour le team Vortex et Dominique Guillemot. Et tiens, le leader qui s'arrête. Alors ça c'est étonnant. On va essayer d'avoir des images. Et ça ressort immédiatement. Il y avait, on rappelle, un peu plus de 2 minutes d'avance sur Guillaume Charpentier et la numéro 82 du Loca Racing. 2 minutes 06 au dernier pointage.
Il vient juste de ressortir, passer les S de la mairie.
Alors un arrêt.
On a vu à plusieurs reprises.
Est-ce qu'ils pensaient qu'ils avaient encore un arrêt à effectuer, un arrêt au stand obligatoire à effectuer? Oui, mais un arrêt qui a été très rapide, hein, qui ne rentre pas, à mon avis, dans le temps minimum d'arrêt au stand obligatoire. Vu à quel point ça a été vite, moins que je me trompe, mais en tout cas sur le tableau, ils avaient réalisé leur 5 arrêts au stand obligatoire. Donc, forcément d'obligation.
À un certain moment, des mécaniciens qui regardaient juste la pression des pneus pour voir si tout était OK au niveau des 4 pneumatiques.
On assure.
Voilà, c'est
certainement cette première position. On va quand même surveiller l'écart après le passage sur la ligne de la 82. Parce qu'on sait qu'un passage dans la voie des stands coûte quand même de précieuses secondes.
Il y a quand même encore la marge, mais effectivement, on perd un petit peu de temps. 3 Porsche de 3 teams différents en tête.
Le Loca Racing et la 920 du Chazelle Technologies. Allez, le 2P Racing qui est actuellement en 12e position. En 11e position avec Catalina Burguera.
Avec à son volant Anthony Le Goff, Simon Escalier. Ils étaient sur la voiture. Donc,
et c'est validé également à l'instant pour Catalina Burguera qui passe la ligne pour l'équipe de Racing et la BMW numéro 58 qui remporte la catégorie UCS Light devant la voiture sœur numéro 61 pilotée par Miguel Tobar. On attend justement cette 61 là, qui vient de franchir le drapeau à damier. On va en terminer avec un classement définitif. Et donc la victoire, la domination des Porsche aujourd'hui. La Porsche Cup qui a été passionnante à suivre. La 888 première, deuxième la 82 et la 920 qui complète ce podium, ce premier de la saison. Il y aura encore 5 épreuves au programme dans cette Renault GT Endurance Cup. Prochain rendez-vous On disait sur le circuit de MAGNY-COURS dans la Nièvre, dernier week-end de mai. Vous pourrez suivre cette épreuve sur Ultimate Cup TV dans son intégralité.
En tout cas, début de saison parfait pour le Sébastien Racing.
Et un trio de pilotes parfaitement complémentaire avec Stéphane Perrin, Anthony Vince et donc Sébastien Lajoux sur cette Porsche 992, vainqueur donc de cette catégorie Porsche Cup du scratch. Ils ont tout raflé aujourd'hui, les pilotes et toute l'équipe du Sébastien Racing, car l'endurance c'est avant tout un sport d'équipe, et bien évidemment en avant toujours les pilotes, mais on salue toute l'équipe, les mécaniciens, les ingénieurs, les intendants. Regardez, ces images sont belles avec les trois pilotes qui se congratulent. Le Sébastien Racing vainqueur sur le circuit Paul Ricard de cette Renault GT Endurance Cup, première de la saison, alors qu'on va retrouver Eric Sélis à l'arrivée pour les réactions des pilotes vainqueurs de cette course. Pourquoi pas aussi d'autres pilotes présents sur cette Victory Lane à l'arrivée.
Vous m'entendez? C'est bon?
Bien.
1, 2, 2. C'est bon, ça passe?
On vous entend, Eric, vous pouvez y aller.
Anthony, just a few words about this perfect race, we can say. We talked to you a few hours ago and you said you have to manage the end of the race, and I guess the end of the race was perfect.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit close. We had some radio problems, and we needed to stay within our refuel window. But we changed our radio quickly, and we got the message to Seb, and he came in, and so that was a little bit of excitement towards the end. But no, perfect weekend, pole position, the win.
Tout s'est bien passé, on a juste un train de radio à la fin, ce qui a rendu la fin de course encore plus exigeante. Et on est très heureux pour cette victoire.
Ce qui explique l'arrêt intempestif dans les dernières minutes, ce petit souci de radio.
Ah, Eric, n'hésitez pas, si vous avez d'autres pilotes du Sébastien Racing ou d'autres pilotes présents sur ce podium final, on reste avec vous pour profiter de l'ambiance au niveau de cette pit lane.
The other driver with Seb Lajoux and Anthony Vince, I guess the first race of the season, first victory, it's a perfect start for you.
La première course pour la victoire, c'était un départ parfait.
With this result, last year we had a big crash with Sébastien, and to come back in Ultimate Cup here is pressure to win the Porsche category, and it's our first victory overall in Ultimate.
On a déjà eu des victoires en Porsche Cup, mais c'est notre première victoire en général.
And we do a clean race. Not the faster that like we hope. We have some difficulty with
on a fait une course propre, pas forcément aussi rapide qu'on voulait.
Our two first thing with too higher pressure on the tires, but we managed our race, and the final result was amazing.
On a eu quelques petits
You
problèmes
seem
dans la course.
not very happy, you have no smile on your face.
Vous n'avez pas l'air si content que ça, vous n'avez pas de sourire sur votre visage.
We know, we work hard for.
On travaille beaucoup et on se concentre souvent sur les points négatifs, mais le résultat est très bon.
Okay, you will enjoy on the podium for sure. Yes, for sure. Seb, few words. Ok, Seb, on va le faire en français puis on traduira après. Seb, c'est ce qu'on disait avec vos coéquipiers, première course, première victoire. Comment ça s'est passé dans les derniers tours sur la piste? C'était confortable ou on reste quand même aux aguets sur le moindre bruit?
Non, on reste aux aguets, on essaye de rester sur la piste au maximum et de ne pas faire d'erreur. Il faut juste savoir le gap qu'on a avec les autres derrière. Je ne savais pas son jouer du tout, donc je faisais ma course au maximum de ce que je peux faire, sans prendre trop de risques, pour le tracking surtout. Et la gomme en dehors de la piste, il commençait à en avoir beaucoup. Mais sinon, c'était bien. Un peu chaud.
Bon, satisfait quand même.
Totalement.
Bon, c'est parfait.
On est content d'avoir fait la course, moi, Stéphane et Anto, parce qu'on voulait vraiment faire cette course 3 amateurs pour faire vraiment une course entre nous.
Parfait, on va se retrouver sur le podium en tout cas et bravo pour cette première victoire. Donc je ne sais pas si vous voulez traduire ou si je le fais, c'est comme vous voulez. Mainly, Seb Lajo explained that he was very busy at the end of the stint of the race because he was waiting for every single noise or something like that, and he was very tricky and focused on his driving regarding the track limits and the rubber be on the side of the track, on the edge of the track. So he was very focused for his driving line, and he's very happy for sure, and he will celebrate with his teammate Anthony and Stéphane for this first victory. He was quite surprised, but he was a little bit struggling, as already Stéphane explained to us at the beginning of the race, but at the end it's a victory and a perfect race for number 888.
Merci aux 3 pilotes du Seb Lajo Racing et merci Eric également pour les réactions à votre micro. Merci Thomas d'avoir été avec nous. On se retrouve du côté de Nevers-Magny-Cours dans un peu plus d'un mois.
Et bien avec grand plaisir.
Et on va se quitter sur les meilleurs moments de cette course, la première de la saison en Kenol GT Endurance Cup. Et on se retrouve d'ici un mois sur Ultimate Cup TV et sur le circuit de Nevers-Magny-Cours pour la suite de ce championnat Ultimate Cup Series européen 2026.
A very warm welcome to MAGNY-COURS for round number 2 of the Ultimate Cup Series 2026. Since round 1, we have travelled 6 hours north of the Mediterranean coast from Paul Ricard, and we arrived just outside the towns of Nevers and MAGNY-COURS for this 2.741 mile or 4.4 kilometre circuit in the centre of France. And if you've been anywhere in Europe over the last week, you know it is hot, hot, hot. And we're expecting more of the same as this weekend progresses. But for now, the first introduction of our GT, our Kennel GT Endurance Cup racing. We have got 3 15-minute qualifying sessions. The 4.4 kilometre circuit, 17 turns. And there our lap times. So we're looking at a 1:38.391 is the time we are aiming for in the Kennel GT Endurance Cup. Of course, across the weekend in this series, we also have the European Endurance Prototype Cup. We've got the Ultimate GT Sprint coming up in just about an hour and a half's time, and also the Ligier Formula Cup. We've seen 2 races for them already this weekend. Race number 3 a little bit later on this afternoon. But for now, we are going to go qualifying, and we'll bring you up to speed on everything that's happening. Again, 3 qualifying sessions, all 15 minutes long. Almost every car does have 3 drivers. If it's 2, somebody goes out twice. And then we take the average of those 3 qualifying times for each driver, put them in the mixer, and what comes out is their average. That will decide the grid later on. And the race starting at 5:35 local time. All right, 5:35 local time. We will have a starting grid from 5:10 onwards, but the racing gets underway a little bit after that. All right, we got a green flag for qualifying session number 1. Just to take you back to Paul Ricard quickly, let's have a look at the qualifying. So, qualifying went very well for M Racing car number 68 of David, Batoko and Muller. However, during the race, they unfortunately finished back of the pile after completing just 75 laps. They were doing well until that point, but they were 25 laps down at the end. So hopefully, more of the same qualifying in racing later on tonight. It is a day-night race. We go right through to, what is it, 11:35 local time. But sun setting at 9:30, we will get the majority, 4 of the 6 hours, in some sort of daylight. When I say daylight, scorching sun, most likely. Leading the championship right now, because taking the win was the Sébastien Racing team. Car number 888, piloted by Perrin, Vince and Ligier. Sébastien Loeb, hence Sébastien. 25 points they took after round 1. It was Porsche Cup took spots 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 in the overall grid last time round. Despite qualifying being taken by UCS 1s, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were no UCS 1s in the top 5. Quite a strange pattern actually, because in qualifying last month, Porsches took the spots 6 to 10, but in the race took spots 1 to 5. Okay, so over 1 lap, the UCS 1 cars, which are a mixture of vehicles, of course, didn't manage to actually get a top 5 spot, despite taking top 5 when it was a 1 lap shootout for all their drivers. So when we're looking at UCS 1, we've got Lamborghini Super Trofeos, we've got 3 Vortexes, Renault RS01, the Ligier, also 2 Ligiers actually, and also got the UCS Light class. However, just 1 entrance, but they've swapped out the 58, which was Philippe Fevre-Abario and Catalina Borghese-Glescas-Dijon, now with the 92. Still the same BMW M2 CS with Jose Sarasola and Olivier Salazar Mendoza from Spain and Mexico, respectively, both of those bronze drivers. So again, E2P Racing will be the only teams in the UCS Light. So as of Paul Ricard, they do lead on their own that category of racing. Elsewhere in the UCS 1, it was Schumacher GP who took overall in the race, they were 6th position, but 1st in class. So they took 25 points in UCS1. Then you got M Racing, a couple of Vortex cars and M Racing again, despite finishing back of the pack, still picked up 10 points for being the 5th UCS1 car to complete time in the race. Okay, let's have a little look then on the qualifying. And first out the blocks in the car, number 22, is the Vortex. That's a new Vortex, actually, because, sorry, they were non-classified in the first race. They were going incredibly well, but the Vortexes just sort of fell away a bit in the latter stages of the 4-hour race they had in Paul Ricard. This is their first 6-hour race of the season. So across the 6 rounds, they have 2 6-hour races and 4 4-hour races. This will be their first 6-hour one. Their additional 6-hour race will be in round number 5. And the European Prototype Cup bookends their season, top and bottom, with their 6-hour races. So, same story again in the UCS ones. They are currently the top 3 positions. The Renault RSO1 of Jimmy Luminier just took 2 purple sectors in a fastest lap time of 1:38.637, and he's currently, sorry, 1:38. He's currently 0.4 of a second ahead of Olivier Gomez in the Vortex. Vortex in 2nd and 3rd, actually, because Jeremy Raymond is another 0.4 seconds behind. And then the gap to the first Porsche of Guillaume Charpentier in the 82. And let me get my paperwork in some sort of correct order. They came 3rd last time out for Loco Racing, the 82 of Anthony Placide and Guillaume Charpentier, again, both bronze drivers. And there are a minimum of 7 mandatory pit stops in the race later on this evening, tonight. And depending on your driver lineup, just in case you're brand new to this endurance racing, you will serve penalties for your driver lineup, the quality of your drivers, whether they're amateur, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, at every single pit stop. So if you've got 2 bronze drivers, your penalty is going to be 18 seconds, just to give you an example. If it's an all amateur team, no penalties whatsoever. But for example, if you had 3 silver drivers in your lineup, at every single pit stop, you'd be serving a penalty of 70 seconds, 70. So huge numbers. And to give you an idea of last time round, our winners, the Seblageau Racing team, were a bronze, silver. So they would have served, let's have a look. 3 drivers, bronze, silver, 34 seconds at every single pit stop. Right, has everybody got a racing lap in? I don't think so quite yet. There's quite a big gap between front and back, between 1:38 and 1:52. And bronze drivers, I mean, you'll see the better drivers going out in, I say generally the better drivers going out in the 2nd and 3rd qualifying session, almost entirely amateur and bronze at the moment. Again, Jimmy Luminier still leading the way in the Renault RSO1. Already down to 5 minutes remaining of our first session. First amateur driver at the moment, Benoit Poulon, in the Porsche 93. That's for Chazelle Technology Racing. They were 9th last time out in Paul Ricard. In the number 18, that was Pierre Macchi, driving the Schumacher Grand Prix, new entrant this year. So new entrant this round. Schumacher have got 2 cars, MAGNY-COURS, just the one they had in Paul Ricard. It was a 25, which they were 6th overall, 1st in class. And now they've got a pair of them. Nice if you can, eh? So let's see some times jump around. Tyres to optimum temperatures. Still lying on the 1:38.6, no changes at all. 5 or 6 laps completed for every single driver now. Let's jump across. Let's make sure we've got somewhere 1, 2, 3. Only 6 cars on track. Only 6 cars on track. And only 3 of them UCS 1. So who is on track? 25 is Bruno Malherbe in the Schumacher Grand Prix car. Got 18, so we got both Schumacher cars out on track. And also the 36 of Pierre Chialandini in one of our Ligiers. It's the M Racing team. He's racing with Malade Julien and Olivier Pla, which doesn't take too much introduction. We'll have a talk about him later. He'll be coming up for qualifying shortly. That's the 82 of Guillaume Charpentier, leading the Porsche Challenge right now with a 1:41.647. And no purple sectors anywhere on the timing board. And it looks like the majority are once again considering this qualifying session done for them. Just 6 cars out on track and a spin. A spin for Charpentier, and he wasn't on a, no, he was down in sector 1 and down in sector 2 actually, so it wasn't on a particularly flying lap. And is he waiting patiently? Let's see if he gets going after. Yes, he was, just being very, very sensible. Well done, Guillaume. And just enough turning circle to get past that wall as well. So a yellow flag in sector 3 is pretty much going to bring this first qualifying session to a close, although it's gone green again fairly quickly. Yeah, just losing the rear end on the right turn. And doing the right thing, just waiting. You don't want to see anything coming towards you at that speed. So our second set of drivers will start getting themselves ready. So the best we've seen thus far, 1:38.637 from Jimmy Luminier in the absolutely beautiful Renault RS01. And we've got 6 hours later to talk about cars. We'll dip into what that car is and does, because it is pretty special, the craft racing. Although, despite absolutely flying at the start of the Paul Ricard round, it was a non-classified non-finisher. Still having a go, Bruno Malherbe in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo. That car right there is leading the UCS 1 title with 25 points after the class win just about a month ago on the south coast of France. We're bang in the centre pretty much of the country now. Now, he's not gone green in sector 1. He's currently coming up to the 180 turn, big long left-hander. That's a great view of it, wow. That's turn 9, little right-hander turn 10. Then up towards Imola. Long straight is at turn 12, 13, he'll go right then, quickly left again. And this will bring us out to sector 2. And he's not gone green there either. So this is not going to be an improvement for Bruno Malherbe. Might see him just dip into the pits now. Car 29, best lap of the session deleted for causing a collision. That was Jimmy Luminier. And his best lap time was 1:38.637. It's still there at the moment. And the gap was 0.4 to the vortex of Olivier Gomez. So we shall wait and see. There is our championship leaders. Seb Loeb Racing, the 888 Porsche. And they've got a first qualifying session time, courtesy of Stéphane Perrin of 1:42.542, 3.9 seconds behind the Renault of Luminier. I'm just waiting to see if that time does get deleted, because it said on the screen. Has been deleted. So that means Jimmy Luminier has been given, well, it's I'm not sure what his second fastest time was, but at the moment the Vortex are in 1 and 2. Olivier Gomez and Jeremy Raymond both in a pair of 1:39s and change. They will take the top 2 spots in qualifying session number 1. So I think we're just waiting for the Renault's second fastest time to be instated. We shall see. Some misfortune for the Renault, of course, at Paul Ricard. And, well, you would misfortune, I suppose, but... So, Vortex is 1 and 2, 1:39.049 for the bronze driver, Olivier Gomez. The 22, that is your leading car. That takes qualifying session number 1. It's the brothers, Olivier and Arnaud Gomez, the co-owner of the Vortex team. They've done French GT4 together. They did take their first Ultimate Cup win in MAGNY-COURS last year. It's the track they enjoy, and they've started perfectly, courtesy of a collision apparently caused by Jimmy Luminier, who drops from top to bottom in qualifying 1. Get confirmation of those shortly. Yeah, so I'm seeing Jimmy Luminier non-classified now for qualifying session 1. I'll be honest with you, what that means for qualifying as an average, I will have to do some quick research. Because I don't think they'll be able to take just the average of the next 2 drivers, because they're the quicker drivers. We shall find out, and I will let you know as soon as I know. There is the Renault. See any collision damage? Front right, maybe? Bit of a scrape there, isn't there, on the bumper? And that, well, their front left, as we look at it front right. They'll be absolutely gutted. But trust me, that car is like an absolute rocket. No matter where it starts on the grid, it will be doing pretty well not long after. It's the 36 of Pierre Chilandini, one of our Ligiers. That's a great livery, isn't it? I like that. Eagerly awaiting qualifying session number 2. And they are released. So let's find out who is in the cars for session number 2, and we'll remember the time of 1:39.049. Let's call it 39 dead. The time to beat. And I imagine there'll be some anger under the pedal of the Renault, which on this occasion, quality 2, is going to be driven It is, who's in the car for 29? All three names are on the screen. I'm going to find out in a second. I think it'll be Mark Chicks. I'm sure it'll be Mark Chicks. Could be Papin. Right, we are on some racing laps now. Got their warm-ups just about out the way. Well, qualifying anger for the next 13 minutes. Still plenty of bronze drive. We've got some silvers in here too. Fabio Malherbe at the wheel of the Lamborghini. Let's have a look. Purple sector, there will be a lot of these to begin with. And then they'll become rarer and rarer. 31 seconds for sector 1 is about what we're expecting. That's what Gomez has done in the Vortex. His teammate took #1 spot. And he has done exactly that through sector 1 of lap #1. The Porsche of Yamis Chamouni and the Chazal Technology team. A livery that's very difficult to miss. And is that going very slow? Is that going very, very slow? That's one of the Vortex team. Yeah, it is. That didn't look right, did it? So one of our 3 Vortexes in this race goes straight back in. Our amateur driver. So now Porsches go first and second fastest. Purple sectors 2 and 3 for Sébastien Loeb of Seb Loeb Racing, championship leaders. A 1:43.37. So these will get faster. We've seen a 1:39. We'd expect the same in Quali 2. So that will not last a full 10 minutes. In qualifying 1, which we didn't see. We've only got a report of that incident, a collision. But the Renault at this rate is going to be starting at the back of the grid, and maybe, I imagine if the car was okay, they'd have gone out and got some time, some effective free practice. But we will find out. Even if that car starts at the back, it's probably going to be okay. It's a 6-hour race, there's plenty of time to play with. Can we go quick again? Malherbe in the 25 Schumacher GP car. Going around the Chateau d'Eau. A long chicane to the Ligier hairpin. Not quite a hairpin, complex. Quick right, quick left, over the start finish. How quick can he go? It was the purple sector one. Goes quicker again, 1:38.330. Fabio Loeb is flying in that Lamborghini. I imagine he might come in now. He's leading this one by 0.8 of a second. Of course, it is the average of all the cars. One of our vortexes. That was, oh yeah, that was the vortex that just about got out, didn't they? It was going very slow. It's going quicker now. It started. And Loeb's getting faster. He's gone purple sector again in sector 1. I imagine the Vortex did so well in Quali 1. It's a surprise to see them outside the top half in Quali 2. Ooh, blimey, I don't think Maxim Aronov saw his fellow Vortex there, or it was very, very late. You don't want the teammates touching, do you? Clearly, yeah, the Vortex of Ana Gomez is going a lot quicker. That doesn't seem right to me. That Vortex currently piloted by Maxim Aronov doesn't seem quite right. He is an amateur driver, so that's one caveat. Best time thus far, 1:55 compared to the 1:38 that's leading the way. And there was a 1:39 for a Vortex in qualifying session number 1. Up a little bit of dust, Maxim Aronov doesn't go quicker in his, that'll be his 5th lap of the circuit. Leaders have done 6 or 7 laps. Oh no, what's going on here? He's spending a little bit too much time on the grass, is Maxim Aronov. That's Alexander Cross in the Lamborghini, currently 3rd in qualifying 2, one of only 3 cars to go sub 140. Looks like he is on, doesn't it? Let's get back to the Lambo up front. And a yellow sector 3 is not going to help at all. Back up and running, and that was just before the finish line, unfortunately. So no matter how good that lap was, and there's been a scuppered by a spin right at the end. And last time out, Chazelle Technology had 2 cars. They had the 94 as well, which came 5th. And they had the 93. They did take 2nd and 5th spot last time out. Let me just check on that. Yeah, the 920. hence they are doing incredibly well in the team championship. Right, so qualifying 2, it was unquestionably Fabio Malerba in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo. A 1:38.330, 0.7 of a second quicker than Benjamin Lessenet in the Porsche. So Schumacher Grand Prix take qualifying 2 after the Vortex took qualifying 1. There's one more to come. They can still finish these laps, although there's only 2 cars on track now. The 20 and the 21, so 2 Vortexes still on track. And they should have crossed over before the start finish, so... Maxim Aronov is out there in the 20, Philippe Bonnell in the 21, and neither have improved, so they come into the pits. That is qualifying session 2 done. On our screens, well, that was having a quick look at the leading car from qualifying session 2, Malerba's Lamborghini Super Trofeo for the Schumacher Grand Prix team. It's one of our Vortexes. Ana Gomez leading that one round in a 1:43.39. There's a fellow Vortex. So one more of those to come. And all cars are now pitted. So it was a 1:39 for Olivier Gomez and the Vortex team in qualifying session number 1. And qualifying 2, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo of Fabio Malerba and Schumacher Grand Prix in a 1:38.3. So 0.7 second quicker than Quali 1. Quali 3 is to come. We get a 3rd team and a manufacturer on the top before we try and work out our averages. They'll get a few minutes just to put a fresh set of tyres on. '17 of that was piloted by Ben Lessenes to 2nd place, the Belgian in Quali 2. One of only 3 drivers to go sub 140. And the leading Porsche by that car there, the black one, was the quickest of the lot. Right, they're eager to go. 15 more minutes of qualifying for the Kennel GT Endurance Cup, which starts later on today. Be with us, make sure you're here around about 5:30 local time. I was going to say bring suntan lotion if you're joining us at the venue, but clouds come over slightly in Central France, which is a lovely reprieve, it must be said. Right, we got a green light for qualifying. Who's going to go out first? It is the 35. 36, I should say. The Ligier leads the way ahead of the Vortex and the Porsche, all sorts. What do we think? We've seen a one. Can they go quicker than 1:38? I think they can. Are we going to see the Renault? I don't think so. It's not out yet. But as I said, over the course of 6 hours, and only, what have we got? I think we should have 16 cars. There were 16 entries, but we've only got 13 taking part in qualifying. If you don't qualify, you don't race. So it will be a fairly spread out race later on, 6 hours with 13 cars. Might not be a huge amount of overtaking. It'll be very, very tactical on the pit stops. And those balance penalties will hugely come into play. So you see there, some cars just, everyone trying to get a little bit of space, or some trying to maybe drift slightly. So leading the way the first time round is going to be the 36, which is being led by Oliver Pla, our only, let me double check that, platinum driver on the grid. We'll talk more about Olivier a bit later. And he has got his eyes set on a 1:38.3. Forgotten already, 38.7, 38.3. I would, if I were a betting man, I am not, I would put a couple of quid or a couple of euro on Olivier Pla going a little bit quicker. Behind him in the 22, one of our Vortexes, Olivier Gomez, is back out after doing qualifying session number 1. I wonder how they arranged that. Is it just maybe Arnold did 2 sessions in Paul Ricard? That's the only fair way, surely, or maybe a game of scissors, paper, stone, or rock, paper, scissors, depending on your preferred order. He's gone 30.14 in Sector 1, which is pretty rapid. Can he do it? Can he go quicker than 1:38.3 on his opening quick lap? Olivier Gomez has lost the slipstream of Pla. Right, let's have a look. Quick right, quick left through the complex to Ligier. And it will be a 1:38.64. Quick. But he'll want quicker. There's a little bit on the back end there, wasn't there? He's going too fast. A 1:40 for Olivier Gomez, 1:42 for Boris Shimon. So the Vortex is back on top. Well, not quite on top, they're second and third, you know, the top half, after dominating qualifying session number 1. Oh, Pla, the first man to go sub 30 seconds in Sector 1, 29.8. He could probably just do 2 laps and call it a day. Nobody's gone sub 30 in Sector 1. Olivier Pla just has. Olivier Gomez. Purple again for Olivier Pla in Sector 2. Man on fire. Right. Olivier Pla in the Ligier. 1:37.604 he's gone. Olivier Gomez 1:38.9, he's flying too. And that's what happens when you put a platinum driver behind the wheel of any of these cars, and they are on a rocket ship. 1:37.604. And he's getting quicker. Purple again, Sector 1. cars moving out. Well, that was the Lamborghini that won qualifying session number 2, moving out the way for Olivier Pla. He will be very important in the race later, but being a platinum driver, can't do too much time in the car, as well as balance penalties for your driver lineup. You also got rules around how much time each driver can spend in the car. So if we have a quick look at that, in the car 36, Olivier Pla is, of course, our platinum driver. We've got Calentini is amateur, and Julien Mallard is bronze. So that is a real mix, isn't it, from amateur to platinum. So if you've got amateur, bronze, there isn't, that doesn't really come into it. That's interesting. I'll get confirmation of that. The official document only goes up to gold. So if you had am, bronze, gold, a maximum of 2 hours in the car for your gold driver, and there is no platinum option, which is I'll find out about that. We'll learn on the job. 1:37.4 for Olivier Pla, goes quicker again. He's just having fun now. Fun and games. There's our championship leader, the 888 Seb Lejeau racing team. Definitely took full advantage of a few cars falling away during the Paul Ricard race. Flash, 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 out my way. I'm on a quick one. Louis Perrault is in the car. He's gone green in sector 1. Running in 4th place in quali 3. And Olivier Pla, I think, has had enough. He's going to 36 seconds, sector 1. So Olivier Pla, I think he's done his job. He's on a cool-down lap. He'll come into the pit shortly, and I don't think we'll see him again. There's absolutely no need. Louis Perrault in sector 2. It's gone green in sector 1, green in sector 2. As Leo Boulet in the Porsche goes 3rd fastest in a 1:37. So that is only 0.3 of a second off Olivier Pla in the Ligier. And same for Jeremy Corsin, who's done 1:38.396. So in qualifying sessions 1 and 2, of course, with more bronze and amateur drivers, so let's not forget about that, because we've got a few silvers and our platinum in here. But we've now got 1, 2, 3, 6 cars that have gone sub 140. We only had that across the entirety of qualifying session 1 and 2. There is the car of Olivier Gomez and the Vortex team. Currently in 4th place in qualifying 3, the 1:38.917. And that is the amateur driver in the well, it's Bruno Cervantes and that Chazal Technology Porsche Cup car. Currently in 9th. Yes, politely so as well. But no green sectors for Bruno Cervantes, so this will not be a new faster time for them. They'll remain in 9th position in quali 3. Now, Olivier Pla has stayed out, and he is still racing because he's done a purple sector in sector 3. It wasn't a new lap fastest time. Oh, bit of a spin out there, but that won't make any difference. It was not going to be a new fastest lap for him. A couple more chances. Now, that light blue vortex, the 20, currently led by Dominic Gillimer, they've not set a lap time yet. So they'll have to be pretty quick. Just to confirm, no Renault on track, which is a real shame because it's just a joy to watch, actually. Jeremy Coursin in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, the second of our two Schumacher Grand Prix cars this weekend. On purple in Sector 2 as Leo Borlée. 1:37.6. Now, these things are jumping around now. Olivier Pla still on top. Porsche of Jeremy Coursin in second place. Was a lap time deleted there? No, it wasn't. Olivier Gomez in third in the Vortex. Leo Borlée who is in ninth position in the green Lamborghini, has gone 29.6 purple sector in Sector 1. So if they can keep this up, they won qualifying session 2. At the moment, we're going to have 3 different teams on the top in each of our 3 qualifying sessions. Olivier Pla goes even quicker with a 29.5 Sector 1. These guys are playing games with each other. But Leo Borlée surely is going to jump up the standings here. We're watching his teammate, Jeremy Coursin, in the second Schumacher car, but that is pulling right to to let his teammate through. Love that, love that. Leo Borlée has gone purple, but then the purple was taken away by Olivier Pla, then green, and where might he jump to? The 25 goes up to 4th place with a 1:38.987 from 9th to 4th. Very important lap. Teammate helping a little bit, getting out the way. Thought you might have let him draft off him for a little bit longer, actually. And there are the teammates. The only 2 Lamborghinis on track this weekend in the Colonel GT Endurance Cup. We've not mentioned the BMWs actually in the UCS Light. So they're down in 152s and 154s in 10th and 11th overall. And they will be, as they were at Paul Ricard, simply racing each other for the majority of the race. And we did have one UCS 4 in Paul Ricard, which was the Blue Harbour by Serra team. They are not here, so there'll be no UCS 4 category this weekend. I say this weekend, today, the qualifying and the race is all today. So last chance to get over the line. Put in a decent time. Leo Borlée is absolutely flying again. 2 purple sectors in the 25. And the Schumacher Grand Prix might take this with the last chance saloon, you know. Oh, he just falls away on Sector 3. He has spun out, but he got across the start-finish line. So he takes second place, Leo Borlée, the silver driver for Schumacher Grand Prix. Thankfully, that spin was just after the start-finish, so gets the lap time in, and it was still a green sector, but he had 2 purples prior to that. Lost about, well, maybe half a second, though, and is eventually 0.3 of a second down. Hang on a second, that lap time has it been deleted? Because he just dropped down to 9th. Hang on a second. What's happened there? There's the spin. Well, we will just have to wait and see, because the lap time came up as only 0.3 behind Olivier Pla. Is this... That's live, yeah, that's not... Is this... Well, the lap's going to be irrelevant because he had spun out and he wouldn't have got enough speed up to cross the start-finish line. He's at a green sector 2, but the first sector was 33 seconds. He's miles away. That's odd. So my timing screen was deceiving, but he definitely had purple sectors 1 and 2, and then lost it right at the end. So we will take our averages of all these times, pop them into the machine, and it will spit out the grid order a little bit later. Again, that race starting at 5:35. You can watch the grid line up from 10 past 5. And I'll try and keep my eye on any information coming in as to why that lap time was deleted. It looked to me like he span over the line, but I am not the judge. So all cars back in the pits. We will see them in several hours' time. Again, 5:30 onwards. Do be with us. Second round of the Kennel GT Endurance Cup. And we'll let you know qualifying results as soon as we possibly can. But stick around. More racing to come with the Hoosier Formula Cup. Race number 3 of their weekend of the Ultimate GT Sprint Cup. Race 1 coming up very shortly too. So let's see some highlights of our qualifying session. If we jump back to qualifying session number 1, it was Olivier Gomez in the Vortex on top, ahead of teammate or panicked teammate Jeremy Raymond in the Vortex number 21. They led the way. Bit of a spin for one of our Porsches as Olivier Salazar, Guillaume Charpentier in the 82. Regis Rigo de Sebes in the 17 took a top 10 spot. Our BMWs in 11th and 12th in qualifying session number 1, but 1:39.049 was the time to beat. And eventually, by the time we got to qualifying number 3, it was Olivier Plat who had got it right down to a 1:37.416. An incredible time in qualifying session number 3. In between, though, in quali 2, we had Porsches took 2 of the top 3 spots. The Vortexes dropping down to 4th and 5th. Again, it's an average of all 3 times, so you can't read too much into one individual qualifying session. But it was the Fabio Malherbe 25 Porsche of the Lamborghini of Fabio Malherbe, the 25. The Schumacher GP Racing Team Porsche was second with the number 17, the blue and yellow. We've seen the big golden arches on the doors of Benjamin Lessenes. Just 3 drivers went sub 140. Chazelle Technology struggling on qualifying 2 down in 9th position, but they would come back in quali 3. That's Gilles Mollard in the 36. In our one and only Ligier on track this week. I did have a couple of them back at Paul Ricard, but we'll enjoy seeing the 36 out there for 6 hours later on from 5:30 onwards. Good afternoon and welcome back to MAGNY-COURS. This is round number 2 of the Ligier Formula Cup, part of the Ultimate Cup Series weekend. We have travelled 6 hours north of Paul Ricard to the centre of France, away from the Mediterranean coast. But it is no cooler. It is hot, hot, hot in France this weekend, as it has been all week long across Europe. And that is why you see the umbrellas out, keeping the shade on. It did go a little bit overcast about 20 minutes ago. That little reprieve has been now denied. And we are once again warming up and lining up for race number 3 of 3 across this weekend. Earlier on, across yesterday, when we had 2 races, it was Enzo Riker, who is also going to be racing in the GT Endurance Cup later on today. He took a win in race number 1 early Friday afternoon, and then 4th place in race number 2 yesterday afternoon. But Stepan Suslov, your championship leader, 3 wins at Paul Ricard after a 2nd place finish behind Riker in race 1, led from gun to tape to take race number 2. It was a dominant performance. In fact, now MAGNY-COURS is, if it's known for anything, it's a difficult circuit to overtake on. And in the entire race earlier, hopefully, fingers crossed, we don't see a repeat of this, there was no overtakes in the top 4 cars. They remained, the front 4 on the grid remained exactly the same for the entirety of the race, 20 minutes long. So let me, in a moment, I will bring you the grid for the race number 3. But you can imagine, as a result of the results in race 2, where we're heading, it'll be Stepan Suslov, our championship leader, in the number 1 spot, before Enzo Riker, Corentin Tzias and Alexei Storskin. They are the 4, as they lined up in race 2, as they finished in race number 2. Come on, folks, give us some overtaking to enjoy. But it was a race of defence. 5th place in the race, let's go further down the grid. It was Alan Orinsky, Frederic Boileau, Eros Giannani, Alexandra Lima, Craig McClatchy, Gilles Depierre and Alex Botella were the official results. But Gianni did not finish that race, and neither did Craig McClatchy after getting his best result of the season so far in race number 1. Also getting their best result of the season, Gilles Depierre in the car number 18. Not a great start to the season at Paul Ricard, an 11th a retirement and a non-classified in race 3, but it's gone 10th, 8th so far. And other consistency, Alexei Storskin, Paul Ricard, 4th, 3rd, 3rd. Here at MAGNY-COURS, 4th, 3rd. We'll see, we'll see. Is it going to be a complete repeat of his Paul Ricard opening round? There is the number 18. That is Gilles Depierre. Just mentioned him going to, if he can get better than 8th, again, it'll be a 2nd consecutive race, best race of the season for him. 28, Alexandre Botella. 9th in race number 2, 11th in race number 1. Again, looking to pick up a few more points, start moving forward. Now, you would have seen the little black ribbon on the front of the car there. And that is in memory of Walter Reichart, who sadly passed away not long ago at all. He's a loyal competitor in the championship and Ultimate Cup for many years and regarded as an iconic figure in the paddock. And all our thoughts with his family and loved ones. And this weekend, all cars will pay tribute to him. There was actually a lovely moment on the grid yesterday. All the drivers lined up and laid down their helmets. Now, there is one car missing on this grid. Let me work out who that is, because I can see a space in P5, which should have been Alan Arinsky-Hemsani. No, it's 7th, sorry. Eros Gianni in the 69. Is he not? Well, we'll wait and see. So the cars will do one lap of the circuit. I'll come back. And then we'll go racing. That's Alexei Stortskin. He's been 3rd or 4th in all 5 races so far, right in the centre middle of your screen, in the southern, silver and purple. Yes, I don't think we've got Eros Gianni. Or Giannini. There you can just see that black ribbon for Walter Rijkaard. All cars this weekend adorning that moniker. So our formation lap is underway. Championship leader Stepan Suslov will lead us off in the car number 41. Next door, Enzo Riker, 1 win and a 4th place in his first weekend this season in the Hoosier Formula Cup. Right, let's get into it. First time over the start finish during racing. And your top four, Corentin Tierce moving to second place. Stefan Suslov still leading the way for Enzo Riker. Alexei Storskin, so still the same top four as we started, but slightly shake up in the order. Enzo Riker, for the first time this weekend, dropping a place. Started in second in race one, won it. Started in fourth in the second and finished there. The first time in 3 races, somebody's actually managed to get past him. Corentin Tierce, first weekend at Ligier Formula Cup this season. A third and a second in races 1 and 2. We'll be aiming to go one step better and make it a complete set of third, second and first steps. But not if our championship leader, Stefan Suslov, has got anything to say about that. He has been nothing other than a dominant force in the championship so far. 4 wins from 5 races, the only other a runner-up finish to the aforementioned Enzo Riker. Behind the front 4, it is Alan Arinsky-Hamsani for Frederic Boileau and Craig McClatchy. McClatchy up to 7th place from 10th. That's a great start for the Australian. That's exactly what his season needs to really kick-start it. Again, they're coming over the start-finish line. This is very, very similar to race number 2, where the front 4 just got away. And it was Alan Arinsky, who is currently occupying 5th, who had that painful position of they were just too far away. He did hold off the rest of the field to pick up good points. And behind him, Frederic Boileau, Craig McClatchy. They're in a little battle for 6th place, actually. Less than 1 second between those. Now, on a track that's difficult to overtake, how do you get past somebody that's won 4 out of 5? Because you very rarely, ever this year have we seen Stefan Suslov make a mistake. In the interview after race 2 yesterday, the question was, you're making no mistakes, are you? And he said, yeah, I agree. Only been overtaken once in race 2 by Enzo Riker. But everything so far this year has been going to plan. He, of course, reached the rookie class 2. Now, Martin Stoyanov, who took 2nd place 3 times behind Suslov, Paul Ricard, has not joined us this weekend, but he was a solid 2nd place in the overall and the rookie championship. And Frederic Boileau, 3 wins in the gentleman's class at Paul Ricard. And also 2 wins in the gentleman class at MAGNY-COURS 2. So that is absolutely his to lose. Walter Reichart, a bit like Stoyanov, took 3 second places behind Boileau in Paul Ricard and has decided not to join us. Do they just get sick of being second? No, I'm having none of that. I'll go and join a different series. And that is a little bit of a gap forming, 0.7 of a second. Riker all over the back of Corentin Tierce. Just falling slightly off the pace, Alexei Storskin. position that he is fairly familiar to, Storkson. Get up in third place, it'd be an absolute repeat. Fourth, third, the other four Ricard round one. The lead is up to 1.237 seconds. And there'll be no chance in this race. It's a 2.7 mile circuit. You will have no trouble with back markers. Unless there's an incident, you'll never reach them. I've just seen I'll wait for confirmation, yeah, 10-second penalty for car 66, which is Enzo Riker, for a pit lane infringement. That can only be, I imagine, speculating speeding in the pit lane. And 10 seconds in this race is absolutely huge, no matter where he finishes. Like, the first four guys have really got away now by almost the entire Gulf Straight, and 10 seconds currently would drop him to, oh, hang on, let's have a little look. He might only lose one position to Alexei Storkskin, actually. I thought they were a bit closer than that, but Alan Orinsky is now 10 seconds back of Storkskin. Which means Storksson would, in theory right now, get that third place that he might not even want. He really wants a second, at least a second potentially, but another podium would be his fourth in 6 races, which is nothing to sniff at all. And he's really not far away from the leaders, is he? It's thin margins. But that is stretching. What are we now? It was 1.3. We are at 1.5 seconds. And each tenth that goes past is making it more and more difficult. So the Winfield Racing team member, Suslov, has got his teammate, Alan Orinsky, also for Winfield, currently in 5th. And dropping further back, so that 10-second penalty is only right now going to lose Enzo Riker 1 position. Either way, it will be from a podium place to a non-podium 4th position. There is Storksson in the purple and silver, chasing as best he can. Only less, well, it's 0.999, so less than 1 second behind Enzo Riker. He was again 0.9 behind Corentin Thiers. And all the while, these are looking in their mirrors and defending and chasing. Suslov will continue to put tenths into his lead. So the real battle at the front now is for third and fourth, who we know is going to go to Storkson anyway, but we can enjoy it on the track while we have it. Again, if you just joined us, 10-second penalty coming up for Enzo Riker for a pit lane infringement. There is a great battle further back between Frederick Boileau and Craig McClatchy. They are racing for 6th and 7th place. That is also a race in the gentleman's standings as well. And if McClatchy finishes either 6th or 7th, that would be his best result of the season. 8th in race 1, non-classified in race 2. It was quite near the end of that race as well, where he left us yesterday. Yeah, losing track of time already yesterday. So in the background, that is the race for third on your screen now, third and fourth. Enzo Riker is currently on track for a first, second and a third, but that will all change when he finds out about his penalty. He probably won't know that yet. I don't know, I've got radio connection in Hoosier Formula Cup. I will find out. And in his bid to fend off Alexei Storkson, he's picked up a track limit at turn 12 as Enzo Riker. First one, you get 3 chances to track limits before you get a penalty. He really doesn't need any more penalties. Leads up to 1.7 for Stepan Suslov. Gap forming to Enzo Riker in third, staying 1.9 behind Tiers. 0.6 of a second to Storkson. And then the gap behind them, it's effectively 2 races. You're then looking 16 more seconds to Alan Arinsky, 6 more to Frederick Boileau, and Craig McClatchy. So there's actually a race as well for 9th and 10th. Gilles Despierre and Alexander Botella. They're just less than 1 second behind, racing around at the back. And 9th and 10th, there's different points. All positions are worth it. They'll fight to the end. For the first time in several laps, the gap has come down at the front to 1.6 and a bit. So Corentin Tiers found something, although he's lost 0.3 of a second in sector 1. On lap number 9 they're on now. Got 11 laps in earlier. That's going to be pretty much the same. There was there a safety car yesterday? I've watched so much racing. Another track limit report this time for number 77. That is Alexandre Lima. 4th infringement, so 5-second penalty. He's had his 3 warnings. So Lima will make no difference at all. He's 19 seconds ahead of Gilles Depierre. That will not affect our final standings. The one we know that definitely will, Enzo Riker's 10-second penalty for the pit lane infringement. But I can absolutely assure you that Alexei Storkson will not want to take third place courtesy of a penalty. He will want to get past on track. And it looks like they will go all the way to the wire. A little bit of a lock-up, that'll cost them a few tenths, and tenths are so important around MAGNY-COURS. But that is a sign of how hard he's chasing. Wants the position, on track goes, ever so slightly wide, different line from Riker. Huge gaps between 1 and 2 now, 2.5 seconds from Suslov to Tias. So positions 1 and 2, despite anything untoward happening, are pretty much locked in. 3 seconds back to Enzo Riker, who is just defending Alexei Storkson. Adelaide hairpin. So the only change we've had in the front four, Corentin T has started in 3rd position. And got the jump on Enzo Riker pretty quickly into 2nd. And that's how it stayed. Car 77 goes from bad to worse for Alex Lima, because he's now been given a drive-through penalty for his 6th track limit infringement. I'm not sure I've seen 6 before. Generally after you get your 3rd one, you think, right, I'll stop now. He's chucked another 3 in. Stepan Suslov just set the best lap of the race. 1:36.837. Corentin Tias just set his best lap of the race, a 1:37 dead. So both those guys still flying. In fact, Storkson, just outside his own personal best. So final lap then, and it has been a bit of a procession for Stepan Suslov, not just in race number 2, but also here in race number 3. Oh, we've got one in the gravel. That is Alexandra Lima, who now will not have to take that drive-through penalty, because he has taken a gravel penalty instead. That will promote Gilles Depierre from 9th to 8th, Alex Patella from 10th to 9th. And the Swede, Stepan Suslov, will take his 5th win in 6 races. 2 wins at Paul Ricard and 2 wins at MAGNY-COURS. Another superlative weekend for him. 2nd place for Corentin Tias. Converts 3rd to 2nd from the grid. Enzo Riker will cross the line in 3rd, but he's got a 10-second penalty to come, which looks like Alexis Stolkskin then will be on the podium with Tias and Suslov. Alan Arensky Hamsani will pick up 5th, just confirmation that the penalty has been served by Enzo Riker, knocks him from 3rd down to 4th. Frederick Boileau and Craig McClatchy split by just 0.7 of a second. McClatchy getting his best finish of the season in 7th. Alex Lima, who was running in 8th, will not cross the finish line. That'll be between Gilles Despierre and Alex Portela. And it will be Gilles Despierre who picks up 8th place. Portela rounding out the 10 in 9th. So Alex Lima will not finish, and neither will... We never saw Eros Ionani, never started the race, unfortunately. Stepan Suslov continues to dominate in the Hoosier Formula Cup. Can anybody stop him? At the moment, his closest challenger is Stolkskin. But plenty of points to make up. There is confirmation, 14 laps completed. Stepan Suslov, 5 wins from 6 races in the 2026 Hoosier Formula Cup season. Incredible. Konstantin Tias will take 2nd place to add to his 2nd and 3rd in races 1 and 2 this weekend. And Alexei Stolkskin will pick up another podium, his 4th of the season. There is Stolkskin. So 4th, 3rd, 3rd in Paul Ricard, 4th, 3rd, 3rd at MAGNY-COURS. And the sun still beating down. I had a nice chat with Suslov yesterday. Hopefully we will get to have another, and you'll see his absolutely fantastic mop of hair, which somehow was bone dry yesterday. Corentin Tias, who we just saw celebrating. He didn't take part at Paul Ricard, but he's come in this weekend and gone 3 podiums, 3rd, 2nd, 2nd. Very impressive, there he is. Big thumbs up, absolutely right. And if he continues for the rest of the season, doesn't miss any rounds, he could be right up there. I mean, it is a mammoth task to try and catch Suslov now. Here's the man.
With the winner, Stepan Suslov, 2 wins this weekend in MAGNY-COURS. You had a total domination on this race. You will be in the first place on the championship before to go to Mugello. So tell us about this race. This weekend you had a little mistake in the race 1 and then dominations.
Yeah, I'm just sad that we didn't win race 1, but the rest was fine, and I think today's race was the best this season so far. Very consistent pace. I pushed a bit at the end to create a bit bigger gap, but overall, yeah, it was good. I just smooth race, start, lead, and finish P1. I mean, we want to try to make all the races that left this season like that.
How you manage the gap with Corentin?
What is the secrets? You had to push, or you will be comfortable?
To be honest, I didn't even look in the mirrors this race. I was just driving at my pace, like try to push. When I was confident when tire were in the right window, I started to push more. At the end, of course, a little bit degradation, so couldn't keep the same pace through the race. But overall, I think was quite consistent. And at the end, in the last lap, I just checked. I saw a big gap, so I was okay. Looks like it was a good race.
Now it's time to focus on Mugello. What's your feeling with this track?
I've never been there, but I love this track on sim. I drove a lot. I'm very excited to go there. I think the biggest excitement this season is to go to this track. Hopefully we are gonna have same pace there.
Can't wait to see you in this track for real.
Sorry?
We can't wait to see you on these tracks for real.
Yeah.
You told you race on the simulations, so now it's time to drive on this track for real. It's exciting for you.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you so much and congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, we very much appreciate our French hosts speaking in English for these interviews for us where they can. It's fantastic to hear. Lovely insight there. I didn't look in my mirrors once. I mean, maybe once to see what the gap was. That is confidence, isn't it, for a young man? That is utterly brilliant. So well done, Stepan Suslov. 5 wins from 6. Can he be caught? Well, we go to Mugello for round 3, 10th to the 12th of July. We will find out there. Thank you for joining us. Been another great weekend for the Hoosier Formula Cup. More racing to come with the GT Sprint Cup, Endurance Prototype qualifying, Ultimate GT Sprint Race 2 later on this afternoon, and of course the Kennel GT Endurance Cup. 6-hour endurance race from 5:30. There's plenty more coming up. Stay with us at MAGNY-COURS. Good morning, afternoon, welcome to MAGNY-COURS, round 2 of the GT Sprint Cup, part of the Ultimate Cup Series 2026. There are a few cars to come, only Southern taking part in races this weekend for the GT Sprint Cup. The other one, they're both today. One is starting in about 5 minutes' time, and the other will be at 4:35 later on this afternoon. Get it all done in one day. We were due 8 cars on the grid, but we've got no Confione Gregoire Benedet, who was meant to be racing in his Ferrari 430. And it's a surprise because in round number 1 at Le Castellet or Paul Ricard, we had 14 cars on the grid. So we've dropped by about half or so, but fingers crossed we will get some decent racing in. Leading the championship from round 1, Krian Reinhold in the Dynamic GT car 54. He is not with us this weekend. He won race number 1 and came second behind David Fevre in race number 2, which means Barthé, who took a 2 fairly decent third place finish and a second place finish in the first round. His car is here, the 27, but it's not him driving it. We have got in the 27 Pino Frescaro. It's a Ferrari 296 Challenge. So we will see where that leaves things after round number 2. But the So we started with Southern. We are down to 5 cars for the last, 25 minutes. On the track, Pino Frescaro and Tanguy Fevre lead the way, but do not let that confuse you. David Fevre and Julien Neal have been into the pits. However, in 35-minute GT Sprint Cup races, there is no mandatory pit stop, which has just thrown things a little bit. So I'd love to find out, we might not get it during this race, why that was. So the gap that Frescaro and Tanguy Fevre built up was around about 11 and 12 seconds. It's already down to Southern to David Fevre, and he is now, for the first time, beyond 3 seconds ahead of Julien Neal. So I make it, there are 5 cars on track. That's the easy bit. And then we've got, and he's brought down a 12-second gap to 2 seconds on our on-track leaders. That's him coming at the back now. So Julien Neal, for the first time in this race, will get to enjoy some, David Fevre will get to enjoy some overtaking in just a moment. That's at the Adelaide hairpin, long straight now up to Nürburgring. Goes past 1, and it won't be long until he catches the second. He won't do it on this straight, he'll come round the 180. Pino Frescaro just hang on as long as he possibly can. I mean, this is inevitable, but he'll hang on at least around the 180, up towards Imola at 12 and 13. and then he will drop into second place in this race as David Febvre. To be fair, Tanguy is hanging on behind him too. But there he goes. Into the Chateau d'Eau turn number 14. Left into the Ligier, or Complex de Ligier. Right, left, over the start-finish line. And David Febvre retains his natural position in the pecking order. Pino Frascaro and Tanguy Febvre will battle it out still, which will probably be for third and fourth by the end of the race, because Julien Neal will not be in fourth position for too long. Should see him pop out in just a second. There he is. And he will start the hunt of those two, as David Febvre has already achieved. And credit to Frascaro, they're not really letting David Febvre get away. The rate he caught them is not the rate he's getting away. Of course, there's a bit of a slipstream to enjoy. Well, that won't last too long. It'll become dirty air quite quickly. And that is Julien Neal. So that's Gregoire Benedet in the 96. The Fight Competition team is 50 seconds down of the front. And I imagine he might not see another car this entire race, because the other four are fairly close. And that's not an exaggeration to say that he might not see another car in this race, because he's 50 seconds behind and 50 seconds ahead of being caught at the back as well. That's who I thought it was initially, and some mistake, Julien Neal, both in very dark livery cars. I do like the look of a matte black. Is it matte black, or is it a very, very dark? It's matte black, isn't it? Scary looking Audi like that. Be scary for Tanguy Febvre and Pino Frascaro over the next lap or so. They have been hunted down for a second time in the last 5 minutes. Well, don't forget, although doing the chasing of Julien Neal, Febvre and Frascaro are still racing on track position for each other. So they'll be conscious that they not need to let him through. Of course, they are absolutely racing. This is not back marking, this is racing for position. But the likelihood is he'd get through eventually. But what doesn't want to happen, Tanguy Febvre doesn't want to lose time to Pino Frascaro whilst this is happening. Start-finish straight will give them... It's not a massively long start-finish straight, MAGNY-COURS, to be fair. Not like you see it the long straights they like to Paul Ricard or anywhere else. And this is not going to be super easy work. David Febvre up to a 6-second lead at the front. There he is. And he should, in theory, just sort of cruise home now. There should be very little challenge, because even if Julien Neal manages to get through, which he eventually should, although that gap's grown. Frascaro in the yellow Ferrari. He's not going to make his day easy for him. Gets closer there, much more straight line speed, and there he goes. So into second goes Julian Neal, what we were expecting. Oh, loses the back end, he'll go back to third and fourth. All that work undone in one corner. He has to do it all over again. Well, spend 5 minutes trying to get past two, you do it, and you give it back in 5 seconds. Less than that. Right, one done again. You want to do this properly this time, but a bit of a gap to make up. A real unforced error. David Fevre on course for his second win. There's a quick replay, just took it far too deeply. Yes, he had the man to overtake, but well, he'll do it again shortly, I'm sure. And make it stick. Hang on a second. Hang on just a second. Well, well, well. Oh, but on the cutback, and this time, too deep from Tanguy Fevre, but a cheeky attempt. And just to say, look, I ain't a sitting duck, mate. Come and get some. I love that. Well, I did not expect this to become a genuine race. Thought Julian Neal would eventually just walk through these two, begin the chase of David Fevre, away we go, Lee Frascaro and Tanguy Fevre to it. Not at all. Tanguy Fevre and Pino Frascaro, they want a little battle, and they are given one. Again, over the start finish, always had a great breakaway off that final chicane, the complex. Can he get it done? Straight line speed, later on the braking, yes he does. And sticks it this time, to his great relief. And then coming through on the inside, also Tanguy Fevre. Will Pino Frascaro lose 2 places? He might, you know. No, he's going to hang on with the speed, or will it be on the inside? Don't touch, boys. Oh, it's so close, just hangs on. Well, considering we're watching 3 cars for 20 minutes, this has been brilliant. Your lead is out and away. David Fevre, Gregoire Benedet is in a race of his own, but the 3 in the middle have an absolutely fantastic time. Julian Neal in the Audi will want nothing to do with this now. And his craft racing team, the Audi R8 GT3. Boys, I've had my fun, leave me alone, I'm off, is his intention. I just don't think Frascaro and Tanguy have the same idea. But whatever happens now, these guys have really given us something to watch, which could have been like a real dead rubber race. It's not been the case. Just a glance back at your leader, say, yep, he's still there. There he is, still leading. Just a quick check-in. And looking absolutely beautiful too, isn't it? It's the Huracan GT3. And the lead now, 17 seconds over Julien Neal. And he probably will catch the back marker at Gregoire Benedet in the Ferrari. Whoa, 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 whoa. What is happening? What happened there? That is no need for that, David Febvre. You're leading the race by 17 seconds. That is a pure lapse of concentration. That could have been an absolute disaster. You've got to see that again. There's nobody within 20 seconds either way of him. That is out of nowhere. I mean, he's fine now. He's had a scare. Maybe he's thinking, you know what, for the viewers, this is a boring race. I'll give them something to look at. Well, you definitely did, David. That's inexplicable. That looked very safely wide as well. He's got his concentration head back on. Here we go. Didn't see him coming in, but that is just... Yeah, can't explain that one. Now that is a flash of the lights, because, I mean, when you're driving like an luminous yellow, mostly Lamborghini Huracan, people can generally see you behind them. But he's just giving a quick flash to let Gregoire Benedet know in the Ferrari number 96 that he's on his way, he's leading the race. He doesn't want anything to cause any more trouble. Please get ready to step aside. Benedet rolling round in fifth position, fifth and last. It's great points for finishing last, isn't it? But crossing the finish line is objective number one. Because in this case, guaranteed points and good points. Behind them, the back three, sorry, the middle three, I should say, but just back on track at the minute. Neal, Frascaro and Tanguy Febvre. They are still not separated by that much, to be honest. Less than 1 second between Frascaro and Tanguy. Just keep away from the edges, David. Here's the race for third place, third and fourth. We're going to get a couple more laps in. And there's Julien Neal. Probably feels a lot more comfortable now than he did 10 minutes ago, with the gap of, what is it, just, well, 2.2 seconds or so. So if you are just joining us, we started with 7 on the grid. We lost 2 cars after just 5 laps, Pierre Aru and Maurizio Fondi. But remarkably, there's actually been a fair bit of action with 5 cars on the track. Some of it caused by racing, some of it can't quite explain. But either way, on the way to a second consecutive victory in the GT Sprint Cup is David Febvre. This is the race for third place. Tanguy Febvre in the 212 chasing Pino Frascaro. And Julian Neal is not getting away at all. It's come down now to 2.3 seconds. And Tanguy Febvre gets a second infringement for track limits, specifically at turn 17. That is the last corner of the circuit, the Complex de Ligier. That's it at the end of your screen right there, just before the pit entrance. You get away with 3, but then you start getting penalties. They'll get 2 more laps in, they'll cross the start. Actually, hang on. No, this could be the last lap if it goes down to 0, which it might do. David Febvre is around about halfway around the circuit. If he gets back before 0, then he'll do 1 more lap. If not, should be the checkered flag. And we are still racing after 35 minutes with 5 cars. We are still racing. Getting out of the way is Gregoire Benedet, who's now been lapped by the field. And this will go right towards the end. Still not sure if we'll get another lap in. 40 seconds to go, and David Febvre just coming up towards Imola 12 and 13. Going to be very, very tight indeed. These guys, well, they might love to go round again. I imagine Julian Neal would like to see this race done, to be honest. So, just watch the clock and watch for David Febvre, your leader, crossing the finish line. This is the second from last corner. Will he cross the start-finish? Will there be 1 more lap? It'll be ever so close. There will be 1 more lap. Wow. He's done that by probably less than a second, and Julian Neal will be absolutely seething with him, because it's now down to 1.4 seconds the gap for second and third. And 1.1 to Tanguy Febvre. So there's your leader for pretty much the entire race, other than a pit stop that I can't explain early on, where both he and Julian Neal went through the pits. There was no indication of a drive-through penalty, so that is to be explained afterwards. But still, he's going to win this by 13 seconds minimum. He's actually come down from 16 seconds to 13, surprisingly. And Julian Neal just getting away from Pino Frascaro and Tanguy Febvre. They will race right towards the very end. 7 corners remaining for those at the back. Just a few for this man. David Febvre looked ominous from the start for the CKCT Sport team. And the Lamborghini Huracan GT3. And the final turns for David Febvre, CKTC Sport Team. 2 wins in succession, race 2 at Paul Ricard, race 1 at MAGNY-COURS. And the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 continues to impress and make his way at the championship standings. It was Julian Neal who finished second, 7 seconds back of David Febvre. So David Febvre really slowed down those last 2 laps, didn't he? Dropped 10 seconds in the last 2, in fact. And then Pino Frascaro wins the battle for third place over Tanguy Febvre. And Gregoire Benedet will come across the line to pick up points in fifth place. Two non-finishers, and Pierre Aru and Maurizio Fondi, who we lost after 5 laps. And there is your finishing order. David Febvre on top for the CKCT Sport Team, and the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 wins it by only 7 seconds after leading by 16 with a couple of laps to go. Really enjoyed those closing two. Bit of a warm down victory lap or two. Julian Neal had a really close battle, in fact, with Pino Frascaro and Tanguy Febvre for second, third and fourth throughout that entire race. Eventually gets it done by a few seconds. Pino over Tanguy for that last step of the podium. Gregoire Benedet, the last of the finishers, in fifth place, 1 lap down, but gets good points. 2 non-finishers, Pierre Aru and Maurizio Fondi. So, despite the numbers and maybe the pessimism for just 7 cars starting, well, plenty to talk about. I'd love somebody to ask the question of David Febvre, what happened when he left the track, leading by such a margin, not a car in sight in front or behind. And that did manage to get himself out of the gravel trap, but that would have been a quite embarrassing disaster for him. But regardless, finishes on the number 1 step, gets it done. So here are your highlights. Oh, that wasn't the start. That was the formation lap. Don't worry. But the start, when we got there, now this was under investigation for 2 cars, and it's going to be investigated after the race. We couldn't see it from this view head on, but regardless, David Febvre got away the quickest with Julian Neal. They started to build a little bit of a gap. And then, for a reason we don't know yet, they both went through the pits. Maybe they got a message we didn't, but I don't believe they were under investigation, because it was the 33 of Maurizio Fondi who was the number that was being investigated. Regardless, Pierre Aru and Maurizio Fondi would come into contact during a great race for 5th, 6th and 7th. This was the move up the inside. There was space, do you think? Who knows? Not for us to decide in eventually, but they would both leave the track at the next passing of the pit lane. So Aru and Fondi out left us with 5 cars of the original 7 that started. And then there was a chase, because David Febvre and Julian Neal had to get past, after pitting, for a reason we can't tell, Pino Frascaro and Tanguy Febvre, who led the race momentarily for a few laps or so. David Febvre did the job, got past fairly comfortably, moved into a 20-second lead. But it was a lot more difficult for Julian Neal. Did get past on one occasion, then let it go again, got past on the second occasion, and eventually made it stick. But it was a lot more difficult than we were maybe anticipating. So this was one of the moves, got this one done. That was on Tanguy Febvre. Then he had Pino Frascaro in front, gets it done the first time, but then undoes his fantastic work by going wide, touching the gravel. They both get back through. So he has to do it all over again. Does get it done again, not without a little bit of a scare. And that was the way the front 2 finished, David Febvre and Julian Neal. Never got more than a few seconds away. Eventually 7 seconds behind David Febvre, who really slowed down on the closing couple of laps. Pino Frascaro and Tanguy Febvre battled it out between themselves for 3rd and 4th, with the Swiss coming out on top in the car 27. That was the moment that David Febvre, for no reason whatsoever, decided to make the race exciting for himself and touched the gravel, did get out, still won by 7 seconds after slowing down. So, fantastic race in the GT Sprint Cup number 1. There's one more coming up later at 4:35.
Qui partit en pole position avec la numéro 54. Et on retrouve Eric Sélis au micro pour commenter cette course également. Gilles Smits qui vire en tête au premier virage à l'entrée des S de la Verrerie.
Et ça semble être passé pour tout le monde. C'est déjà la bonne nouvelle de ce deuxième départ de la Legend Car, car on l'a vu ce matin. Il y avait eu quelques frottements de carrosserie. Oula, attention là, un blocage de roue là. Ouh, ouais, ça, il y a un problème là, semble-t-il, pour cette voiture qui part au large et qui a poussé le concurrent bien involontairement, qui s'est retrouvé dans le runoff. Mais là, clairement, il y avait un problème de frein. Alors, on n'a pas pu voir passer, enfin, on n'a pas vu le numéro lorsque cette voiture est passée devant nous, mais c'est cette voiture avec la teinte noire et orange là qui s'est totalement ratée au niveau du freinage. Peut-être Maxime Lieutenant, le numéro 60, ça pourrait être lui. En tout cas, ça a été, oui, et d'ailleurs la direction de course l'a noté, hein. Je pense que clairement le pilote qui a été aussi propulsé à l'extérieur de la chicane a dû se demander ce qui lui est arrivé. Mais là, il était un petit peu en perdition. On va essayer. On n'a pas vu le numéro, mais je pense qu'effectivement, c'est bien ça. Et pour l'instant, c'est Thibaut Chiron qui réalise le meilleur premier partiel dans ce premier tour, dans le premier secteur. 46. Non, c'est pas possible. 46 107 pour 45 883 par exemple, ou 45 4. Là, il y a un petit souci de synthé sur le chrono. Voilà, on va attendre que tout ça revienne et reprenne sa place. Oula, la courbe de signe, elle est très très large pour certains. Et on va arriver dans le double droit du bossé. Oula, la 24 là qui part en tête à queue. Non, ça a été limite. Mais on a quelques figures de style. Là, on vous l'a déjà dit ce matin, si vous étiez avec nous lors de la première course, c'est une catégorie qui est très spectaculaire. Des voitures hyper légères, moins de 500 kg, plus de 140 chevaux. Donc autant dire qu'on a vite fait de se faire un petit peu surprendre. Mais pour l'heure, eh bien, ça donne des courses spectaculaires. Et de ce point de vue-là, eh bien, on ne va pas bouder notre plaisir. Alors, qui est repassé en tête?
C'est Manon Glohagen.
Et voilà, il me semblait bien, hein,
c'est Manon Glohagen avec la Legends Cars numéro 711, elle, pilote de la catégorie Racer, vainqueur de cette catégorie sur la première course. Et là, elle se retrouve en tête du classement général après
un tour.
Un tour. Ah oui, c'est un tour.
C'est le premier tour, tout simplement.
Ah oui, il y avait le tour de formation avec ce départ lancé. Et ça fait un tour de 39 exactement pour Manon Glohagen. Attention derrière Thibaut Chiron qui pointe à 1 dixième seulement. Thibaut Chiron qui a décidé tout de suite d'attaquer la pilote de la catégorie Racer, mais qui nous fait une deuxième course sensationnelle. Tout à l'heure, elle avait terminé à la 6e position, mais à la première place en Racer, ce qui est déjà superbe performance pour elle. Et pour l'instant, elle améliore même son meilleur résultat. C'est pas terminé, il reste encore 30 secondes. Maxime Laforêt. On a un tir coupé de Maxime là qui se retrouve un petit peu dans le paquet. Ça va pas être évident maintenant de remonter tout le monde. Alors, est-ce qu'on a des nouvelles de Roman Charbonnier? Roman Charbonnier qui a pris le départ.
Il est 4e.
Il est 4e, voilà, je cherchais. Il était un peu plus haut que ce que je pensais. Excellent départ, hein, lui qui s'est lancé en 7e position. Il gagne 3 places déjà.
Allez, on est un petit peu plus loin là, aux alentours du top 10, à la 11e position là, sur ce trio là qui est en bagarre également. Vous voyez, hein, même si les niveaux sont peut-être différents entre les pilotes, il y a toujours moyen dans ce peloton des Legends Cars de retrouver de la bagarre et avec qui croiser le fer. Attention, elle est sous pression Manon. Est-ce qu'il va y avoir une attaque de Thibaut Chiron à l'entrée du double droit du bossé? J'ai bien l'impression que oui. Thibaut Chiron qui a porté une attaque et qui devrait... Ah non, il a été repoussé. Et voilà, Manon qui a bien contenu cette attaque de Chiron qui tentait de l'intimider à l'entrée du double droit du bossé. Thibaut Chiron qui en est pour ses frais et qui eh bien, doit rester deuxième. Attention quand même de ne pas faire tout et n'importe quoi. Derrière, il y a du monde qui attend et qui s'impatiente à l'image de Gilles Smits qui est en 3... non, il n'est pas en 3e position. Là, il a dû perdre une...
Il est 4e.
Ouais, il a perdu une position parce que je pense que c'est
Charbonnier
hein, qui est passé 3e. On le cherchait tout à l'heure, il était 4e. Et bien là, il est 3e.
Allez, fin de ce deuxième tour dans quelques instants. Et confirmation, c'est bien Roman Charbonnier qui va passer la ligne en 3e position. Toujours Manon Glohagen avec seulement 9 centièmes même d'avance sur Thibaut Chiron. Charbonnier 3e, Smith 4e. Pierre-Laury de Brousseau qui perd 2 places sur ce tour précédent et qui laisse Maxime Lieutenant et Maxime Sontag passer en 5e et 6e position. Elle tient très très bien cette première place, Manon Glohagen, si elle est mise sous pression par l'un des tout meilleurs pilotes de ce championnat. Oh, attention, ça rentre au stand pour la numéro 11. C'est Bastien en dernière position. Regardez Manon Glohagen qui accélère à la droite du Mistral et qui dépose littéralement Thibaut Chiron sur ses premiers mètres. Attention, ça se déporte là-bas, il y a une tentative d'attaque avant l'entrée de la chicane nord. Est-ce que ça va se confirmer?
Qui essaye de déborder entre
un Charbonnier même qui est là, qui va essayer de passer en 2e position, mais ça tient bon pour Manon Glohagen et Thibaut Chiron. Pas de changement finalement dans ce top 4.
Ouais, Manon Glohagen qui contrôle parfaitement pour l'instant, et Dieu sait si c'est compliqué de pouvoir tenir. Normalement les hélicos ne font pas partie de la course, c'est juste une petite précision pour ce plan de caméra. Donc Manon Glohagen là attention à l'intérieur là dans la courbe de signe, par contre j'ai l'impression qu'elle s'est fait surprendre
par Roman Charbonnier.
Ouais, par Roman Charbonnier, et elle va tenter peut-être de répliquer à l'intérieur à l'entrée du double droit du Bossé, mais ça ne passera pas. Ouais, Roman Charbonnier qui a pris le lead maintenant devant Manon Glohagen et qui elle emmène dans son sillage Thibaut Chiron et Gilles Smith.
Ouais, il en a à revendre Roman Charbonnier après sa non-participation à la première course où il n'a pas marqué de points, mais qui est arrivé ici dans le Var avec le statut de leader du championnat Legends Cars. Et bien là il va essayer de rattraper un maximum de points, il le fait bien en étant en tête de la course pour l'instant. C'est pas terminé, Manon Glohagen n'a pas dit son dernier mot. Derrière Thibaut Chiron non plus, il reste en embuscade, il est patient Thibaut Chiron, il reste 12 minutes avant la fin de cette course et il attend le bon moment. Alors il sait que le championnat c'est long, surtout avec 4 courses par week-end.
Et puis il faut peut-être pas non plus se livrer trop tôt, parce que on a la possibilité de se faire contrer, de se faire reprendre, et je pense que c'est ce qu'il est peut-être en train de se dire. Il est pour l'instant calé en 3e position, il n'y a pas trop de menaces derrière lui pour l'instant, et bien il va voir un petit peu comment ça évolue entre Roman Charbonnier et Manon Glohagen, et peut-être sur la dernière partie de course, dans les 5 dernières minutes, peut-être essayer de hausser le rythme et de se détacher pour aller chercher une victoire.
Il y en a un qui a un peu plus de mal sur cette deuxième course, c'est Maxime, le champion numéro 25 de cette Legends Cars Cup. Que 5e. Pas mal de prendre retard sur la tête du championnat avant ce week-end sur le circuit Paul-Ricard.
Sur la tête de course sur les images avec semble-t-il du changement en tête, puisque on a désormais Thibaut Chiron qui est aux avant-postes avec dans son sillage Gilles Smith, les 2 hommes forts de la première course de ce matin, et derrière on retrouve
Manon Glohagen et Maxime Lieutenant, si je dis pas de bêtises.
Je crois que c'est Lieutenant qui est devant Manon, visiblement sous réserve que la perspective de la caméra non, il est passé 2e Lieutenant. C'est effectivement Thibaut Chiron qui a cédé une position, et Lieutenant qui essaye une nouvelle fois de se porter à l'intérieur dans le double droit du
Gilles Smith, le 54. Ouais, mais Maxime Lieutenant est 5e avec la livrée noire et orange.
Oui, c'est Roman Charbonnier, autant pour moi.
Charbonnier en tête.
J'ai confondu.
Thibaut Chiron, Manon Glohagen et Maxime Lieutenant. Comme ça, le top 5 est
autant pour moi
connu, mais ça change tellement vite sur notamment ce secteur entre secteur 2 finalement. Dans la ligne droite, sortie du secteur de la Sainte-Baume, la ligne droite du Mistral et également la chicane nord. Et c'est Charbonnier qui
c'est marqué en gros sur la voiture. Donc on va plus se tromper maintenant. Hein.
Le ciel, Charbonnier, ça ne changera pas en tout cas pour ce week-end. Et normalement, ce sera le cas pour toute l'ensemble de la saison. Allez, les écarts, on va les connaître après ce 4e tour. Charbonnier devant Gilles Smith pour 2 dixièmes seulement. À 1 dixième derrière, on trouve Thibaut Chiron. Et avec ce petit gap, qui peut être un gros gap en Legends Car, 3 dixièmes entre Chiron et Glohagen.
J'ai l'impression que maintenant Glohagen elle a un petit peu de mal à suivre dans les lignes droites. Là, elle vient de se faire déborder par Maxime Lieutenant là, dans la ligne droite qui est ramenée vers les S de la verrerie. Alors que lorsqu'on est dans le 3e secteur, eh bien, elle revient facilement au contact des voitures qui sont devant elle.
Attention maintenant pour doubler tout ce beau monde, ça peut être compliqué. Ça ne sera pas une mince affaire pour Manon Glohagen en début de course. Et qui là sur le catégorie racer, pas de souci, largement en tête puisque le deuxième pilote racer c'est François Beltrando qui est 9e du général. Alors que dans la catégorie élite c'est Pierre-Laurent Brousseau qui mène la danse devant Benjamin Coulot et Fabien Bonnet.
Passage dans la chicane nord emmené cette fois par
c'est Gilles Smith désormais qui est devant. Là, il y a encore eu du changement et décidément ce secteur au niveau du virage du camp de la Sainte-Baume, il se passe toujours quelque chose tour après tour. Ce n'est plus Romain de Charbonnier, c'est Gilles Smith qui est en tête.
Et j'ai bien peur que Manon Glohagen là perde un petit peu le contact là, avec ce déficit un peu visible en ligne droite. Si elle arrive à rester dans l'aspiration notamment du numéro 60, à savoir Maxime Lieutenant, elle va pouvoir rester au contact des hommes de tête. Mais
Charbonnier qui repasse devant Gilles Smith dans la courbe de signe. Thibaut Chiron, ça y est, est leader. Ce n'est pas un hasard. Ce n'est pas un hasard de voir Thibaut Chiron arriver en tête de course dans les derniers instants. Alors, il 7 minutes 30 secondes. Mais Thibaut Chiron fut patient, il a parfaitement étudié ses adversaires et il ne s'est surtout pas précipité. Et voilà, là il se retrouve en tête, il sait garder la première position. On va dire que c'est fait, et Thibaut Chiron est en train de faire une excellente opération. On rappelle qu'il a remporté tout à l'heure la première course. Donc Gilles Smith et Maxime Lieutenant.
Gilles Smith qui n'a pas dit son dernier mot non plus. Attention quand même au pilote belge pour l'instant en 3e position. Alors Chiron il va emmener ce peloton de furieux là pour les 6 dernières minutes, 6 minutes 45 exactement à parcourir. On a vu que tout à l'heure il avait du répondant dans la première manche, mais là le contexte est un petit peu différent. C'est pas un mano à mano avec Gilles Smith, mais là il y a 5 voitures qui peuvent prétendre à la plus haute marche du podium. 5 voitures pour 3 places sur le podium, il y en a forcément 2 de trop, mais on peut s'attendre à quelques rebondissements et à mon avis les derniers tours vont être très très intenses, alors que derrière vous le voyez également pour les accessites c'est tout aussi disputé.
Entre Maxime Sontag et Pierre-Laurent Brousseau, et Brousseau qui a repris la place à Sontag qui essaie de se défendre immédiatement et de répliquer. Essayer d'aller chercher l'intérieur ici dans le virage de la Sainte-Baume, mais ça ne passera pas. C'est Pierre-Laurent Brousseau qui conserve cette 7e position et surtout lui conserve sa place tête de la catégorie élite. La catégorie élite, ce sont des pilotes qui ont des Legends Cars avec des moteurs de MT-09 et qui n'ont pas de palmarès, de championnat dans différentes catégories. Ça va peut-être changer fin de cette saison pour Pierre-Laurent Brousseau. En tout cas, c'est ce qu'il cherche.
Allez, on va regarder également comment ça va évoluer parce que Romain Charbonnier, qui est de nouveau repassé aux commandes de cette course, eh bien, avait creusé un petit peu l'écart. Mais regardez, dans la remontée vers la courbe de signe, tout est à refaire puisque Gilles Smith et Thibaut Chiron sont repassés devant la Legends Car bleu ciel là, qui se porte à l'intérieur dans 3 de front au freinage du double droite du bossé. Ça ne passera pas, ça c'est sûr. Et malheureusement pour Manon, elle a perdu le contact là. D'habitude, elle était toujours dans les pare-chocs arrière. derrière, mais là, elle a lâché un peu de terrain et j'ai bien peur que ça soit de façon irrémédiable. Et on va se retrouver avec 4 pilotes en explication pour le podium. Maxime Lieutenant qui est certainement, comme on l'avait vu tout à l'heure, la voiture qui a été impliquée dans le premier incident au freinage de la chicane. Il y a eu un message de la direction de course comme quoi il serait revu cet incident après la course. Attention quand même parce qu'il pourrait y avoir une décision qui pourrait peut-être un petit peu chambouler la hiérarchie.
Ouais, 4 minutes, moins de 30 secondes désormais avant la fin de cette course. Gilles Smith. On a toujours cette bataille devant, ouais, on est un peu plus loin.
On est aux alentours du top 20 là avec la 13. Ici on a la 106 à l'image. Là on est effectivement beaucoup plus loin. Et on va se retrouver voilà, avec les leaders et Chiron qui a repris les commandes devant Smith. Et maintenant Charbonnier, regardez, Charbonnier à la faveur d'une sortie un peu plus efficace. Ouais, ça joue du pare-choc un petit peu, j'ai l'impression là. Charbonnier sur Smith. Mais tout ça reste correct. Mais ouais, et du coup Smith il est propulsé à l'intérieur de Chiron. Et de fait, eh bien, il prend les commandes de la course. Alors attention, hein, on a vu qu'il valait mieux soigner les trajectoires plutôt que d'essayer de fermer les portes. Parce qu'ensuite, à la relance, c'était un petit peu plus compliqué. Et
Eric, ça se transforme en un match France-Belgique, ce top 4 avec 2 pilotes français, Thibaut Chiron, Charbonnier, et 2 pilotes belges, Maxime Lieutenant, qui décrochera la victoire. La France ou la Belgique, pour l'instant, grosse bataille devant avec la réponse de Romain Charbonnier sur Thibaut Chiron. Est-ce que Gilles Smith a conservé cette première position? Oui, il est toujours là, le pilote belge numéro 54, alors que Manon Glohagen, elle, a de plus en plus de mal à tenir le rythme des leaders.
C'est fini pour Manon, malheureusement, elle n'aura plus son mot à dire dans cette course pour le podium, à moins effectivement que dans ce quatuor de tête, les choses évoluent et qu'il y ait quelques dégâts dans les derniers tours, alors qu'on nous signale un drapeau jaune dans le premier secteur. Ah, ça a été effacé, donc voilà, une petite figure de style peut-être pour un concurrent. En tout cas, c'est clair que l'action se passe devant maintenant.
Attention, Gilles Smith menacé à l'entrée du double droite du Bosset. C'est Jérôme Charbonnier qui trouve l'ouverture et peut-être même Thibaut Chiron à l'intérieur qui aura l'avantage, qui parcourra moins de terrain.
Ouais. Maxime Lieutenant était tout proche aussi de profiter de l'ouverture sur Gilles Smith. Pour l'instant, eh bien, ça se... C'était limite pour Charbonnier. Là, il a fait une très belle virgule là, sur l'asphalte du circuit Paul Ricard. Mais du coup, bien tout le monde s'est regroupé.
Et un qui n'a pas dit son dernier mot, c'est Maxime Lieutenant qui se présente à l'intérieur et qui commence à attaquer tout doucement. Alors, c'est pas encore le dernier tour, mais début du dernier tour lors du passage sur la ligne. C'est-à-dire dans un instant, Charbonnier, Chiron, Smith, Lieutenant qui, pour s'imposer sur cette deuxième course Legends Cars Cup aujourd'hui au Castellet, réponse dans moins d'un tour désormais.
Chiron, il est à l'aspiration dans le pare-choc arrière de Charbonnier. Va-t-il se décaler au moment de rentrer dans la verrerie? Ça ne semble pas être le cas, alors que derrière, eh bien, Maxime Lieutenant, lui, a semble-t-il attaqué Gilles Smith. Et Maxime Lieutenant, hein, on ne se fait pas de cadeau entre pilotes belges. Et là, c'est la place qui compte, c'est pas la course d'équipe, hein, bien évidemment. On est un petit peu plus loin là, avec la numéro 12 et c'est reparti pour Lieutenant face à Chiron. Et voilà, c'est confirmé pour Lieutenant, pardon, c'est Charbonnier. Je lui en veux, hein. À Romain Charbonnier. Romain Charbonnier qui est donc aux commandes avec Thibaut Chiron dans son sillage. C'est le dernier tour, hein. On est dans le dernier tour.
Quelque chose me dit que Lieutenant n'a pas dit son dernier mot non plus. Eric, regardez, il est 3e, ça y est, il a désormais sa place sur le podium, lui qui était un peu loin de la discussion en début de course. Et il se retrouve désormais sur le podium du général, le podium de cette catégorie Elite Pro, hein, qui regroupe les meilleurs pilotes. Charbonnier, Chiron et Maxime Lieutenant. Gilles Smith désormais en 4e position et qui est en train de tout perdre. Ça ressort très fort pour Romain Charbonnier de la chicane.
Et attention à ce dernier secteur là qui arrive, hein, entre le double droite du Bosset où tout à l'heure on a vu quelques figures de style et ensuite la réaccélération au virage du lac et la courbe de Garlaban.
Et regardez Maxime Lieutenant qui vire en tête à la sortie de la courbe de Cygne. Bon, attention, Gilles Smith également qui ressort un peu plus à l'intérieur et qui va repasser en tête. Incroyable, les deux pilotes belges qui sont en train de prendre l'ascendant, mais Chiron à l'intérieur qui essaye de repasser devant. Non, ça ne suffira pas. Ah, il a fait un choix stratégique discutable là, sur ce coup-là, Thibaut Chiron. Mais ce n'est pas terminé, il reste encore 3 virages. Le virage de Bandor, la courbe du Garde-à-Vent. Le freinage du virage du pont, à mon avis, risque d'être un petit peu mouvementé, me semble-t-il, parce que là, on a 3 concurrents roue dans roue. Attention, Smith qui ferme les portes. Ça va être entendu pour Gilles Smith qui va aller chercher la victoire. La Belgique est en train de tout rafler sur cette course. Gilles Smith devant Maxime Lieutenant, Thibaut Chiron 3e, Romain Charbonnier 4e. Le passage sous le drapeau à Damier. Quelle course encore une fois! Et c'est Gilles Smith qui s'impose. C'est confirmé pour 5 centièmes seulement devant Maxime Lieutenant 2e, Thibaut Chiron 3e, Romain Charbonnier au pied du podium 4e. Eh bien on s'est régalé, Eric.
Ah ouais, très belle course. On vous l'a dit, hein, il y a toujours du spectacle dans ces Legends Car Cup. Et donc Gilles Smith qui ce matin avait terminé derrière Thibaut Chiron, et bien là s'impose. Maxime Lieutenant s'intercale entre les deux hommes forts de ce matin, et ce qui fait que Thibaut Chiron termine en 3e position. Romain Charbonnier, non sans avoir tout essayé, et bien doit malheureusement pour lui se contenter de la 4e place. En tout cas, c'est une course durant laquelle on s'est vraiment régalé. Bertrand le confirmait il y a quelques instants. Vraiment, on s'est fait plaisir et les pilotes se font plaisir, ne serait-ce qu'à tous les niveaux de la course. Hein. On l'a bien vu, il y a des bagarres à tous les étages. Et bien comme il l'a dit, la Belgique s'est imposée en terre française. Revanche à Spa-Francorchamps, puisque Ultimate Cup Series passera à Francorchamps, donc on verra si les choses seront bien faites ou pas dans les Ardennes. Mais pour l'heure, on va savourer, et ça, sachant qu'en plus il y a encore 2 autres courses à disputer, ça nous promet bien du spectacle. Legends Cars, 4e et dernière course de cette première manche ici sur le circuit Paul Ricard. Première manche Ultimate Cup Series, mais deuxième manche dans cette saison 2026 du Legends Cars Cup, avec donc un départ qui va être donné dans quelques instants. Alors on va vous informer qu'il y a déjà eu un départ malheureusement qui s'est pas très bien passé, avec eh bien, un drapeau rouge qui a été présenté aux pilotes après ce départ, après plusieurs accrochages dans la ligne droite des stands, et donc cette procédure de départ qui a recommencé, et les pilotes attendent eh bien, le départ du tour de formation, et c'est parti. Ils peuvent reprendre place sur la piste, effectuer leur tour de formation, et puis ensuite il y aura un tour de lancer, puisque c'est un départ lancé hein, sur cette dernière course comme d'habitude. On espère que cette fois ça va bien se passer, que les pilotes vont pouvoir prendre leur envol comme prévu. Alors suite à ce drapeau rouge hein, qui est intervenu dès le départ, bien évidemment la grille va être inchangée, donc on va retrouver les mêmes pilotes sur leur position initiale. Reste à savoir maintenant si eh bien, les voitures qui ont été évacuées ont pu être entre guillemets réparées, ce qui me semble peut-être un petit peu juste hein, compte tenu du peu de temps qui s'est écoulé entre cette interruption de course et le restart. Donc on devrait avoir une grille quelque peu clairsemée suite à cette envol quelque peu complexe dans ce premier départ de la 4e course de la Legends Cars, qui va reprendre son cours d'ici quelques instants. Les pilotes sont du côté de la ligne droite du Mistral et en train de remonter vers la chicane nord. On va voir ce que ça va donner dans quelques instants. Je pense qu'on va avoir une procédure de départ accélérée hein, avec juste une remise en grille, et ensuite la leading. Je crois que même la voiture est déjà devant. Donc ça se trouve, je pense même qu'on va peut-être repartir tout de suite. Hein. Il y a peut-être une chance qu'on soit directement dans ce tour de formation. On va ensuite se mettre en grille dans le sillage de cette voiture de sécurité, de voiture de la direction de course, et lorsqu'elle va s'écarter, eh bien je pense qu'on sera parti. Alors une information importante, la course va être réduite de 5 minutes, le temps de course va être réduit de 5 minutes. Voilà la voiture qui s'est positionnée, la leading car qui s'est positionnée devant le peloton. On retrouve Gilles Smith aux avant-postes. Gilles Smith qui aura forcément le goût de la revanche dans la bouche avec cette arrivée ô combien disputée il y a de cela, allez, à peine 2 heures maintenant. Chiron qui a réussi à lui souffler la victoire dans le dernier virage. Et voilà les pilotes là maintenant qui sont en train de se ranger derrière la leading car. Avec donc Gilles Smith et Maxime Lieutenant sur la première ligne. Thibaut Chiron qui partage la deuxième ligne avec Romain Charbonnier. Alors que du côté de la direction de course, évidemment, on va se pencher sur ce premier départ qui a donné lieu à cette interruption de course suite à cet accrochage, on pourrait presque dire collectif, parce qu'il y a 5 voitures, comme le disait Bertrand, qui ont été impliquées dans ce fait de course. Voilà le peloton qui est en train de se reformer, ligne par ligne. Et je pense qu'on va partir directement, me semble-t-il. La voiture qui est après le virage du pont va certainement s'écarter sur la droite de la piste. Voilà qui est fait. On va laisser évidemment Gilles Smith donner le rythme de ce départ. C'est lui qui doit franchir la ligne de chronométrage en premier. On a interdiction de doubler tant que le leader n'est pas passé. Et ensuite on va accélérer pour rentrer dans la course proprement dit, en espérant cette fois que le départ se passe sans encombre pour l'intégralité du peloton. Pour l'instant, ça semble être le cas. Et je pense que Gilles Smith, oui, est en train de conserver le leadership, alors que derrière, eh bien, c'est Thibaut Chiron. Oh là 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 là, il y a eu contact là du côté de la verrie avec Charbonnier qui est parti en tête à queue. Heureusement, il a pu rattraper sa voiture. Mais par contre, il a perdu énormément de place. Il reprend la course. Romain Charbonnier qui était en 4e position sur la grille de départ. Là, il va reprendre position dans le dernier tiers du peloton de cette Legends Cars Cup. Eh bien, on le disait, ces courses sont toujours animées, sont toujours spectaculaires. Mais cette dernière course semble vouloir se mettre tout en haut de la hiérarchie des rebondissements et des faits de course, avec encore une fois cette figure. Heureusement, il n'y a pas eu de conséquences autres que malheureusement du temps perdu pour Romain Charbonnier. On le voit ici, la numéro 66 qui est aux alentours de la peut-être 12e position à peu près. Il va évidemment rattraper le temps perdu sur les premiers concurrents qui sont devant lui, qui sont un petit peu moins rapides, mais ensuite ça va être compliqué pour revenir sur la tête de course. On va voir. En tout cas pour l'instant, Gilles Smith est aux commandes avec Thibaut Chiron dans son sillage, et derrière on retrouve Maxime Sontag, me semble-t-il, avec Manon Glohagen qui semble être en 4e position. Allez, on va retrouver les voitures là qui sont du côté du double droite du Bossé, alors que tout le monde est en train de négocier la courbe de signe, et ça se passe jusqu'à présent sans encombre. Trajectoire un petit peu large, un petit peu généreuse sur les Renault du tracé Paul Ricard, à l'image de Fabien Laudet, le numéro 21. Mais pour l'instant, ça passe. Il n'y a pas d'autres problématiques. Ouais, c'est bien confirmé. C'est bien Maxime Sontag qui est en 3e position. Et effectivement, Manon Glohagen 4e, avec toujours ce petit panache de fumée qui s'échappe sur l'arrière gauche, pardon, parce que évidemment les images de face, donc il ne faut pas se tromper, l'arrière gauche de la voiture de Manon.
Et Gilles Smith qui va passer la ligne en tête dans quelques instants devant Thibaut Chiron et Maxime Sontag comme prévu.
Voilà, bon départ donc de Maxime Sontag hein, qui était un petit peu plus loin sur la grille de départ. Il partait de la 4e ligne et il a profité d'un très bon départ pour se hisser tout de suite sur le trio de tête.
Et Smith, Chiron, Sontag, Lohagen, lieutenant 5e, Brousseau à la 6e position, 7e Claude Vatten, 8e Fabien Laudet, 9e François Beltrando, Romain Charbonnier et a passé la ligne en 10e position. Décidément un week-end compliqué pour Charbonnier qui a eu des problèmes mécaniques, qui en piste un petit peu de mal à rester sur le rythme des premiers, même s'il a signé un podium en course 3 tout à l'heure avec une fin de course assez sensationnelle.
Maxime Lieutenant qui met la pression sur Manon Glohagen, mais pour l'instant elle résiste. Manon, elle a repoussé cette attaque au virage de l'école et elle a négocié le virage de la Sainte-Baume également sans problème. Voilà donc pour ce tour qui se poursuit et les pilotes qui sont maintenant du côté de la chicane nord de la ligne droite du Mistral avec, me semble-t-il, une attaque de Maxime Lieutenant à l'intérieur sur Manon Glohagen. Et c'est passé, ouais, effectivement, c'est passé pour Maxime qui prend la 4e position. Maxime Lieutenant donc qui est passé en 4e position et qui a avalé également. Oula, il y a un problème là pour Maxime Sontag qui a perdu 2 positions. Manon Glohagen qui a profité de cette attaque de Maxime Lieutenant pour lui sauter dans l'aspiration et en profiter pour passer devant Maxime Sontag. Et là on voit que les deux Legend Cars sont maintenant 3e et 4e. Manon Glohagen qui reste finalement 4e après ses péripéties. Et attention parce que je pense que du côté de Maxime Sontag on n'a pas dit son dernier mot, bien évidemment.
Ouais, Maxime Sontag qui attend toujours, qui cherche toujours son premier podium du week-end avec cette numéro 27 Smith. Chiron, Maxime Sontag qui rôde également pas très loin derrière. Il reste 10 minutes avant le drapeau à damier. Maxime Lieutenant tout d'abord, Manon Glohagen, Maxime Sontag. Voilà, les 5 premiers même de cette course sont en train de s'échapper. Et ici derrière on retrouve Pierre-Lauril Brousseau en 6e position, un peu isolé. Et derrière c'est Romain Charbonnier avec cette Legends Cars bleu ciel qui peut sortir également du lot dans ses derniers tours. Pour l'instant il est loin pour le podium.
A priori, on a un message de la direction de course comme quoi Manon Glohagen serait pénalisée de 10 secondes pour avoir été jugée responsable d'un accrochage. Alors est-ce que c'est une pénalité qui est relative au premier départ? Ça doit être le cas hein, parce que là sur ce deuxième départ on n'a rien vu de spectaculaire hormis effectivement le tête à queue hein, de Romain Charbonnier. Alors est-ce que c'est dans ce restart que Manon Glohagen et Romain Charbonnier se sont accrochés? En tout cas la décision est tombée, la direction de course a considéré que c'était Manon la responsable et de fait eh bien, elle va être pénalisée de 10 secondes à l'arrivée de la course.
Mais ça va faire très très mal. 10 secondes dans les Legends Cars, c'est une décision qui est dure pour Manon Glohagen qui peut encore espérer être sur le podium de cette catégorie racer. On va surveiller les écarts avant la fin de la course. Manon Glohagen toujours à l'attaque avec derrière elle pour la traquer. C'est Maxime Sontag et Maxime Lieutenant. Elle est 3e pour l'instant, Manon Glohagen.
Les deux Maxime qui sont en train de s'expliquer. Hein.
Et devant, on a Gilles Smith et Thibaut Chiron. Derrière, c'est un peu l'inverse de la course de tout à l'heure où c'était Chiron et Smith en tant que poursuivants.
Alors là, c'est de savoir effectivement si la physionomie de la course 3 à laquelle on a assisté en début de matinée eh bien, va se reproduire, mais cette fois à l'inverse. Parce que, comme l'a expliqué Bertrand, c'était Thibaut qui menait tout à l'heure devant Gilles. Là, c'est Gilles Smith qui ouvre la piste, qui ouvre la voie devant Thibaut Chiron. Alors, je pense que Thibaut, il a compris, vu la manœuvre réussie tout à l'heure, qu'il n'y avait peut-être pas forcément besoin d'attaquer.
And a big warm welcome to race number 2 of the weekend for our Legends Cars Cup. It is round number 3 of the series, part of the Ultimate Cup Series 2026 weekend. We are racing Chiron Thibault and Romain Charbonnier, 2nd and 3rd this morning, will lead the way into the first corner. Chiron, also your championship leader coming into this weekend overall in the Elite Pro category. He had a 16-point lead, but that was cut in half because earlier on today, it was a fantastic win for Maxime Lieutenant. And there is cars in the gravel, and they've come back out again, plenty of dust. But thankfully, all 4 wheels on every car involved. There are a few really struggling at the back of the pack, though. Find out about that in just 1 second. But if you joined us this morning, incredible racing from start to finish. Utterly brilliant. Wasn't won until the last few corners of the final lap, which is often the story in Legends car racing. Now, we've missed the lineup. However, I'm going to bring it to you. So at the front row, it was Chiron Thibault, Romain Charbonnier. Row number 2 was Maxime Laforet and Maxime Sontag. In 3rd, row 3 is Gilles Smits and Maxime Lieutenant, winner earlier on today. 4th row, Axel Matteau and Claude Watien. On the 5th row, Jacques-Louis David and Mathieu Garcia. We won't go all the way because there's 27 cars on the grid. Let's just enjoy what we're looking at, okay? So let's pick things up a little bit. Earlier on today, Lieutenant, Charbonnier and Chiron, the big 3 names so far this season in the championship, leading the way. It was a front 5 battle though, along with Maxime Sontag and Max Laforet too, and expect more of the same over the next 18 minutes remaining. So when they come through the start-finish straight for the first time, we'll get you properly up to date so you start to recognise, if it's your first time watching Legends, who is who. But what you're seeing so far, nose to tail through the entire grid, is what you can expect pretty much the entire way. Leading the way, that is Romain Charbonnier in the number 66. And as they cross the start-finish line, so Charbonnier has gone from 2nd into 1st. Thibault Chiron has dropped just 1 place. Maxime Sontag up to 3rd. Gilles Smits up to 4th. Claude Watien to 5th. And the real loser on lap number 1 in the 82, that is Maxime Laforet, who was this morning. Now, he's in a different class. He's an elite driver. The other 4 in front of him are elite pro, so leading in class. But a 5th place finish this morning, which was pretty impressive. That was a remarkable move right down the inside. If they get it to stick, my word, it's still going to be Romain Charbonnier in the light blue, or is it? Great move up the inside. That is the 26 of Claude Watien, who was in 5th position as they crossed the start-finish line. What a move up to 1st. My goodness me. And a brave one into the Adelaide chicane too. Now they'll come around Nürburgring through the 180. Start to make their way up towards 11, 12 and 13. That's towards Imola. So Claude Watien, who this morning finished in 12th position. He's not elite, he's not elite pro. He's one of our racers. So not got the pedigree. Taken back again by Romain Charbonnier, saying, excuse me, what are you doing here? And again, Watien looks at the inside, no room this time. Maxime Sontag in the number 27. He was 4th earlier on today and currently not in the top 5 in the overall championship at the moment, but these things can change, of course, and there are so many points on offer in Legends racing. 50 points for the winner, 45 for 2nd. Even in 10th place, you get 31 points. And everyone that finishes is going to get points, because they do points right down to 40th place, and there's 27 cars on the circuit this afternoon. This is race 2 of the week, and there's 2 more tomorrow. In fact, the Legends are the first race tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. local time, and then 3:40 in the afternoon local time. That's Central European time, or Paris time, call it what you like. So Wattayne just dropping down to 4th or 5th place after that remarkable move. That will be in the highlights for sure. And again, look, Charbonnier pushed out to 4th in one corner. This also comes through in the 94. 54 Gilles Smits, who was going well earlier, but finished down in 19th after a bit of a mess at the end. Oh, one's away, that's number 13, that's Johan Horen that gets it going. But that'll be a big, big ask to get back involved in this race to any extent. With 5 minutes of our 20 completed, it is our pole sitter Thibaut Chiron who has been back and forth. He's back in front. Charbonnier still pushed down to 5th place from leading after the first couple of corners. With a very, very sharp getaway. The 27, that's Max Sontag on the left-hand side, and the 54, Gilles Smits. Again, wants to earn a reprieve, some glory back after the 19th place finished earlier on. 4th in the championship coming into this weekend. And he needs a big point score. Thibaut Chiron, Gilles Smits, Maxime Sontag and Romain Charbonnier, your front four. No matter where Claude Wattayne finishes, he has got the glory of the replay of that move for the rest of the season. A brave, brave dive it was. There we go then, who's going to make it into the corner first? It will be Thibaut Chiron, just. Gilles Smits in the black, in the green, Maxime Sontag and Romain Charbonnier in the light blue. Then Claude Wattayne. And the one thing you see in Legends, nobody ever gets away, if ever, on their own. It is like a procession from start to finish. These cars are so closely matched. That's the 195. That is Benjamin Coulard, started in 19th position. And that won't do him any favours, unfortunately. So in the tricolor, Chiron fending off Smits, Sontag and Charbonnier. Wattayne leading the rest of the field. The elastic is snapped to the front four. It takes nothing to bring it back, though. Wonderful camera angles. The gaps, look at them, 0.2, 0.2, 0.2. So 0.6 of a second between our front four as we approach. We'll go over halfway on this lap. And a little wide here, a tiny lock up there can make all the difference, and you jump from first to fourth. Or reverse that order, because in second place, Gilles Smits, the Belgian. Move into P1. Sontag goes with him. Chiron slips in behind him, just fending off Charbonnier. But Charbonnier will move into third because he'll take the inside line, and Sontag takes the lead. 3 different leaders in about 5 corners. Welcome to Legends Cars Cup. Big swing out on the outside for Charbonnier. Sticks it into third. Sontag leads now. Gilles Smits still in second. He's been second behind a few different people now. And as they fight, those behind can try and bridge the gap. Oh, we're going to go too wide, and will Gilles Smits lead for the first time? Yes, he will. And Charbonnier comes through to take second. Thank you very much. Smits drops to third. Chiron to fourth. And the pack have caught up. It doesn't take much to turn everything on its head. And Watain trying desperately to make it a 6. If he grabs it, the back of that front 5, it will become an 8 train at the front. 411, Eric Chapon. He's chasing Fabien Loeb in the 21. Oh, we've got one gone. Can't see the number. Who's on track? 34, that looks like to me. We should make it Martin Gallard. I think that is going to be, how far off the track was he? Might be a yellow sector 3. Yes, it is yellow sector 3. And it's green again, straight away, so maybe he's got going. Still showing his idle on our track map. So Gilles Smits leads, Robin Charbonnier behind, then Sontag, Thibaut Chiron, put into 4th base, Maxime Lieutenant, the winner of race number 1 this morning. Now, Lieutenant actually started in 6th place, but he was in the bit of the pack behind the front 4 for a little while. He's very much involved now. And I tell you what, on the last lap of race number 1, he went from 3rd to 1st on the last lap, took a sensational win. He was on pole for race 1, but once you get to know legends, pole, other than get to the first corner first sometimes, doesn't mean too much because it changes so often. Charbonnier came into this weekend 3rd in the championship. Chiron on top and Maxime Lieutenant. Smits in 4th, and it was Beltrando in 5th. And there will be races. It's a shame we can't watch every race all the time because there's so many battles throughout the entire field because they are just so close. Bit of a slide from Sontag, does not let Lieutenant through. He's ever so light car, just 480 kilograms, 11,500 RPM, 140 horsepower. And very spacious, look tiny, but spacious inside in terms of a single-seater. Emmanuel Borel holding off Claude Watain. Now, there's a pair and a trio. Look how close these are. Charbonnier all over the rear end of Gilles Smits, our leader. Behind them, Sontag trying his best to hold off Max Lieutenant and Thibaut Chiron. And these 3 just need to work together to reel back in the front 2. They can't let them get away. We are for the first time seeing some real breaks between the 2, the 3, and then back to 6th place. There's no good riding solo in this. You need to work together. The time goes so quickly in these Legends races. Who votes for Legends Endurance Racing? I do. Sontag, oh, looking to go on the outside and got a bit wide there, Lieutenant. Just about holds on, that will be track limits. But you get 3 goes at that. Thibaut Chiron chasing at the back of this second set of 3, the first pairing. It is still Gilles Smits in the 54, Romain Charbonnier in the 66. And it's Charbonnier has gone through on the inside, right towards the end of the lap. A perfect move. Started on the front row of the grid, took 3rd earlier on today, looking for a win. There is still plenty to play with here, trust me. Last-ditch dives are very common. And Claude Bourtain drops back to 8th place through 7 laps. And I'm sure he'll still have a massive smile on his face when he sees that move he pulled off earlier when he gets out of the car later. Charbonnier, Smits. Lieutenant's got through to 3rd place over Sontag and Chiron. And are they closing that gap ever so slightly? Two more of these races tomorrow. First one in the morning, 9 AM, and 3:40 in the afternoon. So about halfway around the track, we're going to get a couple more laps into this. And can the trio chasing the front pair close that gap? Charbonnier fending off left and right. But here comes Gilles Smits. Can he get him round the outside? No, he won't. Can he get on the switchback? It lets the other guys in, though. The gap closed just for a moment. Charbonnier, he can make no mistakes at all. Any mistake, and the lead's gone. He knows that. Gilles Smits knows that. So does Lieutenant, Sontag and Chiron. They are all waiting, poised to jump on any error whatsoever. And it could be a tiny error. The slightest of wides, the slightest of deep into a corner. And look at this, front 4 all together. And having a go, Gilles Smits to retake the lead, and he does. And he takes Lieutenant and Sontag with him. So Charbonnier from 1st to 4th in 3 corners of lap number 9. And that's how quick it can happen. 3 running together in a little slipstream, all took advantage of Charbonnier. And it's Thibaut Chiron at the back of that pack of 5 now. Again, championship leader coming into this weekend. Managed 3rd this morning, dropped 8 points, cut the deficit at the top in his lead to Lieutenant. Gilles Smits, well, started in 5th. 19th place, remember, 1 car off. 19th place this morning, did not go all his own way, far from it. A win would mean so much. They'll definitely get 1 more lap in. Any of these 5 could win. Even Chiron at the back could take this still. This is any of 5. There will be some dives on the inside. Here we go then. Smits, Lieutenant, Sontag, Charbonnier and Chiron. The 5 you'd expect to be up there are up there. Maxime Laforet running solo in 6th position, looks safe for him. Battles behind as well. So many points up for grabs, folks. Let's stick towards the front. Gilles Smits leads. Lieutenant going for his 2nd win of the day. Sontag looking to improve on his 4th place finish, wants a podium, looks at the outside, locks up his wheels, he was going to go long, and he's going to drop back to 5th because Chiron will go through surely as well. Who takes the lead through this corner? He just about hangs on. Gilles Smits, does he hang on? Yes, he does. But who has got the speed? Coming through, it is Lieutenant, of course it is. takes full advantage of the mistake. Smits into second, Charbonnier back up to third, Sontag in fourth, Chiron still in fifth. They have got half the circuit to complete. And it will be the final lap. He's gone back through, Gilles Smits back in front, Charbonnier into second, and Lieutenant down to third. There are 4 corners remaining, lock up from Lieutenant. Gonna let Charbonnier get away, let Sontag get through potentially. Is there a touch? Chiron waiting for opportunity in the back. But Gilles Smits has the smallest of gaps. They're fighting for a podium place. Lieutenant's hanging on. This is the last couple of corners. Is there smoke? Who's gone long? Charbonnier's gone long. And they'll come through the final chicane, and it will be a win for Gilles Smits. Absolutely brilliant. Lieutenant delighted with second. Charbonnier picks up third. Maxime Sontag fourth again. And Thibaut Chiron, championship leader, in fifth. Will he still be the leader after race 2? It is going to be the slimmest of single digits either way. What a race again. Maxime Lafayette picks up 6th place. Eric Chapon and Lucas Blakely and Emmanuel Burrell, Maxime Mathieu make the top 10. Utterly fascinating every single time. So Gilles Smits, congratulations. This morning, Gilles was second row of the grid, and it was right up there, but dropped down to 19th late on. This time, started on the 3rd row, and he takes the win by 1.1 seconds, which, by the end of it, was quite a good gap, because there was the same distance between the next 4. So it's a Belgian 1-2, Gilles Smits and Max Lieutenant. So 2 podiums in 2 races, a first and a second for Lieutenant. Romain Charbonnier, a second earlier on this morning, takes his second podium. Maxime Sontag, painfully, 4th for the second race in a row. And it could have been any of the top 5 positions. Thibaut Chiron will probably not be happy with 5th, starting on pole. And really wanted points, big points. There is a 5-second penalty, but not for any of our top runners. And there is your official standing. Gilles Smits, what a race. The top 5 guys at some point occupied all 5 positions independently. Maxime Lieutenant made it a Belgian 1-2, 1.1 seconds behind before Charbonnier, second podium of the weekend. Maxime Sontag, 4th for the second time, and Thibaut Chiron, championship leader, or is he? We will find out. Maxime Lafayette picks up a great 6th place. Eric Chapon, the only Brit in the field, Lucas Blakely takes 8th before Emmanuel Burrell and Axel Mathieu. They are your top 10. And I believe we had 25 of the 27 starters finish the race, which is quite good going, I'd say. So 2 races done for the Legends Cars Cup this weekend, 2 more tomorrow. Just to remind you, that is from 9 AM local time and from 3:40 in the afternoon local time. Don't miss them is my advice. If you want more of that, that'll be the best racing we have this weekend, I imagine. Sensational stuff. Just try and get our breath back ever so slightly. Coming up later on today, if you're continuing to watch the Ultimate Cup Series, qualifying for the Endurance Prototype Cup is coming up next with their race tomorrow morning, the 4-hour race for them. And later on, we've got the Clio Cup Series, the Ultimate GT Sprint, their second race of 2 of the weekend. And the highlight of the day, the Kennel GT Endurance Cup. They've got their 6-hour race, their first 6-hour race of the season. Starts at 5:30 local time. But parking next to the #1 spot, Gilles Smits, well done everybody. Great entertainment. They will get their prizes, and we will enjoy more of the same tomorrow, but plenty more in between them. Stick with us for plenty of motorsport action. This is the round 2 of the Ultimate Cup Series 2026.
Félicitations. Merci. On va se mettre là parce que pour le réseau c'est mieux. Un petit peu. Un petit peu. C'est bon? Gilles, félicitations. Après votre petite mésaventure ce matin avec ce sélecteur de vitesse. Oui, je peux comprendre, mais là c'est une super manière d'effacer tout ça.
Tout à fait. J'avais le rythme depuis le début du week-end, mais il faut toujours concrétiser en course parce que même si tu es un petit peu plus vite que les autres d'un ou deux dixièmes, c'est pas suffisant pour gagner. Donc je craignais un peu parce que les 3-4 derniers tours je les fais en tête et c'est pas trop ce que je souhaitais. Mais on a fait un travail d'équipe avec Max et en fermant un petit peu, c'est passé quoi. Mais voilà, on a un très bon setup et la voiture était magnifique.
On vous a vu batailler tout au long de la course avec Roman Charbonnier, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Ouais. C'était une très belle bataille à suivre à l'écran. Je suppose que derrière le volant, c'était bien aussi?
Ouais, je cherchais un peu mon compagnon d'échappée. Une fois c'était l'un qui allait un peu mieux, une fois c'était l'autre. Mais bon, comme je dis, ça se joue au dernier tour. Hein. Donc il faut bien se placer. Là, j'étais pas trop bien placé, mais ça l'a quand même fait.
Et c'est de bon augure pour la 3e course qui se déroulera demain matin?
Tout à fait, ouais. D'habitude, le matin, je suis bien réveillé.
Eh bien, on verra ça. Merci beaucoup, Gilles. Merci beaucoup.
Right, let's take a look at some highlights then. It was the Smits, Lieutenant Charbonnier, Sontag and Chiron show, wasn't it? They all led at some point. There was a little bit of careering off onto the grass, but 25 of 27 finishes was pretty good showing. And there were, of course, races throughout the grid. That was one of the 2 cars that we lost fairly early on, about halfway along. But the racing at the front, and it's a real shame that, in fact, you don't get to see all the racing in between, because the races for 13th, 14th, 15th are just as good as the races for 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. It is from back to front, incredible racing. Move of the day most definitely came from Claude Watain, who made a ridiculous lunge to go from 5th to 1st in the early stages. And then fell back, and the Elite Pro races really took over. But it was all about those front men. The 5 of them could have gone any way whatsoever. Plenty of overtaking, back and forth every single lap. But it was in the end Gilles Smits, the Belgian, who took the win ahead of Lieutenant Charbonnier, Sontag and Chiron. And as we saw in his interview, looking very happy indeed, and rightly so. Is it the fastest? Is it the luckiest? Is it the bravest who wins these races? I think it's a mix of all 3. And we are very lucky because we get to see it all over again tomorrow, 2 more times. We are halfway through round number 3 of the Legends Cars Cup Series. There's more to come. Right, welcome back once again. If you're joining us for the second or third time this weekend, or if you're brand new, fresh this weekend, big warm welcome to MAGNY-COURS. This is round 2 of the Ultimate Cup Series 2026. And kicking off next is going to be the European Endurance Prototype Cup qualifying. There's 3 sessions, 1 for each driver, 15 minutes apiece. Oh my goodness, and trying to get out of the grid, there was an accident. Blimey, wow. They were all so desperate to make it out onto the qualifying lap that they've actually had contact, which I've not seen for a very, very long time. That might even need a replay. There is a little bit of damage as well, not just the lollipop. I think that front trim has just come undone as well. That is not a great start to the day, is it, for the prototypes? Well, not those that are not involved, of course. They've not even had the green light yet to go. They are getting ready. I'll find out who that was as well. Right, 3 15-minute sessions, 1 for each driver. We take the average of the 3 qualifying sessions, all in identical cars. We'll get onto that in just a second. And now you can go. Now you can go. Form an orderly queue, and off you go, boys. All right? Let's do it sensibly for qualifying at least. But to be fair, with 35 cars on the track, trying to find some clean air for a qualifying lap is a little bit tricky. And they've got their 4-hour race tomorrow, which starts at 10 AM local time. Sorry, 10:25 local time. The finish is, should be just after, well, 2:25-ish. Plus, maybe a bit of a lap, who knows. Right, we've got plenty of time tomorrow to go through all the drivers, all the cars. We'll call things as we see them, because this will fly by with 35 cars with 15 minutes times 3 to get some times in. This will just be organised chaos. Well, maybe it was chaos trying to leave the pits a moment ago. So let's take a look. I'll get that out of the way. And then we'll run you through our championship leaders as things stand. Because let's not beat around the bush. Paul Ricard was an interesting end to a race. With about half an hour to go, we had a technical issue at the circuit with a refueling system, and we had to stop the race half an hour early. And after some toing and froing, there was the stewards called it, or the race directors, as the positions stand as they are. Now, naturally, that benefited some, and it was of great discomfort to others. But that was the way it was called. So the official winner was the A&S Motorsport car of Chila, Aguilera and Wiesenberger, the car number 6. Second place was the Kojimo Racing team of Kelon, Turion and Morales in the 555, and it was a Kojimo 2-3 because Creed, Alvarez and Prost in the 154 took the 3rd step of the podium. One of those to really miss out, going very well and still had one more pit. They had done all their pit stops, was the 23 Events Racing team of Geshev and Jimmy Winslow. They finished in 4th place, and it could have all been very different. But those are the official results. That's where they stand. That's where the championship lies. We move on, and we're at MAGNY-COURS, and we'll do all the same again. Well, hopefully not all the same again. Right, you can't see a clock, but there are 12 minutes remaining of this 15-minute session. Purple sector starts coming in from Ian Aguilera in the A&S Motorsport car number 6. They are the championship leaders after that first race win. And the new fastest time is 1:34.617 as we start to warm these tyres up. 1:35 for Nicolas Maulini in the 71. is another of the A&S Motorsport teams. In fact, they've got 4 teams this week in A&S Motorsport. They've got number 6, the championship leader, also got 71, 72, 73. Busy boys and girls down in that pit lane. Aguilera goes purple again in sector 1, 27.9. Let's have a look at bronze and silver. So yeah, silver's taken the top 3 fastest times at the moment. Bronze is, yeah, from sort of like a third of the way down. And then some silver's in there too. And obviously, with so many cars, the timing screens, they're like double the size they generally are this week, and it's absolutely huge. And trying to get everybody on one page is simply not possible. So you'll see on your screen as well the top 10 always, and then we'll like scroll through those that are lower down. And there are there are 4 mandatory pit stops, and they're 4-hour race tomorrow. Some will take more than that through natural racing reasons, but minimum of 4. And at every single pit stop, each team gets well, some don't if they're bronze only, but some, or the rest, will get mandatory penalties at each of the 4 pit stops, like a balance penalty, we call it, to level things out, level out the playing field, depending on the quality of your driver lineup. So, for example, if you're a 3-driver team and you're all bronze drivers, no penalties, stop and go, off you go, change your tyres to what you want. If you've got 3 silver drivers in your lineup, every single pit stop, 59 seconds you have to sit and wait before you can do anything. So that is effectively, let's just call it a minute to round it up. That's 4 minutes you lose across the race. And that is 4 minutes across 4 hours, of course. So these are all built to balance things out, hence they are called balance penalties. And last time out, in the number 6, bronze, silver team was A&S Motorsport, the winners. So their penalties for each of their pit stops was 34 seconds. And they managed that the best to take the win. Right, in Aguilera went purple, purple, purple to set a 1:32.846. He's leading by 1.4 seconds over Sebastian Alvarez. That team took 3rd at Paul Ricard. There's the 99. That is the Noguchi competition by M Racing team. Now, as I mentioned, all of these cars exactly the same. Now, as well as this 3 times 15-minute qualifying, they've already had this week 2 times 90-minute practice sessions. And then across the season, 4 4-hour races and 2 6-hour races is what they have. And the car, before I went off on my tangent, is the Nova Proto NPO2. Standard Ford V8 engine, 400 horsepower, and surprisingly light, considering the Legends which we've just seen a few minutes ago. Ooh, picking up some dust. Were 480 kilograms, and they look like little eggshell boxes. These are only 765 kilogram weighing cars. In Aguilera, with the time to beat. The silver driver leads by just under 1.4 seconds. And plenty of green sectors coming up. Let's see who does the switching around. Again, there's so much data to look at where I am looking from. But we'll always try and keep things as simple as we possibly can. Surprising, at the moment, the guys that were on for the win, Geshev and Winslow, line down in the 137 at the moment, which actually, it's so close, to be honest, between, let's say, 10th and 30th, there's only 2.5 seconds. So that is why the pit stops are utterly, utterly crucial. Obviously, you don't want to take more than the mandatory, but a lot of the racing will be won and lost during those pit stops. And we have seen drama at pit stops happen. That's the 555. That's the Kojimo Racing team, one of their several teams they've got. 1, 2, 3, is it 4 teams they've got this weekend? Yeah, it looks like it. The Energy Racing. It's the entrant, Kelon, Tyrion and Morales in that car. Umbrellas up in the background, that is for the sun, not the rain. As I'm sure you're aware, across Europe it has been utterly blistering. We've got some cloud cover now, or coming in, which is, it's been coming and going, which has been nice. So that is your leading car of Ian Aguilera, and maybe he feels like he's done enough. A 1:32.846. Maybe, look, great time this, guys. Let's just get it in, look after the car. No need to be out there, that'll do for quali 1. Oh, there's a spinner. And that is 68, which is the M Racing team of Christian Short, Jonathan Thomas and Dane Aronson. There's Aronson currently in that vehicle. And 27th as it is. Oh, nearly held it. And wanted to see what was behind him. And that is like, again, job done for the time being. That'll do, chaps. Get your second driver ready. Gonna chat maybe about track conditions, because there will be some dirt on the track now. That car of SKR Performance by Graf, 57, Swiss outfit. The Getty Competition by M Racing, 99 in the green and black. Currently just outside the top 10, the 99. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful, these Nova Proto NPO2s. Oh, we got a red flag somewhere. Wow, that's why. In a precarious location in the gravel trap. And it's the number 10, that is the CD Sport car of Philippe Kindamo, Nigel Bailey and Max Mora. And Nigel Bailey was running in 31st place with a 1:36.47. And another one, oh dear, that one looks a bit painful as well. That's the 71, one of the ANS Motorsport teams. Now how many sets of recovery vehicles do we have at MAGNY-COURS? We're about to find out, because we need 2 of them. And thankfully, that was right at the end of that qualifying session, and there's no point restarting it, because it would take them about 2 minutes just to get to the start-finish again. So I imagine we will see the driver changeover happen now. Everybody seems to have got pretty decent lap times in. We go out to the 1:37s and all bronze drivers down the bottom. And there would be such a clamour to get back out. I'd be surprised if we don't just call that qualifying 1 done. Because with 2 cars in the gravel, hopefully, I'm crossing my fingers that there isn't damage to the barrier wall, because that will take extra time to fix.
Ah, je l'ai passé, je l'ai passé. C'est ce qui est chiant avec ce 50 mm.
So at the moment, we are still on a countdown of 2 minutes and 6 seconds for qualifying 1.
Okay.
As we take a wander down the grid. That's the one of the 2 CD sport cars. Michael Jensen and the South African Nick Adcock. And a hive of activity in the pit lane. I'd like to see a replay of that incident as they exited the pit lane, just for my own entertainment. You see it sometimes in F1, don't you? I'm gonna point towards something like Max Verstappen getting out as quick as he can. Oh, we're calling it. Yes, we are going to call it. So Ian Aguilera, 1:32.846. That's the fastest time. Winners of race number 1 have started well. Nicolas Maulini in the 71. That is the team of ANS Motorsport in 2nd place. Sebastian Alvarez in the 154 team of Kojimo Racing. They're your top 3 from Quali 1. And remember, all of these qualifying times, there'll be 3 of them. They'll be rounded out. The average qualifying time will be your official qualifying time, and that determines our grid, not what you see on your screen right now. It will be a factor in it. Yes, the Car 6 ANS Motorsport might be in pole position, but it won't just be because of that one run there. So now we are going to wait and find out. I've seen no images yet of the cars being recovered. We know there's 2 of them. One looked fairly retrievable, but these can take up to 10 minutes sometimes. So, should we take a look at our schedule then? Because it's not just our qualifying, of course, today. There's loads more coming up, particularly, well, after this qualifying session, we've got the Clio Cup Series. Then we go straight into race number 2 of the Ultimate GT Sprint. And then we finish the day, when I say finish the day, 6-hour race in the Kennel GT Endurance Cup. That starts at 5:35, but you can watch the grid line up from about 5:10. So that completes our Saturday. And then Sunday, tomorrow, 9 o'clock local time, Legends cars, some Clios at 9:35. Then the 4-hour race of this qualifying session. They're leading up towards 10 o'clock tomorrow. A bit of a lunch break for more Legends and Clios to round out the weekend. And we're done at MAGNY-COURS by around about 4:50, 5 o'clock. So lots of racing to come. Endurance is the top of the bill this weekend, of course. And then if we look at the calendar, we have a bit of a month break now, because in 6 weeks time in July we go to Mugello. Then we do have a break because we come back to Spa-Francorchamps on September the 18th to the 20th. We'll go over to Spain and Navarra on October the 15th to the 18th. Officially in 19 weeks and 4 days time. And then Portimao closes things out at the end of November. So although it's only 6-round series, it is a good 8 months in the diary. It's a long old stretch from top to bottom. And hopefully we see you at every single one. And let's just have a quick confirmation. The 6 and the 4 hour race. So both the GT Endurance Cup and the Endurance Prototype Cup, which are our endurance races across the series. Also got the Hoosier Formula Cup and the GT Sprint, who run regular 20-minute, 35-minute races. But for the longer ones, the Endurance Prototype Cup, they had their 6-hour race at Paul Ricard. They have another at Portimao in November. That's the last race of the championship. And then for the Endurance Cup, we have MAGNY-COURS this weekend, their 6-hour race. And also at Navarra, they have a 6-hour race in October. So they both just about bookend the series, with just Mugello and Spa-Francorchamps in July and September, where they both just have 4-hour races. If you want to know any of this, just go on the ultimatecupseries.eu website. All the information you could ever dream of is there. And also on Instagram, if you want the latest information on like points and news and information, have a look at ultimatecupseries_EU. I'm looking at it right now, and there are some wonderful graphics and information updated regularly, live, and before next weekends or before the next races, with rankings in terms of overall and different classes, etc, etc. Plenty of resources available at your fingertips online. Right, I'm going to go and fill my cup up whilst we've got a very short break. I'm very lucky. I'll be back with you in just a moment before we go ahead with Quali 2. Well, that is good news. We're going to get underway at 51 minutes past, which is in my clock 1 minute's time. So both those cars have been cleared off the track. Now, hopefully, the two cars that we lost on track can make it back to the pits, have a clean-up, get a driver in them, and still get going. We are green flag for getting underway. Qualifying session number 2. And it was the car number 6 that was on top in session number 1, the A&S Motorsport. In fact, they got the top 2 spots in qualifying session 1. Let me just go back one page on my qualifying sheet. Yeah, Aguilera is at 1:32.846, and he got that by almost 1.4 seconds. And silver drivers took the top 8 spots. No surprise there. And a few silvers in between and down. But mostly bronze. But yeah, the silver drivers doing their job, shall we say, in qualifying 1. Oh, a puff of blue smoke. That'll be oil or fuel. Was that at the back of the 95? The Sizzlecom Racing team, the Swiss team, with an all-French driver lineup. Right, let's do some full-blooded qualifying, shall we? Not like that, though. Right, Adrian Chiller in surprise, surprise. The car number 6, purple sector. First one to go purple. There'll be plenty of these, but 28.7 looks pretty tidy. In sector number 1, all these cars on screen now just looking for some clean air. This is not a qualifying position they want to be in. So some will shoot on, some will drop back to find that gap. And again, who's going off now? Plenty more dust coming up. It's not that windy. Alistair Young in the car number 4 for Switch Racing. The Malaysian goes purple, 28.5 in sector 1. That's a great overview of the circuit. Get some sort of scale. But that is only really half of it. If you pan to the right-hand side there, you see the rest of the track. That's the 57 SKR Performance by Graf Racing team. We've got a 1:37 from Gregoire Croulet. And another of the A&S Motorsport teams. They are dominating right now. Again, they own the top 2 spots. Now, Alistair Young, after a sizzling 28.5, couldn't find anywhere near the same pace in sector 3. In fact, lost about 4 seconds, it seems, on sector 3 alone, Alistair Young. Paul Trojani in the 21. The DBS Autosport by MB Performance Team goes 1:35.118. We are still a few seconds off the pace set though in qualifying 1, and there are plenty of silver drivers here too. You just wait till our platinums come out to play and you'll see what these cars can do. 1:35 pretty much bang on for Victor Bernier in the Graf Racing team car. Oh, Victor Bernier's time was just deleted, I think, because he's gone back down to the bottom of the pack. He was definitely on top for a moment. David Drew, gold driver, 1:34.218. We're getting quicker still in the car number 8. Another of the Graf team. So a gold-bronze pairing, they're always fun to watch. So we are still 2 seconds off, or 1.5 seconds off to be precise. The fastest time from qualifying 1. You need the perfect lap, which includes the perfect clean air. Jamie Winslow temporarily goes second fastest, down to third already, 1:34.7, because Victor Bernier does it again. So Victor Bernier set a scintillating lap, then it seemingly got deleted, and now it's been reinstated, I think, 1:34.483, so just 1.8 seconds, sorry, 0.18 seconds back of David Drew. Adam Chile goes a bit quicker, a couple of green sectors for a 1:35.3 in the championship leading car. A mid-qualifying, is that a mid-qualifying pit stop, or is that one of the cars that pulled out in quali 1? I should have taken a closer look. 1:34.281 from David Drew. Victor Bernier less than 2/10 back, but both of them half a second, or sorry, 1.5 seconds off the time set by Ian Aguilera, who flew round in a 1:32.8 in quali 1. Nicolas Maulini was a 1:34.2, so they're pretty much bang on. Second fastest time from quali 1. Purple sector for Drew in sector 2. So what can he do in sector 3, the car number 8? Just coming up towards the final corner now. This is him. So David Drew, session leader. Well, he's going to extend it 1:34.281, 1:33.821. Does go quicker by about half a second. A purple sector 2 and a purple sector 3 for the only gold driver on track, David Drew. Another red flag. Well, what can our cameramen see? We saw nothing on live coverage, but there's some enthusiastic red flag waving going on. Or maybe not so enthusiastic. That's better. Oh, and a cornetto. Just one cornetto and just one red flag. What is she doing more enthusiastically? Eating the cornetto or waving that flag? I think it's a 50-50 game. Oh no, wall damage too. Is that the 77? That is the Zosh J4R Project 24 racing car, and this will be a delay now. That is going to be at least 10 minutes to get the car out. The wall's got to be fixed. Can't see where that is. 2 qualifying sessions, 2 red flags. Come on. I can't see. Oh, I think it is. It's just at the end of sector. Is it turn 11 that was in? It's not too important. The clock's still ticking down, which is I'm a fan of, to be honest. And I imagine, just imagining, just my assumption, if the clock continues to tick down, we'll probably call that qualifying 2 session a day as well. Because, again, the cars are going to cool down. They need 1 lap to warm up, get up to speed. You're not seeing fastest lap times until at least sort of lap 3, lap 4. So it is somewhere in sector 2, so it must be either at Nürburgring, 180 to 9. I still think, no, it won't be Imola because they didn't reach Imola. That's turns 11 and 12. So, once again, we have a little wait. I'll advise again, jump onto the Ultimate Cup Series _EU YouTube channel, and there's loads of live stories and reels and things going up. Get even further into the heart of the action. Quick look at the 777, the Lambo racing car. 25th position for Alex Lafourcade. Car number 7, track limits at turn 3, lap 2 deleted. That's Victor Bernier, currently in 2nd place. But if it was just lap 2 deleted, he's completed 5. I doubt his quickest lap was on lap 5, was it? Wouldn't have thought so. Driver safe, that's good. That is some deep gravel, isn't it? But look at that for a response. Medical team, stewards, marshals. Everyone there to assist. Here we go. So that is at... yeah, the 180 turn, 180 degrees turn 9. The long old left-hander. Car 77, the one in the gravel, just to add insult to injury, under investigation for causing a red flag. Now, here's the clock. Officially qualifying 2. Well, there was definitely less than 5 minutes left, but my clock's sort of been reset to 6 on the official. It's live timing board. Oh yeah, so I think officially when the red flag came out, there was 6 minutes 26 remaining. I know we saw it came down to, what, 4:40, but 6:26 remaining of the session. So maybe we will see them again, but that wall is not a quick fix. And this is having a knock-on effect right into the 6-hour race later, because it is a tight old schedule. Sometimes, I mean, if you've got a key race, such as let's call the Colonel GT Endurance Cup the key race of the day, or the highlight race, which is due to start at 5:35. They've got a couple of options, tracks when this happens. You can, I mean, there's two more races prior to our headline race of the day, the Clio Cup Series and the Ultimate GT Sprint. If this is not a quick fix, and then qualifying session 3, something also goes wrong, all of a sudden you've lost 15-20 minutes. Then you can choose to shorten other races. So you could, I know the Ultimate GT Sprint race is 35 minutes. You could call that a 25-minute race. Again, I'm just speculating here based on prior experience. In the Clio Cup Series, that's a 30-minute race. They could call that 25 minutes instead, and all of a sudden you get your time back. Because the last thing you want to do is negatively in any major way affect the main race of the day. And that is the last race of the day too. It already finishes at 11:30. You don't want any later than that. Or the starting grid procedure, which is 20 minutes actually for the GT Endurance. They could try and bring that down so that they can play with time at these events to try and get things back on track. But I have been, what's the best one I've been at? I was at the British Truck Racing Championship at Brands Hatch about a year ago, and maybe 2 years. And I mean, Brands Hatch, first of all, let's get this out of the way, it's not built for truck racing. Often red flags. And in the first truck race of the day, there was 4 red flags, like lap after lap after lap. Never got more than like 2 racing laps in. And what you do there is you've lost like literally half an hour almost straight away. So you cut all the other races down by 5 minutes, and they're all quite short races anyway. And eventually, fingers crossed, by the end of the day, you have finishing on time, especially at somewhere like Brands Hatch, when there is a local curfew of when you have to stop making noise by, because it's near houses. Don't buy a house near a racetrack. But you do have to stop making noise at some point. I doubt that's the case here, because I don't think there's many gardens backing onto the MAGNY-COURS racetrack. That is a wonderful pit lane, isn't it? I mean, of all the pit lanes, that is a good structure, let's say. I think from a commentary perspective, the best one I've been to is maybe Circuit de Barcelona, where the glass in the media centre is at like a 45-degree angle over the pit lane. So see the glass there, see the glass in the background, it's slightly angled out and over. At Barcelona, that's like 45 degrees. So you can really see down, properly lean over and look down into the pit lane. It's absolutely brilliant. Just don't lean on the glass if you've had too many cakes. Good view of the paddock. It's quite rare. I'm just trying to think now. For a racetrack to come out your pit box and turn left, because I'm trying to think of a track where you come out and don't turn right. It's because the pit lane here is on the outside of the track, not the inside. The pit lane is generally on the inside of the track, whereas this is on the out. That'll be worth a little ChatGPT Google. What circuits do you turn left out of the pit box? Right, there's been a lap 3 and 4 deleted for car number 68, which was Christian Short. In the M Racing car. Christian is one of the only British flag entrant on the grid. So no indication yet of when this might get back underway. We've not seen a visual update of that wall either. But you cannot go racing until that wall is completely fixed back to its natural top quality finish. But they shall be working on it. Sometimes they'll replace the tyres that come out right there. Other times you'll see the telehandlers come out with a brand new block of barrier and slot it into place. Depends what you got available. Now, to give you an idea of how a driver can change what a car can do, currently in qualifying session number 2, you've got David Drew in the car number 8 leading, and Victor Bernier in the Southern in second. They are gold and silver drivers respectively. So the cars 8 and 7, which are the graphical car and the extreme limit car, in Quali 1, under bronze driver stewardship, they were 32nd and 34th fastest. Of course, that is why we average out the times, and they'll find themselves somewhere in the middle, despite being the fastest in a Quali 2. Elsewhere in the 88, Neil Yanni, platinum driver, one of only 2 on the grid. He'll definitely want a few more laps in. He is 3rd at the moment in Quali 2, and that car was 28th under Nicolas Chartier in Quali 1. And that is what we have. So, be careful, boys. We're back underway. My goodness me. There was a quick flash on my screen there, fast lane open. And of course, all the paddocks and the pit lane see this too, the garages. And a quickly message to your driver, fast lane open, go. And fast lane open means that the lane in the pit lane is open, but they can't actually go and qualify yet. But they can go and queue up. Jamie Winslow in the car number 1, silver and yellow. Couple of the BDR competition team. Green flag, let's go racing. We've got 6 minutes 23 seconds to do so. They're going to get around 1 lap. Will take them 1 minute 45, maybe 150 with the loss of speed on the start-finish straight. So they're going to get, they might get 3 laps in racing. Yeah, it should be 3 because get back in 4, over the line in 140, 140 again, goes to 0, 1 more lap round. Yeah, we're going to get 3 racing laps in. Everyone's on slightly different tactics. Oh, I want to be last out. That's interesting. I mean, if you're gambling here, well, not even gambling, you're taking the tactical decision that if you go out first, you're going to get 3 racing laps in. It's going to be busy though. Or you wait and get some clean air and know that you're only going to get 2 laps in. How confident are you? Of course, it's going to take at least 1 lap to get the tyres up to temp, if not 2. So then you're reduced to either 2 or 1 flying laps. Thankfully, they've all got respectable times in already. It's those minor improvements they're looking for. I would expect Neil Yanni to want to better his 1:34.5, the one of 2 platinum drivers that we've got in the race. The other being Nicolas Prost. Right then, let's do it. 3 laps of qualifying to finish. Still a bit of weaving. Oh, maybe not. But these will be... I don't think we'll get any fastest times on this lap. But we shall see. David Drew hang on, that was updated for a moment. It said car number 8, but then that was very quickly changed to car number 13. Track limit reported, laps 6 and 7 deleted. But that does not apply. That is... oh, maybe it was David. I have to wait and see. Not sure what lap he set his fastest one on. 1:33.8, we'll remember that, see if it disappears. But yeah, 2 track limits. It was for car number 8 and 13. I thought it just changed maybe, or edited. Right, might start seeing some purple sectors in the next couple of minutes. A short smattering of green sectors coming through. David Drew goes purple in sector 1. He is trying to go quicker. He's got some traffic though, and that might cause problems. Our only gold driver on track, Neil Yanni, is a couple of green sectors for him. But let's just keep an eye on the black and blue of David Drew. Purple in sector 2, he's absolutely flying. Oh, nearly loses the rear end. Wow, good save. And he has to overtake during. Not ideal. I wouldn't expect this to be purple, but we'll wait and see. Got a couple more corners through the complex de Ligier. 1:33.821 to beat. 1:33.596. He does go quicker with a little wobble and a car to overtake. 3 purple sectors for David Drew. And Neil Yanni, after 2 green sectors, has gone into the pits. He will not complete that lap. David Drew has got 4 consecutive purple sectors now. He's the first man to go sub-28 in sector 1. 2 green sectors for Victor Bernier in second. He'll improve his time. He won't change his position in the qualifying session from second. They're still not getting anywhere near the 1:32.8 from Aguilera in qualifying 1. That is standing out as an incredible time in the car number 6, currently piloted. Who's in that right now in the 6? Adrian Chila. Checkered flag comes down. No purple or green sector for Drew in sector 2, so Fangio just come into the pits instead of finishing this lap off. Doesn't need anything else. Okay, he does cross the line, but 30.11. Over half a second down on his fastest time. Oh, Paul Trajani sticks in a 1:33.8. Silver driver in the car number 21, the DB Autosport by MB Performance car. Here you go, second. There's a purple sector 2 that did in the favour, which puts also Enzo Caldares, puts in a 1:34 right at the death. Oh, they're all coming out now. It's worth coming back. Sosilcom Racing Team, the Swiss team. Yeah, so 4 drivers put in a new fastest time on the last lap of qualifying, which puts Neil Yanni from 3rd down to 6th. Maybe you should have carried on that lap. Alistair Young also 134.398 in the car number 4. The Switch Racing team, the Malaysian driver. So all changed right at the very end. It was worth coming back out, folks. Because other than David Drew, there was a lot of change in the top 10. They will roll back towards the pits, and we will have a qualifying session number 3 very shortly. Couple of laps being deleted, but nothing that affects our sort of top 10. And all cars got, well, most of them got 9 or 10 in, but a few of them only had 4 or 5. Now, I want to point out, Vincent Capillier, who was qualified 6th in qualifying session 2, only got 4 laps in. As did Arnold Robin, who qualified 13th fastest. Now, there's more lap time deleted coming in. And Neil Yanni is back up to 5th place. And that was courtesy of one of, there's so many coming in, it's hard to keep a track actually. Who got a lap time deleted? Pierre Cousnon, a few others. Oh, so this is, well, there were still lap times coming in, but this is confirmation that David Drew set new fastest time. It was a 1:33.596, half a second clear of Enzo Calderasi and Victor Bernier, and Alistair Young put in a very late time to go 4th fastest before Platinum driver Neil Yanni. Top 10, Vincent Capillier, Jamie Winslow, Adrian Chila. And all 35 cars did, I believe, get a lap in. One more page? Or was it 32? I thought all 35 got a lap in. Oh no, the 2 non-starters, didn't we? Because of the incident on qualifying 1. So a 5-minute turnaround before we get driver number 3, or a return of a second driver if you've only got 2 in your team. There's not many of 35 cars. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 teams. So 1/3 of the teams only have 2 drivers, the rest have 3. Oh, green flag already, that was quick. Have we started? Yes, wow. I think that might have caught a few off guard. That is very fast. But that is the circuit trying to get some time back, because, yeah, there should be a 5-minute break between each qualifying session. There was not 5 minutes there, that was more like 2, I think. That's a great view of the Gulf Straight up towards the Adelaide hairpin, and they come back on themselves. So the two-man teams will decide who takes their second session, or the third, or their second personal one. So, for example, in the car number 1, Jimmy Winslow, who just did qualifying session 2, he's also doing qualifying session number 3. And with the first warm-up lap completed, they will now start to set some times, and fingers crossed, no red flags, no red flags, because we haven't got time anymore. If you're just joining us, red flag in quali 1, red flag in quali 2. Thankfully, in quali 1, it barely affected things because only 2 minutes remaining, and they called that a day. So we have seen in quali 1 a 1:32.846. In quali 2 a 1:33.596. And just keep your eye this time on, well, David Drew is, sorry, hang on, go to quali 3. I imagine we'll see who's come out again. It's interesting, Nicolas Chartier has come back out for he and Neil Yanni's team. Right, a quick start from Matthias Besch, a 1:33.744. 1:33.744. That is almost as quick as David Drew's time in quali 2, and he's barely warmed up his tyres. Another gold driver, Lawrence Hoare, for the DKR engineering team. They're a bronze, gold trio. Again, as we get into the race tomorrow, we'll look more closely at penalties or balance penalties during pit stops. Got 6 cars that have gone sub 1:35. So the racing line, plenty of temperature in it. And Matthias Besch has done a fairly casual 1:39 on his second lap, so looking for space, and I imagine he'll go again. Purple sector for Wiesenberger in the car number 6. They are season leaders at the minute, and also took qualifying session number 1. Purple sector, purple sector in, top speed, 2:58 through the speed trap for Alim Geshev. It's in the Geshev Winslow number 1 car. 23 events racing. So purple, then green for Wiesenberger. Currently lying in 4th position. Wiesenberger goes purple in sector 3 at 1:32.984. Here we go, folks. So that A&S Motorsport car, now all these cars, same make, same model, but that one, at the hands of the team, which is Adrian Schiller, Ian Aguilera and Pacon Wiesenberger, absolutely flying. Only the second car, second team, second driver to go sub 1:33. Oh, but it's been deleted. So that time has been deleted by Wiesenberger. Track limits at turn 17. That gets a lot of them, actually. Turn 17 is the final corner. Onto the through the complex de Ligier. Start finish straight. Wiesenberger responded with a purple sector 1, but black sector 2, no improvement. 7.5 minutes down, 7.5 or 7 remaining. Still on top, Lauren Hall in the DKR Engineering car number 3. Purple sector, sector 3 for Mitchell van Dijk. He's in 3rd place in the car 66. That's the Peggley by T2 Racing Team. Oh no! No, 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 no. A red flag in every single qualifying session. At least it's not in the wall. That's a big plus. Just beached in the gravel, sadly. Now, this schedule really can't afford to lose much more time. So the clock will stop. It was 6:39 when the red flag came out, so ignore the countdown on your screen. We'll have 6:39 remaining. So they will make their way back in. And we will wait and see what the decision is of the clerk of the course or the stewards. So it's currently Lauren Hall, 1:33.627 by just over 1/10 of a second to Matthias Besch. The 2 gold drivers on the grid in the top 2 spots. Shock of all shocks, eh? Mitchell van Dijk, a quarter of a second back from our leader in a 1:33.875. Silver driver, also Marlon Hernandez, silver. Another quarter of a second behind Van Dijk in 4th. Quentin Joseph behind the wheel of the car number 8. That's the Craft Racing car in front of you. So again, we wait and see to find out what the decision is. I imagine we will restart this qualifying session. There is plenty of time on the clock. Ah, fantastic news. They've not just got him out the gravel, they've got him going again. So we should, there's no damage to any wall. I think once that car's back in the pit lane, and it was stranded, I think it was turn 3 it went off, or turn 4. So that'll take 90 seconds or so to get back to the pit lane. And I imagine as soon as it's in the pit lane, we can go. Everybody watching the car 88 to come back to the grid. Oh, the pit lane, I should say. And I've not heard any other reason why. As soon as that car's back in, there it, oh, mind yourself. As soon as it's back in, spin it round, face it in the right direction. And we should be able to go racing, I imagine. One of 3 Kojimo racing cars, all 3 there in front of you in the, the orange and another colour. Oh, look at that. He's come back in and his mates have left him behind. So fast lane is open. In a minute we'll get some green lights. I reckon they'll get at least 3 laps in. And as we saw in qualifying 2, a lot can change in those 3 laps. Wiesenberger will be desperate to get back out. He was absolutely flew through, but infringement at turn number 17, the last corner coming on to the start-finish straight. Right, the clock is counting down. The tyres are getting warmed up. How many purple sectors will we see? (1:33.627), the time to beat by Lauren Hoare. We did see Pacon Wiesenberger go quicker. That time was swiftly taken away. Right, cars now coming round towards the start finish, and we'll start going properly foot to the floor. Just waiting for some space, and then we can go. Oh, these are a little bit tight, these two, aren't they? Want more space than that. That's going to scupper somebody's lap. You do not want to be racing a car, racing against a car on a qualifying lap. You need to be on the racing line from start to finish. And yeah, just making way, that's not going to work, is it? They've a lot of them have realised this. So let's give it another try. But again, 35 cars on the track, trying to find space is almost impossible. But the start-finish line right now is absolutely empty. But if you wait in the garage and wait for a space, then you're potentially going to lose an entire lap's worth of qualifying. Wiesenberger does go fastest, 2 purple sectors, a 1:32.873, and just wait to see if that gets deleted. Hopefully not, it was very quick last time. So purple in 1, purple in 3, green in sector 2. 1:32.873, leads now by 3/4 of a second over Lauren Hort. And he's got purple again in sector 1. Wiesenberger is got the bull by the horns. Chomping at the bit is what I was thinking of. There's a lot of laps being deleted at turn 17. Another one for the car 72. Right. Can he keep going quicker? This is not Wiesenberger, this is Paul Ligier. Currently in 8th, and just 3 standard sectors for him. Green again for Wiesenberger. Wiesenberger could set another fastest time. No, slow in sector 3, unfortunately. 29.312. Slow for him, not slow for anybody else. So 9 laps completed for Wiesenberger. Is joint most of anybody. He spent the most time out there. He's gone purple again in sector 1. Oh, he's having so much fun. He wants to nail that 3rd sector. Still eyes on Paul Ligier, the bronze driver, in the car number 20. That's one of our DB Autosport by MP Performance teams. And he's had 2 black sectors. So, oh, he does have a green sector actually. He does jump up to 5th place from just inside the top 10. So well on, Paul. And Wiesenberger is slowing down, very slow in sector 2. So he'll call that a day, I imagine. Matthias Besch goes purple in sector 1. Another of the DB Autosport team cars. All the cars on track right now struggling with sector 3. Loads of greens, a couple of purples in sectors 1 and 2, but no greens at all in sector 3. It's really catching people out. The checkered flag is down, and one more chance to cross the start-finish line. Not great for Matthias Besch in sector 2. That is Nicolas Prost, who's gone green in sector 1, one of our 2 platinum drivers on the grid. He will be hoping for better than 7th place in his qualifying session. What's he going to get in Sector 2, Nicolas Prost? He goes, no, black time in Sector 2, so more to come, of course, during the race. But there'll be a few disappointed drivers there with those times, but fastest at 1:32.814, one of only 2 men in this entire 3-session qualifying to go under 1:33. Well done, Pacon Wiesenberger. And it's the car number 6 of A&S Motorsport that take qualifying sessions 1 and 3. Red flag out again. The qualifying session's finished, so this won't affect us at all. It might affect the Clio race, which is coming up next. All cars are moving on the track. But it won't affect us. It won't affect the qualifying for the Endurance Prototype Cup. That is done. We'll take those 3 qualifying sessions, work out the average for each one. That will be the car's allocated qualifying time. That will sort the grid. And car number 8 is under investigation for causing a collision or causing a red flag. Car 8. That's currently Joseph Quentin, who, yeah, interestingly, has not completed a Sector 3 time, but I can't see that his car's on track anywhere on the responders. These cars will go back to the garage or the paddock, and we'll see them again tomorrow at 10 AM local time. Race starts at 10:25. Official confirmation of your qualifying 3 session. Pacon Wiesenberger in the car number 6, the A&S Motorsport team, 1:32.814, only the 2nd man to go sub 1:33 during all 3 qualifying sessions. Then Augustin Bernier, Lauren Hall and Matthias Besch at the top 4. Mitchell van Dijk rounds out your top 5, all of them comfortably under 1:34. Also under 1:34, Paul Lanchet, 1:33.982, the rest 1:34 and above. Surprisingly, Nicolas Prost, only platinum driver on that qualifying session, just a 1:34.08. So we'll see what he can do in the race tomorrow. Rounding out your top 10, Dimitri and Gilbert, Marlon Hernandez and Gregory Servet. Gregory Servet, the best of the Bronze Cup drivers as well. Bronze Cup for any team that is purely bronze drivers. Paul Lanchet is also bronze. He took 6th in that session, but not a bronze team. So as I said, all those qualifying times will be collated with sessions 1 and 2. Computer will give us an average time for the 3 drivers, and that will sort our grid out. With racing at 10:25 tomorrow. Coming up next, Clio Cup Series, followed by the Ultimate GT Sprint Cup, and then to conclude our afternoon and evening, the Kennel GT Endurance Cup 6-hour race from 5:35. Some highlights from our qualifying session. If we go back to qualifying session number 1, Ian Aguilera, a 1:32.846, which was the fastest time in qualifying until qualifying 3, which it was taken away from him. The only man to go sub 1:34, in fact, in that session, took it by 1.368 seconds, is what I was trying to say. A convincing win for the Silver driver. Silvers took the top 8 spots in Quali 1. Nicolas Marlini and Sebastian Alvarez, Romain Carton and Nazareno Lopez were your top 5. In qualifying session number 2, David Drew, only gold driver in the session, took the top spot, 1:33.596. Took it by 0.6 of a second over Enzel Cadares. And then Neil Yanni, I think he would have wanted better, the Platinum driver, than a 1:34.5. And I think we might see some driving in anger when it comes to the race tomorrow. Vincent Capillier was in 6th before Jamie Winslow. Again, I think Jamie would have wanted better than his 1:34.8 as well. For Adrian Chilla, Paul Trajani and Alban Naguti, they were your top 10 in qualifying session number 2. And Quali 3, it was fastest time of the whole day, a 1:32.814 for Pakan Wiesenberger. Very fast too, 3rd fastest time of the entire, all 3 sessions for Augustin Bernier. Just 1/4 of a second back from Wiesenberger, so worth its own mention. Lauren Hoare, Matthias Besch, both of those gold drivers. There was a little bit of spinning and gravel throughout this session, by the way. It wasn't all plain sailing. 3 red flags. Paul Ancher was the fastest bronze driver, 1:33.982. For Nicolas Prost, another Platinum driver who would have hoped for better. That was our other red flag in qualifying session number 2. It never seemed to end, did it? But we got there eventually. The telehandlers ready to poise and pounce on their stranded prey. Pardon me. Dimitri Engelbert, Molin Hernandez and Gregory Servet round out your top 10 in qualifying number 3, which gave an overall fastest time. I think you're going to see, just by some quick maths, Pakan Wiesenberger on the top of the rankings overall, because they won qualifying sessions 1 and 3, although in session 2, the car number 6, Trilo got it in 8th position, so I would say almost guaranteed pole position for our current championship leaders. The car number 6, the A&S Motorsport team, Adrian Chilla, Ian Aguilera and Pakan Wiesenberger. And maybe the surprise of this one was last round's runner-up in the race. The 5:55 was 29th in Quali 2. And we know this is all about the tactics in changeovers. 28th in Quali 3, and in Quali 1, they were down in 24th. So, 2nd in the race. However, they'll be down the rankings when it comes to qualifying and, the grid lineup. Again, we'll find out the confirmation of the actual grid shortly. We are speculating here, but we can do so with a little bit of maths. And that caused our 3rd red flag, that accident right there. Almost had a 4th. Thankfully, stayed out. But that was 3 qualifying sessions with 3 red flags. It was not all plain sailing, but we did get a fastest time just in the 1:32.8 for our current championship leaders, starting as they left Paul Ricard a month ago. They went out for 6 more minutes, but nothing changed at the top. A few moved around the pecking order a little bit further down, but the job had already been done, and it was done very well. That was the other trip into the gravel, but we've seen that from the other angle. Did manage to get away. They do like the gravel this weekend. I must say, we don't want too much of this during the race. We will. I mean, in a 4-hour race, you're going to get some red flags, aren't you? You'd be. Oh, look, the telehandler was literally ready to go.
Si on vous demande le nom d'un club auto qui rembourse votre franchise en cas d'accident, vous pensez à qui? Roule prend le relais là où votre assurance auto s'arrête. Roule, le premier club auto qui profite à tous, à condition de ne pas passer à côté.
Je sais. Ah, je sais.
Les trois premières courses du championnat dans cette catégorie avant la 1-0 montée en deuxième course. Au Castellet, Beltoise en avait profité pour passer de bon général. Également une catégorie gentleman dominée par Orne avec 3 victoires et 4 podiums en 4 courses. Et enfin, au classement par équipe, là il y a une belle domination du GT1 Racing qui compte les 448 points. Peut-être terminé, on va voir le 4 février de cette saison 2026 de la série. Présente des 4 mythiques de la saison sur la semaine qui série. Et c'est pour ce qui est sur la grille de cette Cup série. Ça concerne les vecteurs de la Chine de pilote avec un maximum de fléchage pour être des compétitions un peu délicates parce que vraiment on a des Ferrari en pré-saisie.
Si on vous demande le nom d'un club Si on vous demande le nom d'un club auto qui rembourse votre franchise en cas d'accident, vous pensez à qui? Roule prend le relais là où votre assurance auto s'arrête. Roule, le premier club auto qui profite à tous, à condition de ne pas passer à côté.
Good afternoon and welcome back to MAGNY-COURS, part of the Ultimate Cup Series 2026 Round 2. This is Race 2 for the Ultimate GT Sprint Cup. Won earlier today, Race 1 by David Febvre. Second race win in a row after winning Race 2 at Paul Ricard, which came after a non-finish in race number 1. It did not start despite qualifying well. So with 2 wins now, he matches Karen Reinhold, or a first and a second Karen Reinhold, the Canadian from Dynamic GT, who took a win and a second at Paul Ricard. However, he is not here, so David Febvre taking full advantage of that situation. Now, there were just 7 cars on the grid this morning. 2 of them didn't finish the race in race 1, but we are hoping for a full 7 to start and finish here. It was Pierre Aru and Maurizio Fondi who collided after 5 laps. It looked fairly innocuous, but it was enough to put them both out of the race. So we continued with 5 cars for the last 20 minutes. They all made it round, and despite being only 5 cars, it was in fact a pretty fantastic race. Eventually, David Febvre won it by a double-digit seconds and could have been more. He slowed down towards the end. But Julian Neal, Pino Frascaro and Tanguy Febvre, family member alongside David Febvre, but I need to work out the relationship, whether it's father-son or brother-brother. I'll do that during this race. They had a brilliant race for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. We thought initially it would be David Febvre and Julian Neal just racing for 1 and 2, based on the qualifying times. But that was absolutely just not the case. And Tanguy and Pino put up a brilliant fight. Julian did eventually get a second, but it was by a couple of seconds and less than 1 second between Frascaro and Febvre. So we did enjoy that. That entertained us for almost the full 35 minutes. And we got our fingers crossed for a little bit more of the same. So as I said, Karen Reinhold coming into this weekend, the championship leader ahead of Barthé, but neither of those guys are here. Just David Febvre from those finishing in the top 5 have come back for round number 2. Did have 14 cars at Paul Ricard, but we're just down to 7, then 5 in race number 1. So fingers crossed we can get a little bit more on the action. The grid is dependent on the result of race number 1. Hence, we have Febvre and Neal on the front row. 2nd row, 3rd and 4th, Pino Frascaro and Tanguy Febvre. And then Grigor Benedet and Maurizio Fondi at the back. On his own in row 4, Pierre Aru. So since round 1, we do have 7, fantastic. It's the first clear view that we've had. So yeah, it is a father and son. I thought it might be David and Tanguy. So father leading the way thus far. Yeah, since round 1, we've stayed in France, but we've travelled 6 hours north to the centre rather than on the southern Mediterranean coast. And we are just all the gaps are growing. Febvre's lead, 25 seconds now. The gap to 3rd place, Pino Frascaro, that's still hanging around about 6. And Tanguy Febvre hanging around about 5. So Julian Neal does need to keep one eye, maybe half an eye on that rearview mirror, because any slip up at all, just a few seconds in the gravel, that's going to halve that advantage, which would be entertaining for us, but not for him. Now, once again, as your leader, making no mistakes at all, apart from one maybe dodgy turn very early on. It's been a bit of a procession for David. And it's what we expected based on race one and qualifying. There are no surprises here. We knew a big win was on the cards. But still got a complete 35 minutes of racing. Keep all four wheels on the asphalt. Pino Frescaro is going to take, looking like a second third place finish. However, Tanguy is down to less than 3 seconds. Hang on a second. Just have a look in the background here. There he comes. Hang on, hang on. This might not be done yet. We will keep our eye on the race. It is obviously for a podium place between Pino and Tanguy. This guy's safe now, surely 2 minutes. So they will get 2 more laps in, because they'll cross the finish line. We're lapping in 1:43, so yeah, there will be 2 more laps. And the difference is 5 seconds and 2.3 between Frescaro and Fevre. We might go all the way to the end here. I thought this was done. Should have been more optimistic. In pursuit, Tanguy Fevre. He had 4th earlier on today. You don't want to be 4th twice in a row, do you? This will be the final lap, then we'll get down to 0. About halfway round, David Fevre's final trip round the circuit. And David has had the best lap time so far today, 1:42.166. So Julian Neal will cross the start-finish line. He is still about, 5 seconds to the good. Well, 3 in fact, and then Tanguy Fevre back out to 2.9. And I'm telling you that Pino Frascaro is flying. And Julian Neal, is he slowing down in second place? He's coming right up on the back of him. I think Julian Neal might have trouble, but we'll watch David Fevre across the finish line first of all. Or will we? We need to go back, really, to the race for second and third, because that is hotting up. That is ever so close. Just looking on the track map, but let's watch David Neal. He's got 3 corners to go. And second, third and fourth, as per race 1, are going to be split by just a few seconds again. Final couple of corners for your race winner. David Fevre makes it 2 out of 2 for the GT Sprint Cup at MAGNY-COURS. Absolute perfection across 2 35-minute races. And the CKCT Sport team will go home with maximum points. Now behind, and Julian Neal has got away again. He should be fine. I said it was tight. There's the actual images. I was just looking on the map where they were on track, but there should be enough. There's going to be no dive into the final chicane here. And Julian Neal, I've not seen that view yet, does cross the line. In the end, it was 0.6 of a second. Well done, David Fevre. Tanguy Fevre, son of David, 4th place, unfortunately for the second time today. Maurizio Fondi is over another lap down, so he has finished officially in 7th. And then we'll wait for Gregoire Benedet and Pierre Aru to cross the finish line, and they will be in 5th and 6th. There's Gregoire. And around the Complex de Ligier. That's his race and weekend done. 2 5th place finishes for him. And this time, despite the position, there will be points for Pierre Aru. Because he is a finisher, which he wasn't alongside Maurizio Fondi in race number 1. So they will both get points on the board. And that, for round 2, is the Ultimate GT Sprint Cup done. See our official results. David Fevre won it in the end by 36 seconds. Julian Neal, well, that 0.6 of a second gap between him and Pino Frascaro doesn't really tell the story. He was looking very comfortable for the whole race, and from somewhere, Frascaro made a real move on the last lap, got it down to 0.6. Tanguy Fevre, 4th place for the second time today. Gregoire Benedet, similar in 5th for the second time. Pierre Aru and Maurizio Fondi pick up some points. Well, a fantastic view over the Circuit de Nevers MAGNY-COURS. Plenty to enjoy today thus far. I'll make that 5 races today so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 races today so far. But the next one will trump them all, the 6-hour Kennel GT Endurance race. Good afternoon and welcome to MAGNY-COURS circuit in the centre of France, 150 miles away there. Let's have a look at number 3. Oh yeah, 13 there was. It was quieter than I thought. Because we've also had the Prototype Cup qualifying earlier on today where there was 35 cars. And leading the way was the team of Gomez and Gomez in the car number 22. That is one of our Vortex teams. Now, of course, when we do the qualifying for these races, we take the average of the 3 qualifying times, and that is your grid position. Now, making their way towards the grid. This is their first of 2 6-hour races this season. There's 6 rounds in total, 4 4-hour races, 2 6-hour races. And we've got plenty of time to go through things like the championship leaderboard. I can tell you from the first race, the winners were the team of Perrin, Vince and Ligier. They qualified in 5th place on their average. 2nd place at Paul Ricard, the Chazelle Technology Course team of Roncaglia, Crepe, D'Amici and Leandri are not here in the 920, but Chazelle are represented in the car number 93, which in Paul Ricard was Lopez, Cervez. Between the quality or not that the BMWs aren't a fantastic car. Southern laps here. Again, to be expected, not a surprise, and they are really in their own race, the BMWs. Oh, gone off, that's Seb Ligier. And it is Sébastien Loeb, team leader at the helm. He did have, what was his advantage over Rigo de Sebes? 17, oh, it's almost a full straight, so that won't affect his position on track whatsoever. But again, it's very easy to look at these races and go, oh, look at this, he's got a massive lead, half a lap or a full straight length. Then you come to the pits and you go, oh yeah, 45-second penalty. And that was a spin at turn 17. Let's take another look. Just coming round to the start-finish. Couple of wheels on the green, no traction or whatsoever, a spin, and thankfully nobody behind. Oh, there was. There was a car right behind, in fact. And it was Anthony Plessis that went through. Yes, it was. I was looking at the car behind the Rigo de Sebes amateurs, who didn't lose a lot of time on Rigo de Sebes. And the RR Racing by Racetivity, but that is in 5th, 6th and 7th right now. A 3-way battle for the lead in the Porsche Cup. He's found his feet again, wiped off the dust. Leo Boulet's lead up to 6.6 seconds. And that will continue to grow. Remember, by the first pit stop, he kind of needs to get that close to 25, 30 seconds just to come out on a level playing field. Regis Rigo de Sebes. They're lying in 7th. 16 seconds, or it was 16 seconds. They might not have crossed the start-finish line since the spin by Sébastien Loeb. Where are we on the map? Oh yes, they would have, yeah, so it is a straight up 16 seconds. Now I did mention in qualifying last time round we did have the one car in the UCS 4, which was the Blue Harbour by Sarah car. They are one of those that are not here this weekend. But regardless, even by not being here, they'll still lead the UCS 4 championship because nobody replaced them in that category on the grid. One of our 2 Schumacher Lamborghinis is Pierre Macchi, 10 seconds down on the vortex of Olivier Gomez. They'll love to make that a Lamborghini and Schumacher 1-2. Last time out at Paul Ricard, the E2P Racing team had 2 BMWs, the 61 and the 62 they had. And they seem to have just swapped the number from 62 to 92. Because, let's check the team. Yeah, it's the same team. All they've done is change the number of the car to a 92 as opposed to 62. Is it the same, exact same lineup? Sarasola, yeah, exactly the same. I mean, it's easier for us when the numbers are concurrent, isn't it, if it's a team? A bit like the Vortex is. They've got 20, 21 and 22. Approaching 10 seconds for the lead of Leo Boulet to Olivier Gomez, and then 11 seconds more back to Pierre Macchi. So with just 2 Lamborghinis in the field this week, you know who they are. Schumacher are the only team running the Lamborghini, both of them the Super Trofeos Evo 2. The only team running Vortexes are Team Vortex. The only team running BMWs are the E2P Racing team. The only team running Elijah is the M Racing team. Then we got 4 cars in the Porsche Cup, where we had last time out, how many Porsches did we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we even had 2 Renaults for Craft Racing. They did bring 1 along this weekend, but I'm gutted that's not in the field. Because it was like a little rocket ship at Paul Ricard until it went wrong, and both of them were not classified at the end. I want to see a replay of the start. How on earth did Olivier Gomez do what he did? Best lap of the race so far, no surprise, Leo Boulet, 1:38.682. Just matched his purple sector time in sector 1. Remember, he needs to get much bigger lead than 11 seconds. It looks fantastic. And he's done that in 18 minutes. So you can see how well the handicaps work here, because if he's got an 11-second gap in 18 minutes, let's say the first changeover happens, it'll happen before the hour mark, because you've got to get 7 in, unless you put them really close together. So that is around about 35 seconds per hour he would be gaining on the Vortex team in second place. and the difference in their balance penalties is 31 seconds. So he could gain a 35-second lead and come out of the first pit stop with only a 4-second advantage. That's how it works. That's why it's so good. Levels the playing field. Lovely move there. Is that just coming through? Yes, it was on the BMW. Not an overtake. Well, a back marker overtake for Sébastien Loeb. That was on Pablo Barguera. Now, other than Leo Boulay, the silver driver, all of them are bronze, apart from 3 amateur drivers, who are Regis Rigo de Sebes in the RR Racing by Racetivity team. Also the Ligier driver, Pierre-Olivier Calandini, amateur, as is the 4th of the 4 Porsches, Bruno Servazier, I'll say Servazier, in the 93, the Chazelle technology car. Vortex number 20, running in 10th position right now, a Canadian at the wheel, Michael Salenbeck. And there's your Chazelle technology car, just for a very split second, holding off your leader, Leo Boulay, as he came through. That is... So where is he in the field now? He's taken over Chazelle technology. So he's now lapped up to 8th place as your leader. But I must throw in, just to add some potential jeopardy, we had a few times last month at Paul Ricard, cars early on who looked like, oh my goodness, they're going to win this by a mile, didn't finish the race. Oh, little wobble there from the Chazelle technology car, just very, very subtle. Yeah, some cars that were just looking phenomenal, unbeatable, and then engine goes pop, and they're in the pits for 20 minutes, 30 minutes. So it's so tempting to try and read something into a 6-hour race in the first 20 minutes. Don't do it. Just don't do it. I get to the point where I start taking photos of the order of things at certain points, like after maybe every hour mark, and then try and compare them also. Maybe even every 30 minutes. So from the Porsche Cup at Paul Ricard, let's just take a glance back down memory lane. It was, yeah, we know Sébastien Racing won in their Porsche. Second place was the second of the 2 Chazelle technology cars who aren't here, the 920. The 82 came in 3rd place. It's all overall, by the way, currently piloted by Anthony Plessis. 3rd in overall, Rigo de Sebes in the 17 RR Racing car, finished in 4th. Oh, we didn't have the 5th, 94, which was the other Chazelle technology team. So they ran 3 cars today. Let's have a look. 1, 2, yeah, 3 cars at Paul Ricard. But this weekend, it is just the one. Hey, everybody's got budgets, come on. I find that an interesting livery on that, the 20, the baby blue. It's not doing it for me right now. That, for me, a car like that, the Vortex, has got to be a black, a bright orange, a yellow maybe. The light blue, not yet. Maybe over the next 6 hours when I get a bit delirious, I'll start loving it. First pit stopper. 7 to complete, 1 done for RR Racing by Racetivity. Pitting from 7th position. And you probably won't see during this race the number of pit stops done. I will let you know. I have time here, okay? So Regis Rigo de Sebes does a, well, 25-minute stint, which feels fairly early. Now, as well as the balance penalties, also have the driver lineup, depending on their experience, have to do a particular amount of minimum or maximum amount of time in the car. So let's use as our guinea pig the RR Racing team, and they have. Let's have a glance across. Amateur, silver in their 3-man team. In which case, across the 6 hours, the amateurs must do a minimum of 1 hour 30, and their silver driver can do a maximum of 2 hours 15. So just over a third of the race. So 2/3 of their race will be amateur drivers. And in terms of penalties, silver, 29 seconds per pit stop, in addition to the standard. And during that 29 seconds, they can do absolutely nothing. It is just a sit and wait. There'll be somebody with a stopwatch, and I can guarantee you, during this race, what's that, 12 cars, 7 pit stops, what's that, 84 pit stops minimum? Somebody will not serve their penalty correctly, and they'll have to come for a drive-through. It will happen, maybe more than once. But our first pit stop is done. Did I get that maths right? I did. It was a very quick 12 times 7. I think I was, wasn't I? That's 84. Well, I just got to confirm my 12 times 7 equals 84, did it? So we are on board with RR Racing as we're watching. So this is pretty cool. Oh, they're not quite synced up, are they? Because you should be turning right now. Oh, a slight delay on the inboard. We can take that. It's all satellite technology, folks. Latest equipment. Oh, that's better. Yeah, we're quite close behind now. Okay, maybe half a second delay on the inboard. Flashy, out the way, BMW. Doesn't quite work like that, does it? In the car now is Daniel Wojcinski, their second of 2 amateurs. So they'll be leaving their silver driver until the stint number 3. That's Benjamin Lessenes. Start 4th on the grid. The first Porsche on the grid they were. Our leader is in. Leo Boulay is in the pit lane. And that is, what, let's say a 28-minute stint for him, 27, 28 minutes. And they have to serve a fairly painful penalty of, I think we said 51 seconds early, didn't we? Bronze, silver, so yeah, 51 seconds for them, which will feel like an age. The gap was 20 seconds he got it up to over Olivier Gomez. So Olivier Gomez will take the lead back on track. Time to give the windscreen a wipe, get rid of any bugs. quite a casual wash of the windows, that, isn't it? Just checking the trim all around. Okay, penalty being served, all hands off the car. That's when the clock should start. The Ligier Eagle tyres. And watch this little wheel spin. If we see it all the way towards the end, we might do. Again, it just feels like such a long time, doesn't it? And away we go. Now, we missed the wheel spin, nearly. Next time, next time. Up to permissive pit lane speed. And away we go again. And Olivier Gomez officially crosses the start-finish line and takes the lead. And on board 25 now is Bruno Malherbe. And they'll come out probably about halfway down, I imagine, because they overtook the back 5. So 2 teams have pitted. RR Racing by Racetivity and the Schumacher leading car. They're still second with Pierre Macchi in the second of their team Super Trofeos. But Olivier Gomez's lead for the time being at the top is 20 seconds over that second Lambo. Jeremy Raymond piloting the second Vortex team, number 21, and less than 1 second behind the Lamborghini. Actually, we've not seen that battle, have we? 18 and 21. Okay. And they are all UCS 1s. So on track now, as you can see, there's a real fight going on. They're not all racing each other, but they're all on in their own positions, of course. With pit stops starting, it's just going to be all over the place. Trust me, I'll try and keep you informed as best I can. But Bruno Malherbe in, well, says 7th. We'll find out in a moment. It's really hard to keep on top of, even after half an hour, let alone 5. But that is going a little bit backwards for Bruno Malherbe. Yes, he's a bronze driver, but he's at the hands of maybe the hottest car on the track. So 8th officially for our former race leaders. We'll wait and see how things pan out. Of course, they have had a pit stop. All those in front of him have not. So he's going to gain minutes on every single one. But Bruno Malherbe at the wheel of the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Schumacher GP car. Out in front, though, extends it to 23 seconds for Olivier Gomez in the Vortex. And this is the fight we were looking at. Pierre Macchi just holding off the second Vortex of Jeremy Raymond in the orange. And that is a battle for second place on track. There goes Bruno Malherbe. So they have played a card where they put the silver driver out first to build as big a gap as possible. And then they're going to try and not let it be eaten into too much. Of course, the balance penalty took it away. That doesn't seem to be going too quick either. That's the car 20. Michael Sallenbach, the Canadian at the wheel. And the fellow Vortex just cruised past. Of course, he'll probably know that as that teammate is chasing position second. So Pierre Macchi in the black Lamborghini for Schumacher Grand Prix. Jeremy Raymond in the orange 21 Vortex. They are racing for second and neither go into the pits. Nice to see. I like that. Let's keep this race going. So that move out the way was probably a complimentary for his teammate of Michel Sallenbach. And this, right now, is the best race we have on track. So let's hopefully stick with it. Vortex make a move inside out. Nope, not that time. Now, although you could argue that with all the time balance penalties, a couple of these races, you might prefer to dip into the pits if you've got to make 7 anyway. Every single car's been a completely different strategy. You can't really begin to tell a story of the race until maybe 2 hours in or so. Will they pit together, or who will be first to dive in? In the car 18, what are they? As a bronze pairing. So they will have minimal, goes a little bit wide. Vortex comes on the inside. No. Speed out the corner from the Lamborghini. Holds him off. Bronze pairing. In the true driver car, 18 seconds. The driver balance penalty. And in the Vortex, that is amateur bronze on a 3-car team. That should be fairly similar. 13 seconds. No, 8 seconds. Wow. So the Lamborghini will have to take a 10-second bigger penalty than the Vortex, which is 1 second behind them. It is still Sébastien Loeb at the wheel of the Sébastien Loeb team car. Chassel Technology racing behind the 93 with Bruno Servazier. I'll get it right in the end. Yeah, 2 BMWs, so just a quick glance at one of them. First BMW's in the pits, actually, the 61. Led by Pablo Maguera on stint number 1. Well, you get some flashing sometimes. Not often you get the horn going. And when that car comes side on, it's an eclectic mix of livery, isn't it? I need to get up close to this. There's so much going on the side of that car. So, Michel Salenbach in, well, a brief look at him. Up to 6th place in the 3rd team Vortex. Vortex now, 1st, 3rd and 6th. There's the move done. Okay, gets it. And now, because of pitting, the 21 is now your race leader. Alexander Cross will take up the wheel of the 2nd Schumacher Lamborghini, the number 18. So that is your race leader. The first 3 cars on track have not pitted yet. So you've got Jeremy Raymond for Vortex, Anthony Plessis in the 82 for Loca Racing. We've barely mentioned, I must say, and Sébastien Loeb in the Sébastien Loeb racing car. So 2 Porsches now in your top 3. It's a Porsche sandwich with Vortex bread in your top 4. And the Lamborghinis who have pitted are waiting patiently to retake potentially top spot. Will he come in this time? Your race leader, or all the Vortexes on completely different strategies? Yes, he does come in. So from the lead, Jeremy Raymond gets the overtake done, and it's on board with RR Racing Racivity. Now down in 9th, but 4 cars in front of them that have not pitted. Daniel Wachinski, the amateur, taking stint number 2. And what we really want with this onboard camera is some action during an overtake, don't we? Which with 12 cars will prove a difficulty. But it's great to have it. Hopefully we can make premium use of it. So half of our cars, no, 7 of the 12 cars on grid have pitted. As they cross the start-finish next, it is going to be the 82 Porsche that leads over Sébastien Loeb Racing. And they'll be the only 2 cars then in the top 6 that have not been in the pits yet, which is probably going to put the Vortex of Arnaud Gomez, the car number 22, back in the lead when it's all first pits are done and dusted. But as there's no like pit window other than for the first one, as they can pit any time, and we saw at Paul Ricard that you might have a situation where one team's pitted 5 times and the other's pitted 3 because they're just on completely different strategies. So you got to try and work out, okay, I can see who is in the lead on the timing screen and on the map, but who is actually at a net advantage here. And you find out in the last half an hour, everybody's taken their final ones and go, oh yeah, so they are the leader, I was right. Or sometimes things go wrong and things break and you don't get to finish a race. That was the story in the Prototype Cup 4 weeks ago. A very unique finish to their race. But they've got a 4 race tomorrow. And then the next 2 rounds of the championship, it'll be 4-hour races for both series. The Kennel GT Endurance Cup and the Prototype Cup, and they bookend them with 6-hour races at each end of the season. So there was our early leader, Bruno Malherbe, in the car which was piloted by Leo Boulet in stint 1 to great success. So Anthony Plessis does take up top spot as anticipated. Sébastien Loeb behind him in second. They are the only 2 cars in the top 6 that have not pitted. And the gap to third place Vortex is only 36 seconds, so that will be completely and utterly evaporated when they do finally pit. So at the moment it's Porsche, Vortex, Lamborghini. That will change as Anthony Plessis pits from the lead, and he will relinquish at least, I make it 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 positions on track. And Sébastien Loeb will be leader on the tarmac, unless he pits as well, which he hasn't. Might next time round. So you won't get an update until he crosses the start-finish line, but Sébastien Loeb is the leader, just not showing yet. Anthony Plessis is officially across the start-finish line, but sat in the pits, taking his pit stop. And Michel Sallenbach also pits for the Vortex car 20. So all cars now on 1 pit stop, apart from our leader on track, Sébastien Loeb, in the 888 car. So in a moment, we will see the perfect outcome after 1 pit stop and see where the dust settles. It will be Vortex leading the way. 2 of them. 8 and 7-second advantages respectively. All of them either bronze or amateur drivers too. It'll be Charpentier who takes the wheel of the 82 car, provisionally leader in the pits, making their way back out onto track. Sébastien Loeb, I think, has continued. He's put a big old stint in. So Loeb will lead. It won't be a huge amount of time. He's got to pit soon before the hour mark. 7 to get in, so you're looking around about maximum 50 minutes if you spread them out across the entire 6 hours. So our net leader is going to be the Vortex's Ana Gomez, number 22. Guillaume Charpentier in the Porsche in third will be promoted to second. There's enough gaps here. And the second Vortex of Boris Gimond in the car 21 will take up third place. But that is to come. I can't see Sébastien Loeb going too many more laps without stopping, unless they're going to put a couple really quickly together later on. So there is our race leader, Sébastien Loeb in the 888. And again, he doesn't fit. He is having a proper old stint, is Seb. Now, looking at their lineup, just get confirmation again. They are bronze, bronze, silver. So that means Sébastien, one of the bronze drivers, he must do a minimum of 1 hour 30 across the 6 hours, and their silver driver a maximum of 2. This time, maybe, only halfway around the track at the moment. Got to be before the hour mark. I'm just, again, speculating. Got to be before the hour mark. I think. I'll happily be proven wrong. But he must be absolutely sweltering in there. Unless he's got an absolutely brilliant air conditioning system. You're going to have a sweaty head when he takes that helmet off. But I tell you what, he's given it some. He's raced well 147's best lap, averaging about 143s, which is fairly common with the field. The Vortex is a little bit quicker. There's Bruno Malherbe in one of the 2 Schumacher cars. And finally, Sébastien Loeb does come into the pits. After 27 laps and 47 minutes, let's call it, Sébastien Loeb said, right, that's my first stint done. And it's not a massive penalty balance for them. That is like the highest hydraulics we've seen so far, I think, this weekend. Yeah, it's quite off the line, isn't it? Be a bump coming down. So one of our 2 BMWs, the 92 Olivier Salazar Mendoza at the wheel, running at the back of the pack at the moment. A 15 seconds gap to his stable car, Catalina Borghera, at the wheel on the 61. Catalina, she wasn't originally down on the very first start of the list that was distributed. That was only a 2-person team. That is now a 3-person. Oh no, she is. Oh, sorry, Catalina. There she is. Yeah, only female on the grid this weekend in the GT Endurance Cup. Great. That is Maxim Aronov at the... So now we do have, well, in a moment, Stefan Perrin now at the wheel of the Sébastien car. When he crosses the start-finish, we will get the full official lineup. But Arnaud Gomez, as we predicted, leading the way. Looks like Boris Gimond in that vortex right there will be in second. He's coming up on the back of Daniel Wichinski, but he is 1 lap down, so not racing for position. Alexander Cross in the black Lamborghini for Schumacher GP is into 3rd place, 1 second down on that orange vortex. And that is your race for 2nd and 3rd you just saw very briefly. Orange vortex, black Lamborghini, split by 1.2 seconds. And Arnaud Gomez, after all the first pit stops are done, he has got a 39-second lead after all that. And on that 22 car, also Olivier Gomez, he got the, I'm going to call it a stonking start, wasn't it? And now they lead by a fantastic distance. They're only 3rd in the team championship right now, Vortex, behind M Racing and Schumacher Grand Prix. That's where you take your best teams. And the overall ranking, of course, Sébastien, the Chazelle Technology course and the Loca Racing team were your top 3. RR Racing by Racetivity, right there in fact, they were 4th last time out. So they need, they will make progress ideally over the next, got almost through the first hour as they come into the pits for the 2nd time. That's fairly early for the 2nd pit stop, and we're not yet an hour in, so that's what, a couple of 25-minute stints for the RR Racing team.
Eu le temps de le faire plus tôt les années précédentes. Ils étaient avec Chazelle sur de l'Alpine, là ils sont passés sur la Porsche, donc c'est une découverte. Maintenant je vais voir sur le futur, pourquoi pas. Donc aller continuer sur d'autres courses peut-être cette saison ou l'année prochaine.
Et on vous souhaite de prendre beaucoup de plaisir. Vous prenez le relais dans combien de temps à peu près?
Là dans à peu près 45 minutes.
Donc là c'est les derniers préparatifs, vous allez vous préparer tranquillement, vous rafraîchir un petit peu avant de rentrer dans la voiture.
C'est déjà commencé.
Merci beaucoup Yanis, je vous souhaite une bonne course, une bonne première course. So Yanis just said to me that his first race here in MAGNY-COURS with the Porsche 992. Everything is new for him, but he's going to be enjoy a little bit this new experience, and why not to have more experiences with the car with some other tracks during the year.
So great to hear from a few of our drivers, because we didn't have that at Paul Ricard. So ideally, we will be getting a lot of this over the next, well, already 1 hour day and 5 remaining. So to get these insights is really, really valuable. Leading the way now by an almighty 56 seconds is Ana Gomez. They were our pole sitters. They got away quickly. 56 seconds because of the pitting, second pit stop for the Schumacher Grand Prix 18 car and Alexander Cross. And over the next few hours, the pit stops will become, like I mentioned, a bit of a guessing game. Some will be on 2, some will be on 1, some might even be on 3. We've seen a couple of early pit stops for a few cars. Oh, and we saw a pit stop for Catalina Bugera. She came in. She's gone out again. So that will go down as a mandatory pit stop, but she has taken the second and the third stint. In a 6-hour race for the Prototype Cup at Paul Ricard last month, a couple of cars, although someone's mandatory, 10 or 11 pit stops for, of course, driver change reasons or other technical, mechanical issues, whatever the reason you need to come in is. Uh, 92 is in the pits, one of our BMWs. Currently Olivier Mendoza at the wheel. That might be a change. Here we are. Also, well, here's some highlights. Sorry, I thought that was a pit stop for a second. Well, this start was all about Gomez in the Vortex 22. Absolutely flew off like an utter rocket ship. Was eventually reeled in by the Lamborghini number 25, piloted by Leo Boulet. But the pit stops changed all that eventually. Currently leading, got a couple of Vortexes, but the only car that's not led so far is one of our Porsches on track with, when we're talking about equal pit stops. The BMWs have been racing between themselves, as they did at Paul Ricard. Current leader, they've both had 2 pit stops. And it's the 92, currently Olivier Mendoza at the wheel, Catalina Bugera at the wheel of the 61. Those 2 BMWs will battle right towards the end. Sébastien Racing Team and Stéphane Perrin currently at the wheel. But it was a spin for the team leader, Sébastien Loeb. Nearly took out another of the Porsches in class as well, but thankfully, no contact made. Benjamin Lessenes currently at the wheel of that number 17, RR Racing by Racetivity. We've seen Daniel Wachinski and Regis Rigo de Sebes, who took the wheel in the very opening stages. That is our second Lamborghini of the Schumacher GP Racing Team. Alexander Cross currently at the wheel, rolling around in 6th place, but the only of the top 6 cars to have completed 2 pit stops, so currently to their advantage. But the gap at the front is absolutely huge. Ana Gomez, after leading from the off, going off hard, losing some time, down to about 20 seconds on track, but the Lamborghini suffering as part of their driver penalty balance, which puts them still behind. Things will come back a little bit as the pit stops even themselves out, but that will not be right to the very end of this race. Leading Porsche, Julien Charpentier in the number 82, and that is the Loca Racing Team, who were 3rd overall a month ago at Paul Ricard. The one of the Vortex is not going as well as the others, the number 20, and at the wheel of that one, Maxime Aronov, Dominique Gillemer, and Michel Salenbach. Despite the Vortex team as a team doing very well in the championships thus far. Plenty going on across the first hour here at MAGNY-COURS, but the real story only just starting to be told. That red vortex, though, is looking not quite impenetrable, but very, very dangerous. And it's going to take a lot to reel them in. There's one of our two Ferraris that is also leading for some time, courtesy of, well, currently with Bruno Malherbe. It was Leo Boulet that did a lot of the damage into the vortexes in the early stages, reeled in the rapid start from Gomez. They've had a little back and forth, but the penalty pit stops and penalty balances now starting to throw things in the air a little bit, and the dice will not fall in place until around about the 5-hour mark, to be perfectly honest. And only until then can we really start to tell, okay, who's going to take this one. Until that point is a little bit of speculation. So as it stands right now, it is Vortex, Vortex, Porsche, Porsche, for the only Ligier on track, the number 36, the M Racing car. Currently 5th on track before the Lamborghini. Schumacher Racing Team number 18. Porsches again in 7th and 8th. Lamborghinis running around in 9th, but again, 2 pit stops for them, so don't read too much into this. BMWs, where they expected to be, I think, in 10th and 11th. And I think maybe a little bit of trouble for the number 20 Vortex, because they are now several laps down on the back of the pack, and we might... Are they on track right now? The car is on track, but it is clearly having some issues. They are 9 laps down on their team car, the number 22. But just by finishing races, they will be picking up points. Maybe not prizes, but definitely points. So there's your main highlights for the first hour of racing here at MAGNY-COURS, round 2 of the Ultimate GT Endurance Cup. We'll continue through the evening and into the night. Day-night race here. We're going to finish around about midnight due to a late start after some red flags in the Endurance Prototype Cup qualifying. And that is the previously mentioned light blue Vortex car, which is struggling somewhere. And the story during those adverts is simply that your leader has pitted, currently in the pits, Ana Gomez on the Vortex number 22. So this will shuffle things around a little bit. All but 3 cars have now pitted twice. Is Benjamin Lessenes currently. They've pitted 3 times already in the first hour and 10 minutes. And that does feel, considering we only need 7 pit stops, that does feel like one of those might have been unnecessary. Right, I'm going to do a little bit of research just for a moment. I want to find a little bit more. Yeah, so the Vortex team, although we call them Vortex, it's officially, I think, Vortex SAS. Obviously the French brothers, founded by Arnaud and Ligier. And they've been racing over 10 years now, the Vortex team. And competing as Vortex V8 originally, built and run their own lightweight GT cars. It's a super impressive story. Now, they do have a stable of 7 drivers in total. Most of them are here. What are we missing? They're all pairs this weekend, aren't they? But they've had significant successes. They did struggle early on. I mean, in their 2016 season in SBX, it was a fair few retirements. And then coming through to GTX in, what are we, 2021, had some solid finishes. Let's go through to 2024, 25. Debuted in the 2023 24 Hours series. Still in the current Vortex 2.0 that they're running right now. And did get their first ever overall win at round 5 of Ultimate Cup at MAGNY-COURS. So this is where they got their first ever overall win in, I should know what year that was, recently. Well, they did get also a win in 2024 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi. Right, a few cars now have made their 3rd pit stops. A couple of them you've just seen. The Vortex of the Gomez brothers have pitted for the 3rd time. Boris Gimond, only 2. They are currently in the pits. We've got 5 cars in the pits right now. It's quite a few. There is, for a long time, and maybe still our net leader, the Gomez brothers Vortex 2.0 car. Just keep one eye, because Stefan Perrin, the Sébastien Loeb racing car, of course, won round number 1, and they are one of only 2 teams, and they're lying 2nd, and they've only pitted once so far. So, I mean, that gives them a great advantage, of course, but it is deceptive. But they did wait, what was it, 55 minutes or an hour almost, until Sébastien Loeb finally came in. So out comes Olivier Gomez back at the wheel, taking over from his brother. And they're the only team in the top 5 that have pitted 3 times. on their way out, so they're looking still very good, as they've done for the entire first 75 minutes. And plenty of clean air as well. Best lap of the race so far, 1:38.575. That was by Bruno Malherbe in the green Lamborghini Schumacher car. And the only other lap time under 1:40 was by the Porsche, the number 17 RR Racing by Racetivity vehicle. That's Stefan Perrin leading the race on track, but only one lap completed. Not one lap, one pit stop completed. We're only an hour and a quarter in. One pit stop completed for your leader. Same can be said about Benoit Poulin, the amateur driver currently at the wheel of the 93 Chazelle Technology car. So they will drop down soon, but big gaps forming. Now, dusk or sunset in this part of the world. We're 150 miles from Paris. We're in the centre of France. About 9:20 local time, 9:21. I saw it officially earlier. But even then, you've got, you know, dusky sky, still light in the air. So the lights will come on, and we'll do our best to let you know who's who based on the headlights. You can tell that you can do pretty well with the headlights, but like the Porsche and the Lamborghini, they're so different in terms of headlights, aren't they? More of a classic circle bulb on the Porsche, more of a thin, menacing, slightly closed eyelid on the Lamborghinis. So Sébastien Loeb did about a 55-minute stint before he pitted for the first time. Stefan Perrin is looking at currently 25 minutes on his clock in vision right now. So how long will he wait? Because if I do some quick maths, let's get a calculator, and we go 6 times 60 for the racing time, divided by you divide it by 8, don't you, because you put the last pit stop, so 7 pit stops, 45 minutes per pit stop. If you're breaking it up evenly. So Sébastien Loeb went over that, but again, oh no! Is that... That's not the 888, is it? Is that Sébastien Loeb? Oh, it's refuel. Oh, for goodness me. Oh, they're refueling, that's fine. Blimey, I panicked then. Don't worry, folks. False alarm. That is absolutely standard refueling. Now, at Paul Ricard, it was interesting because you couldn't refuel the... that'll either be at the start or the end of the pit straight. I can't tell which one it is. I'm not actually stood on the ground at MAGNY-COURS. But at Paul Ricard, there was a separate refueling area. So the pit stops were actually effectively doubled from 6 to 12 or 14 Because wherever you pit, then the next lap you come in again to refuel in a different area just behind the garages, effectively just sort of in the paddock, to be honest, and then go back out again. But this is like a complete refuel, and a full tank of fuel gives you about 70 minutes racing-ish, okay? Ish. If you're on full throttle, or maybe you're slightly cruising, you can get away with a little bit less. One of our two BMWs. That was Olivier Mendoza getting out of the car. Here comes Julien Charpentier, the bronze driver in the Loca Racing 82. Did he stop there? Looked like he drove straight through. We just caught him at the end. Yeah, must have done. Right. So, where is this going to leave? Stéphane Perrin, of course, came in, and it was him refueling, so that's a pitting in, and where will they come out? And the 93 Chazelle Technology Porsche still only pitted once. There we go then, full of fuel, and nothing wrong with that car. It will be a little bit heavier now, about 100 litres or so in the tank. In fact, we've got time. Let's find out how many litres. Quickly get your guesses in before I give you the exciting news of how many litres of fuel you can get into a Porsche 992. Oh, I was miles off. Oh, hang on, the standard is 64, but you can get up to 90 litres in there. I wasn't miles away. But it's probably 64. Yeah, the extended range tank is 90 litres. So there's a fun fact for the second hour of racing here at the Kennel GT Endurance Cup. You can take that fact to the bank. And the pit stop for Stéphane Perrin in the Sébastien Loeb racing car means Olivier Gomez in the 22 is now your new race leader. That is Boris Gimond in the 21 Vortex, occupying third place on track. And impressively, now this is really cool, right? Because the top three, for the first time in a long time, there's your race leader. There's only 7 seconds between your top three. But, big but here, the 22 in Vision has pitted 3 times, whereas Sébastien and the other Vortex, the 21, have only pitted twice. So that would give Olivier Gomez here effectively like a minute or more lead. Huge. We've actually got some close racing on track now, because behind Olivier Gomez, is the Sébastien racing car 4 seconds back, then 2 seconds back to the second. There they are, right, you can see things there. Ignore the Chazelle Technology car. In fact, don't, because, when was Where was Boris Gimond at? I didn't see Boris Gimond. And he's not in the pits. Both BMWs are in though. So surely Catalina Bulgara will come out that car, as will Olivier Salazar Mendoza. They're on their third pit stops. And to go back on myself, you can kind of ignore the Chazelle Technology car because they've only had one pit stop compared to 3 for the car behind them and 3 for the leading car. We are just coming up to 1.5 hour race time. We already know the average for the pit stop should be around 45 minutes. Up some dust. Jeremy Corsan, bronze driver, now at the wheel of the Schumacher GP Lamborghini. Do you know what? I was questioning the fuel size. This is really sad. I questioned the fuel size, even in my head on that Porsche 902. We said 64 litres. I've gone to a different source, 110. So I was almost right first time round. That's a little bit smoky, isn't it? That's Pierre-Olivier Calandini. Hot, hot, hot on those brake discs. New set of wheels going on. Tyres, shoes, boots, rubber. More refuelling. And how many have they got? 1, 2, 3 at a time. So that's the Sébastien racing team getting refueled, as is the Anthony Plessis at the wheel of the local racing car. I tell you what, you don't want to queue for a fuel top up at this race, do you? That would be an absolute nightmare. So yeah, 110 litres is on the 992 Cup car. So penalties being served, and away we go. Who's at the wheel? I think it's Pierre-Olivier Calandini. And yeah, a full fuel tank up to maybe around 40 laps of racing. So yeah, we said about an hour and 10 minutes. So that pans out correctly actually, because we are now on lap number 50 and 1.5 hours in. So if you were wondering, because you've got to take into account refueling, the tank is 100 litres ish, again across all the models and manufacturers here, and that gives you around about an hour and 10 minutes of racing roughly. It'll be slightly different. So that means you might get away with 5 refuels, but pretty much on every driver change you're going to be refueling. Unless you come in separately, but I wouldn't think so, unless you absolutely were running on fumes with a couple of laps to go and you got a bit worried. 1 hour, 32 minutes down. It's Olivier Gomez leads by 18 seconds over the second Vortex car, led by Boris Gimond. An 18-second lead and 1 more pit stop completed. Just diving back, I'm in a little rabbit hole now with fuel tank sizes and distances you can cover. So just to pick up on this again, unless we see an overtake here, which we might do, the Vortex chasing the 25 Lamborghini. We are, you know. Oh, maybe not this time. So that is the leading car, Olivier Gomez. But this is not for position on track. This is just a little bit of glory, because Fabio Malerba is running in 7th position and a lap down on that Vortex car. But nobody wants to be overtaken. Bit of a bumpy over the Complex de Ligier. Holding off for now. Right, this further down the hole we go on fuel sizes. That equate to 40 laps on a 100-litre tank, equates to about 100 miles, just over, so about 1 mile per litre they are getting at top racing speed. Going around this track, 1 mile per litre. Gets expensive, doesn't it? Especially the price of fuel nowadays. Back marker of the BMW. Just have to wait 1 more corner to squeeze past, and they'll let them both through. Might get all 3 through, yep. RR Racing nip through as well in the 17. That's Benjamin Lessie and the Belgian in 5th place on track. So this is where things get a little bit confusing, because Benjamin Lessie, who was coming through there behind Fabio Malerba and Olivier Gomez, is on, again, an entirely different lap to those two. It's very close for 3rd and 4th at the minute, just 1 second, well, 2nd, 3rd and 4th in fact. They've all had 2 or 3 pit stops. Now that car number 9 was not a car in this race, don't worry. That's one of the Endurance Prototype Cups, getting ready for tomorrow, I think. Who was that? Are they just trying to get a taste of the environment at the minute? Yeah, that was the Graf racing car, I think. Out early. Just tasting the atmosphere. Benoit Poulon, who was the last car to have pitted only once, they've jumped up to 3 pit stops. There it again, almost immediately. Ooh, blimey. This is a great on-board with the RR Racing team. Again, they are not racing for track position. But regardless, great to see the action. Chasing the back of the 25, Fabio Malerba. Because there's actually an entire lap between these two cars. Now, this is a car that is struggling at the back of the pack. The number 20, it was Maxim Aronov in the car, one of the 3 Vortex teams. But they are 11 laps down of the leader. So their race now is to just keep on going, hope for some retirements, and potentially still get a top 10 spot and pick up some important points for the team and the championship for the car. There is quite a big jump. So between first and 6th, there are 2 laps between those cars. Then up to 5 laps back to Anthony Plessis in the Porsche. The BMW's 7 and 11 laps down. And it's Dominique Gillemet in that Vortex car number 20 now we just saw. That's it on screen. And they are 11 laps down on the leader, 4 laps down on the car in front of them. And that is looking a little bit wet at the back, isn't it? Is that just me? That didn't look quite right. And it's smoking a little bit as well. Maybe I'm just starting to see things because I know that car is not on top form. Okay. Better now. I think my eyes were seeing things. Okay, fellow Vortex in the pits. Boris Gimard in the 21. This might come straight back in the pits. No, it won't. Okay, maybe they've shaken that off. I just thought he was losing a lot of fluid. Absolutely fine now. Well done, chaps. Keep on going. You never know what happens in these races. They do drop to the back of the pack now, behind both BMWs. Only 14 seconds between 12th and 11th. So that is the middle of our 3 Vortex. Is the 21, 22 leads. Currently in 3rd place, that one. That was their 3rd pit stop, so just 1 car now remaining on 2 pit stops. Stéphane Perrin in the Seb Lejeau racing car. Now, although the mandatory is 7, we're going to see plenty more because of the refuelling. You're not always going to refuel when you do a driver changeover, so a bit like last time round. I'll keep you up to date with who's done how many. But we'll get way over Southern, probably into more like the number 13, 14. But regardless, it's who can do the least, do all the mandatory, get all the fuel onboarding done. The Gomez brothers lead by coming up to 15 seconds. Their fastest lap of the race, a 1:40.7, which is over 2 seconds slower than when Fabio Malherbe was at the wheel early doors. He's back at it again now, the silver driver in the Super Trofeo. I'm gonna say it, all right? So far, coming up towards 2 hours, reliability has been first class. Yes, there's been issues and a couple of cars are double-digit laps down, but all still going. I am super impressed. Chazelle Technology chasing the 82, a local racing car. They had a great first round. Top three on the podium for Charpentier and Plessis. Currently only in 9th place, not where they would expect to be, I imagine. Same car, same lineup. Cannot stress enough, we are still not even a third of the way, though, through this race. What tactics are up whose sleeves? They'll have a back market in the BMW to contend with. In fact, that is lapping it again, that BMW. Looks like, oh, maybe for the 4th time. And that is not to discredit the BMWs. They were always going to be further down. They're in a completely different category, the UCS light class. The only two in that class. They are racing each other as they did a month ago. Now in front of Loca Racing in the black Lamborghini is of course Jeremy Corsin. And they are running in 2nd place. But speed-wise, the Porsche looks to be a little bit faster. Both bronze drivers at the wheels. On board again. Do you know what? We need more of these onboard cameras. We could do with half a dozen. I assume picked at random. Ben Lessiers at the wheel of the RR racing car, chasing the tail of the Vortex car number 21. 22 I should say, sorry, course 22. Olivier Gomez, orange and red, very similar colour in hazy evening sunset light. Olivier Gomez in front of Benjamin Lessenes is leading the race, but RR Racing 1 lap down. So this is a race to unlap himself for Ben Lessenes. That is a big ask on that car. Look at it around that corner. So quick. Through the Adelaide hairpin, tightest corner on the track. Sharp right-hander, pretty much a 180 degrees turn back on yourself. And there's it from outside the car, just been inside. And that is just keeping Olivier Gomez quite honest, I imagine. Needs something behind him, chasing him along. I'm sure he'll never get complacent, but when you're leading by, well, it's only a 10-second lead. So the 18 car, just in the background there, see the first car of those two, that is, oh no, we've moved position, because that is Sébastien Racing and one of the BMWs. Ignore that for a moment, but the racing we were watching, RR Racing and the Vortex team, so the Vortex of Gomez only race by 10 seconds, and it's the Lamborghini, the black Lamborghini Super Trofeo of the Schumacher Racing team, and they both lapped pitted 3 times. So we do have, at the front of the race, after almost 2 hours, just 10 seconds separating the top 2, which is really cool. Leaders now through 60 laps of this race, so we are looking at
Sébastien Loeb, pilote et propriétaire de l'écurie de votre nom. Vous avez pris le premier relais, justement, comment ça s'est passé dans un premier temps? Comment vous avez senti la voiture sur ce premier relais?
Bon, le départ s'est bien passé déjà, c'est déjà la première chose. Ensuite, j'étais bien parti dans un bon rythme. On a gardé les pneus neufs pour faire le départ et on a fait toutes les qualifs avec les mêmes pneus. J'ai fait une petite erreur, j'étais bien dedans au niveau des relais. J'ai fait une petite erreur à la chicane, un petit tête à queue, ça m'a mis 4 places sur la voiture. Et donc j'ai dû vraiment faire le maximum pour rester en piste parce que la voiture était un peu compliquée, elle vibrait dans tous les sens. Donc on a décidé de raccourcir mon relais, de changer les pneus et de refaire partir Steph. Sinon dans l'ensemble la voiture est au top. La voiture est au top, je pense que ça va donner des bons relais. Ça refroidit un peu là maintenant, ça devient bon parce que c'était compliqué. Il fait très chaud dans la voiture, mais ça va le faire.
Et justement, sur vos principaux concurrents, il y a notamment la Vortex qui aime ces chaleurs, qui aime ces grosses chaleurs. Et vous, on l'a vu notamment Paul Ricard, votre atout c'est la fiabilité de votre voiture, la fiabilité des voitures Porsche. Quelle serait la clé selon vous pour remporter cette course à l'issue de ces 6 heures de Magny-Cours?
Voilà, il faut faire le maximum pour rester en piste, pas faire d'erreurs, ne pas prendre de pénalités, pas de track limite. Il faut tout essayer de rester sur la piste, on ne joue pas dans la même classe que la Vortex, donc c'est complètement indépendant. Chacun a sa course. Nous on joue plus avec la voiture de Race TVT, puisqu'ils ont 2 silver dans la voiture, ils peuvent rouler 4 heures je crois. Et donc ça fait un gros gap de différence par rapport à nous. Hein. On va rouler maximum 2 heures. On en profite pour faire l'arrêt.
Justement on voit histoire de prendre la pression des pneus. Et puis justement, racontez-moi un petit peu ce que les mécaniciens sont en train de faire sur votre voiture.
Alors on profite de faire un arrêt obligatoire. Ils refont la pression pour réajuster, puisqu'on a refait le plein et on a remis des pneus neufs. Et donc là, il faut qu'ils réajustent pour qu'ils puissent finir son relais tranquillement, sans faire d'erreur, et que la voiture soit au top pour lui, quoi.
Mais pour l'instant, tout se passe bien, entre guillemets. Vous êtes premier de la catégorie Porsche. C'est comme sur du papier à musique, je dirais, pour l'instant.
Oui, c'est une petite course par rapport à ce qu'on fait d'habitude, mais c'est une 6 heures, c'est pas mal. C'est un bon entraînement et ça nous permet d'être là et de garder nos perfs qu'on a d'habitude. On a l'habitude de l'endurance. Maintenant, ça va se jouer, je pense, avec la voiture de Activity. Ils sont vite, les Silvers sont très vite, ils roulent très bien. Et je leur souhaite qu'on s'amuse tous les deux.
Et la nuit, justement, parce qu'il y aura donc une partie de cette course qui sera de nuit. Oui. Comment vous gérez ça? Parce qu'on
We are, it seems, all of a sudden, doesn't it, deep into the night at MAGNY-COURS. We are 4 hours, 10 minutes into this 6-hour round 2 Kennel GT Endurance Cup race. And we have several cars in the pits, which means right now there are only 4 cars on track. Because in the pits are, again, Pierre Macchi, the number 18 Lamborghini Super Trofeo. Just in case you're wondering where we are, a quick dive into the centre of France, between the towns of Nevers and Magny-Cours. We find the Circuit de Magny-Cours. 17 turns around a 4.341 kilometre circuit. And this weekend playing host to the Prototype Cup, the GT Endurance Cup right now. Hoosier Formula Cup, already seen all 3 races for them, and the GT Sprint Cup, both races early on today also. 4.4 kilometres, or 2.7 miles if you prefer. And we are roughly 160 miles away from Paris. Another car comes into the pits, which means right now, folks, there are 3 cars on the track. I'm not a big fan of how long Pierre Macchi has been in the pits for in the car number 18. We saw him having trouble earlier. Spent a few minutes in the garage. Anthony Plessis in the 82 Loca racing car has come back out in 5th place. Right, have we got eyes anywhere on this garage? Because there's 3 cars in. We know the 4 cars that we're just going to call them out for the time being. Oh, Pierre Macchi's coming back out, that's good. The Lamborghini is coming back out as his sister car goes in under direction of Fabio Malerba. But there is your race leading car, the Vortex. 3 of them started, 1 of them remain. And it's on the top step currently. We have officially 5 cars out of the race, so 7 officially still remain, because Pablo Boguera is still right now, if he gets back out in 7th place, he's not going to, his car's done, but his stablemate Jose Sarasola in the car 92, that's a great camera angle by the way, is currently 13 laps down of his teammate, but he is on track, so he'll slowly reel those in. He's lapping pretty slow, to be fair, in the 158. As Daniel Wojcinski comes in, we're driving on board with him. This looks like a refuel. Yes, it will be. It's not a driver change, just coming to top up the tank, which we know now are roughly 100 litres, which will do you about 1 hour, 10 minutes of racing, or approximately 100 miles. So 1 mile per litre of fuel going in. And this will not change the order, because the Lamborghinis are both 4 laps down of the Porsche in second place. So we'll pick up a little bit of time, but no positions. Now, I paused there for a moment because Jose Sarasola's car, oh, cut the corner a bit fine, no need for that, who we know what it is, I mean, it's got to be out of the race, surely. However, the pit in icon has been removed from the timing board, and it's now just showing as neither just a Sector 2 time. Never completed Sector 3, of course. But that car is definitely a pit-in vehicle. If it's made its way back to the pits, yeah, I'm sure it has. Wasn't too far away. It was on Sector 3. So Wojcinski in second, completing his refuel. Pierre Macci in the black Lamborghini moves into second ahead of his teammate in the green number 25, who comes into the pits. This is getting a bit regular, isn't it? Anthony Plessis in the 82, also in the pits. Oh, car 82, a 1 second stop and go penalty. That's Anthony Plessis. That's what he's serving now, I think, maybe. In fact, did Fabio Malherbe just do a drive-through as well? He didn't stop, did he? Oh, yeah, he did get. So, yeah, car 25, missed that one. Drive-through penalty, constant abusing of track limits. Well, that's what that was. A 1 second stop-go penalty for car number 82, that is for speeding under the full course yellows. And that's what that was. Stop the car, count to 1, off you go again. In the grand scheme of things now, these penalties aren't going to do a great deal. They might do. You'd be unlucky, I think, for a penalty to really make a difference now. There's 7 cars remaining. There's almost a lap, at least, between every single one. In fact, 3 laps from 5th to 6th, and 3 laps from 5th to 6th, and 12 laps back to 7th. That is, of course, the BMW. But 7th, regardless, great finish, hanging on. Still got an hour and 42 minutes to hang on. Car 93, 1 second stop and go penalty for speeding under the safety car. That's Benoit Poulain. That is number 17, that's the RR Racing. That's just a standard stop. That feels like 2 in very quick succession. The car running in second place. We've already seen them, we think, have a tactical stop. They can afford to have another one. They got 3 laps on the next Porsche. And they're 3 laps behind the leader. The Gomez brothers are just going about their business, making no mistakes, lapping consistently well. And, I mean, Well, we've got probably another 50, 60 laps to go. We're already on lap 136. I think last time round we got about 200 laps in. Might not be that many. Might just be about 200. Just try to do some quicker maths in my head. Between 190 and 200 laps. That looked like a quick view, or was it that, the 1 second stop and go? No, wrong livery, of course it was. It's Chazelle technology with the 1 second stop and go. I do like how we've got the, what do you call it, reflective lights. That's so useful, especially when there are trackside lights too. It would be nigh on almost impossible to commentate without those. You'd just be going off the timing screen, and that only changes when they cross the start-finish line each time. So here comes Benoit Poulin into the pits, not what you're watching now, but he is coming in for his 1 second stop and go. And first track limits report for kind of 18 Pierre Matchy. That's fine, you can get 3 track limits warnings, and it's from the 4th one you start getting penalties. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, drive-throughs and all sorts, just keeps getting worse. That camera angle has been nudged slightly, hasn't it? We did a great view right out the front window. Now we're just looking slightly left of the start-finish. That looks great in the lights, doesn't it? You very rarely see that angle ever. He's chasing the car 82, who is 2 laps behind him. So I'll tell you, if any of these overtakes are for track position, I will tell you. The closest race we have right now is between 2nd and 3rd, the Pierre Matchy in the Schumacher Lamborghini and Benjamin Lessiens in the RR Racing Porsche. They are 15 seconds apart. And then it's only 5 seconds back to Fabio Malherbe. So we do have a bit of a race on. For the first time in a while, there is a little bit of a race. So 20 seconds between your top, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Which in any other race this weekend, you'd brush that aside as, oh, that's done. But of course, we don't do that here. A lot of dust there. What's just happened? It would have been the car in front of the 22. There is no car in front of the 20. Oh no, hang on. And that is that the Chazelle Technology Porsche? Looks like it from this angle. Livery's right. Shape is right. Oh dear. Yellow sector 1. That is Benoit Poulin. They were running in 6th place, 9 laps down from the lead, 3 laps down from 5th place. And let's hope that is not terminal. Took 5th place at the race at Paul Ricard a month ago. 10 points picked up, and they were on course for 7 or 8 more. Our one remaining workhorse of a BMW. Leader is in the pits, and looks like a driver change to me. Whilst we have the yellow first sector. Oh, hang on a sec, some work being done. Tightening up of the brake. Was it a change of brake disc, maybe? Oh, prepare for full course yellows. Pit entry closed. Looks like that information is just coming through. And that is a very slow driving. Pierre Macchi, who is coming in, but that looked slow even before we got to Sector 1. And Sector 3 was not a yellow flag. Just stop parallel to the garage, stop parallel. Oh my goodness. Oh, what has happened there? That is a big old shunt. And that is, looked like a spin of the rear into the wall somewhere, lost the back end. And that is going to be game over for the Chastel Technology 93 car, who were going fairly well, making their way around, no dangers. No accidents until 4 hours and 26 minutes into this race. And this does look like a standard stop for Pierre Macchi, the bronze driver in the Schumacher GP Lamborghini. Quick spritz on the windscreen. Oh, a two-team windscreen cleaning. First time we've seen that this weekend. So the 93 is done for the day, most definitely. We're on full course yellow, so everybody slows down. Effectively a virtual safety car. Although, at the moment, on the map track, it's still only got Sector 1 as yellow. Not sure why. The pit lane is going to be closed as well, I'm sure they said. Yeah, pit entry closed at 10:29, which we've gone past, but Pierre Macchi was already in the pits when that call was made, so no issues there at all. It's a strange picture for a second. Looked like some sort of snowstorm. It is certainly not. It's still warm. Right, so they will trundle around the racetrack. We are getting no readings from receivers after Sector 1. Not sure what's going on. Once again, no safety car, just a full course yellow. But we are going to be now down to 6 cars remaining for the last hour and a half.
26 minutes,
In the Vortex garage, they are eagerly looking at some stats, probably the same, a couple of the same pages I'm looking at, and see what the gaps are to different cars and what their tactics might be for the last hour and a half to try and get this win over the line. The way things are going, though, the unpredictability of this race, every half an hour just throws another spanner in the works. And it could be absolutely anybody. So, as I was mentioning before that incident for the Chazelle Technology team, the racing for second, third and fourth was down to about 20 seconds between the three, which for 4.5 hours into a race is incredibly tight for three cars to be that close, considering also there's only at the time 7 cars remaining in the race. Now it's 6. Ah, nice view of the moon. Full moon above MAGNY-COURS. Ah, look at that. Brilliant. They do look like red flashing lights, don't they? Just the contrast from that camera. As a member of the RR Race and Racetivity team. And that is their car running. And what is that going on? Whenever we come past that camera, it looks like there's fireflies all over in front of it as it goes from left to right. And I don't think many of the cars will really mind this. It gives them a chance just to eke out a few more minutes of this race towards the end. Now, I don't think that 93 car should take too long to be recovered from the circuit. Yes, it was badly damaged. It's not going to get rolled on, it's going to get dragged on to the recovery vehicle. But it must have hit a wall somewhere, and it looks to be felt like it hit a hard wall rather than a tyre wall, because the damage was pretty profound. In which case, there should, in my mind, be no tyre wall to fix, which will reduce the time we spend under full course yellows quite a bit. Ah, there's the car. In it goes. Looking very poorly. Hopefully back in 6 weeks' time at Mugello. Sister car just keeps rolling on. That BMW there is 9 laps down from the car in front, but that doesn't matter. It's still going to be a winning class. And it's going to be, by the end of this race, because one of those cars in front, well, the car in front is the one that's just been taken into the pits. So 9 more laps to be officially in 6th position, but they'll get it by default anyway if they finish the race, of course. I think we should get going again in the next few minutes. We've not seen the crash site. So we continue on into the French night. I'm a bit surprised how long this has taken to get going. So I can only deduce that there was damage done somewhere that needs to be repaired, because we know the course is off the track. And it was off the track about 5 minutes ago. And just the damage on the front left, front right indicated to me that it hit something very hard. And I just don't think a tyre wall, unless it hit it like 100 miles an hour, would make anywhere near that damage. But I think I may have been wrong to make that assumption, because this is certainly dragging on a bit. We know the teams at Trackside will be doing everything they possibly can. They have been brilliant today, by the way. There have been several incidents of cars stranded, 2 at one time in the gravel, and a couple in walls. We have seen them being rebuilt with great speed. So we will get racing as soon as we can. And when we get going again, we should have a little race, because the RR Racing number 17 is only, let me just double check, 4.6 seconds ahead of Fabio Malerba, the 25, in third. So second and third separated by only 5 seconds. That's fantastic for us. Safety car of full course yellows is ending at 22:41. So in 1 minute's time we'll go racing. You'll see that yellow ticker disappear, and we'll be under green, green, green. Here we go. We are under full racing lights. The track is green. Away we go. See those green racing lights flashing everywhere just for a few moments until all the cars are completely aware we are racing again. And the race now is on with 1 hour and 22 to run, 4.5 completed for second and third, which is only separated by 5 seconds. And there they are on screen, back markers to get past. And hang on, this might just mix things up a little bit. The BMW moves out the way. That's not the car we want to look at, though, because the Lamborghini Super Trofeo is chasing down the Porsche of RR Racing. But one more back marker to get past. There's 4 cars in this little pack. So the BMW does shift out, but we want to be watching, weaving left and right. That is the 17 RR Racing car in second place overall right now. And right behind it is going to be the Schumacher GP Racing Lamborghini. And all the while trying to get temperatures back up to speed again, so weaving back and forth. And do you know what? Where's that gap come from? Because the green Lambo was right there, and all of a sudden it isn't. There it is in the background. In fact, the Lamborghini's gone in the pits. Now, very shortly, Pablo Boguera will move into 6th place, at least on the timing board there, because he's about to finally unlap himself from 7th. When our Poulon had that incident in the 93, he was running in 6th place, 5 laps ahead, maybe more. Is it 8 of the BMW of Pablo Boguera? And finally, after about 15 minutes, that is all going to be undone. And Boguera, when he crosses the start-finish line next time around, will officially, finally, be in 6th place. The reason he wouldn't be until that point is just in case the 93 managed to get it back out on track, of course. We know it will be eventually a non-classified finish, but until the race is over, there is still a chance that the car can get back out on track, regardless of how many laps they are down. We are through 152 laps for our race leader. There is our car currently occupying a 2nd position, 2 laps down of 1st and 2 laps ahead of 3rd. Something flapping off the front left there, wasn't there? Didn't make that up, did I? What can we see? Oh, that's a different car, isn't it? Oh, please let this be a good start, please. Oh, no, don't do that. But the nice thing is, again, this is that mathematics coming into play, because now the car 61 is officially in 6th place. And they should have had more people ready to push that car back, really, shouldn't they? As opposed to just 2. There doesn't seem a lot of effort to get that into the garage quickly, does there? So maybe what you might see now is this car, and that's, come on, left hand down into the garage. You might see this car in the garage for the next 45 minutes. Be given a massage and a little wash, and just comes out for the last 10 or 15 with a new driver. They've completed all their changes. The car looks good. There's no need for it now to run for more than an hour. Completely unnecessary. It can come out for the last 10 minutes because it is not going to. It is 18 laps down on 5th position, right? It's not getting 5th. It is in 6th right now. What is the point in driving around for an hour when you can bring it in, take it out for 1 lap at the end? Engine's up, and I think that is just let it cool down a bit. Nothing more. There's no work being done on that car at all. So let it cool down, play it some music, read it a book, look after it for 45 minutes, jump back in, bag your points for 6th place, which will be their best finish of the season. I'm sure that just twitched that steering wheel. Oh yeah, just because the wheel moved under the movement. No paranormal activity in the MAGNY-COURS garage in the spooky night time. So now we have 6 cars still in the race, 5 of them are on track. We are officially into our last hour. 5 down, 1 to go. Come on. How many cars will we have left at the end of this race? I hope it is 6. It could even be more. If one of these cars gets back out just to bag some tactical points. That would be pretty cool. Julien Charpentier in the 82 pits. I love at the time that one's been down the pit lane. Alexander Prost, the podium. Currently it's going to be one of them. Right, as we approach our last hour, let's get some highlights. It looks like since we went dark here at MAGNY-COURS, and it's really been a story of the Gomez brothers, Olivier Gomez in the 22 car right now. And to be perfectly honest, we haven't mentioned them too much in the last 3 hours, other than to say they're still leading, because they just haven't put a single foot wrong. They are banging out the lap times consistently, increasing their lead up to 3 laps now. They could have a 5-minute little rest break and still come out and be absolutely fine. Just have a look at the car if they wish to. Don't think they will. Over 2 of their 3 cars they brought this weekend are out of the race. We lost them about an hour and a half ago. Running second is the number 17 car, not quite see him yet, of the RR Racing team, but that is the leader of the 2 Lamborghini Super Trofeos. That is the second one, the black, then the green. But Leo Boulet has just been let through on Alexander Prost, so he's just less than 1 lap down now, and he is lapping about 6 seconds quicker than his sister car and teammate. And with about an hour to go, that is a gap that could be bridged. So it could be an interesting end to see who takes the 3rd podium place if they can't catch Benjamin Lessiens, who's currently in that car there, the number 17. They've been in every position from 2nd down to 8th and back up to 2nd again. Quick glance there at the 82, Guillaume Charpentier, one of 6 cars still in the race, although the BMW, which is in the race, is currently in the pits, having a manicure before we believe being launched out again, potentially for the last 15 minutes. But there is the RR Racing team. They have had, to be fair, a wonderful, wonderful race, looking to improve on their 4th place finish from MAGNY-COURS, burning the brake discs bright and red, which we know now means 600 degrees Celsius. We learned that earlier during our education session around about the 4-hour mark. We also learned about fuel tanks today, 100 litres-ish, which gives you about an hour and 10 minutes of racing and about 100 miles on track distance to run. This is not just a motorsport commentary service, it's a motorsport education service. There is our remaining BMW, not on track at the moment, again in the pits, but tactfully so. So the remaining 5 cars on track, edging their way around, staying out of danger. Nothing too much else to report other than the positions. See a top 5 again. The Vortex team, Olivier Gomez, led from pole position. Haven't always been in the lead, but they have for roughly the last, I'm going to say, 2.5 hours or so. Benjamin Lessiens, leader in the Porsche category, also 2nd overall in the 17. That's the RR Racing by Racetivity. Porsche 992 Cup. Alexander Prost, the first of the 2 Schumacher GP Lamborghini Super Trofeos, making his way, and that was an earlier pit stop. That was the accident that took out the 93. That was the Porsche of the Chazelle Technology team. They had 3 teams at Paul Ricard, just brought 1 team car to MAGNY-COURS, but it will not finish the race. They've not actually received it back in the garage yet. It's still making its way back from the tracks, although it has been recovered. It did cause a full course yellows for a little bit of time, but we got through that. And that was the recovery of said Chazelle Technologies car. Pardon me. Front right tyre was not going round in circles, to put it shortly. The remaining 6 cars did carry on before the BMW pitted, as we already mentioned, which just left out in front Olivier Gomez, sort of just in a little practice session of his own, lapping consistently, extending the lead out to 4.5 laps now. It just keeps on growing. The only danger to them, potentially, and it's still an hour to go, Leo Boulay flying. In fact, lapping 9 seconds quicker than Olivier Gomez, your leader, but he's not going to catch up 5 laps. That's just a non-story. However, the podium could still change. We could potentially still get 2 Lamborghinis on that podium. But after 5 Porsches took the top 5 spots at Paul Ricard just a month ago, this is a real switch up for the books. Currently 2 in the top 5, occupying 3rd and 5th. Colonel Charpentier for Loca Racing, the 2nd of those 5. Fingers crossed we'll see 6 cars across the finish line if Pablo Barguera in the BMW, which would be an incredible finish in 6th, but it has been a war of survival. In a moment, we'll see some videos about our sponsors and partners and come back to racing for the final 45 minutes or so. This is round number 2 of the Ultimate Cup Series 2026 Kennel GT Endurance Cup. into the last 45 minutes we go. 5 hours and 5:15 in. And just 5 cars on track remaining after the 12 that started. We do have one in the pits that we hope will get out. Pablo Baguera in the 61 BMW. But we shall see. Nothing's a given in this race. 4 laps the lead for the Vortex 22 car. One of the 3 remaining in the race that started. 2 of them out a couple of hours ago. Leo Boulay has moved into second place, the silver driver in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Schumacher GP team, and he is absolutely rocketing around. He's consistently in the sub-140s, the only car doing that. Your leader, Gomez, lapping in 145s consistently, but even if you do that for 43 minutes, he's not going to be catching him. Johan Boris Shire in third place in the Porsche, the RR Racing by Racetivity team right there. And then Jeremy Corsan in the car number 18, second of the 2 Schumacher GP Racing Team Super Trofeos. In 5th place, Anthony Plessis in the 82 Loca Racing Team. Okay, they've got a little bit under the radar, the Loca Racing Team. They did finish in 3rd place. Paul Ricard, and they're proving that that was absolutely no fluke, because they're currently 2nd in Porsche Cup, 5th overall, which is officially the last of 5 remaining cars. But when 12 started, just across the finish line feels like a victory for all these teams now. So we edge our way towards midnight locally. We are going to finish just after midnight. We started about 20 minutes late due to some, well, a red flag in every single of the 3 qualifying sessions for the Endurance Prototype Cup, which races tomorrow. Is that 2 laps in a row in the pits? Ah, this will be a refuel, I imagine. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Yep, going through to refuel for the last time. So we know a full tank gets them 1 hour and 10 minutes of racing, roughly. Only 41 to go. Might not even be a full tank. Just as much as you need. So Jeremy Corsan in the 18, also in the pit lane at the moment. And with 1 in the pits, all of a sudden there were 4 on track. And there is your refueling going in from both sides, a double refuel. Whatever gets it in the quickest, eh? Tell you what, those things are heavy as well when you're doing it manually. So now for all of these cars, it's simply a matter of no mistakes. We do have a race on because, well, whenever we start to get a race on, one of them goes in the pits. So for at one point there we had 8 seconds between Leo Boulay in 2nd and Johan Boris Shire in 3rd. But that is not going to be the case now, because Johan Boris Shire is into 2nd. And Leo Boulay is still in the pits, so all of a sudden we've gone from 8 seconds to a lap between them. still be closer on track. And you'll see another set of lights. No, you would have seen if we'd hung around for just a second. As your race leader, going for a refuel for the last time. So that might be a common for all 5 cars now to get the fuel in quickly. Hang on, the 93. The 93 is coming back out. The car that had the absolutely wrecked front right wheel arch and wheel. I'd be oh, it was left rear, wasn't it? Yeah, sorry, I'm thinking about the BMW, but again, I didn't think we'd see that car again. But get it out, get some points. They'd be 3rd in Porsche Cup, 7th overall. Yes, okay, they're 37 laps down from the leader. Doesn't matter. It's points. And only 1 lap behind 6th place, the BMW, who is also currently in the pits. Maybe will that encourage them to get out again a little bit earlier than planned? We'll wait and see. So we might finish this race with 7 cars, folks. I thought it was 5 for a little while. So I feel like we will get to see Benoit Poulin in the 93 Chazelle technology. Well, the question mark is, have they had enough driver changes? Well, it's not going to be Yanis Chamouni in that car. Brings it up to 9 driver changes. No, it's Bruno Sevasier. So literally the name was changed 3 times on who's in the car. On this screen I've got. And they have done only 9 pit stops. So they cannot possibly have done 7 driver changes yet, because they need to refuel at least 5 times to get round. So I'm going to say they need to do at least... no, they'll have done 4 refuels, they need to do 1 more refuel and 2 more driver changes, I think. And they are out on track. They are out on track. Congratulations to the Chazelle Technology racing team, because somehow, after what we thought was a terminal damage to that car, they are back racing again. Maybe not at full speed, but they're going to pick up points if they cross the finish line. Wow, that is really impressive. And they will move from 7th up to 6th in 1 lap's time, because that is when the BMW came in 6th place. They finished 1 more lap, came in. That feels pretty safe. And they'll be guaranteed at least 7th, the BMW E2P Racing Team. Well, incidents and great news stories right towards the bitter end. We're heading towards the last 30 minutes. That felt a little bit wider than necessary for Schumacher GP Racing Team in 3rd position. And I feel like they're maybe not going to get their 2 cars on the podium. Hopefully still get 1 for them. In 3rd right now, Leo Boulet. Still lapping in the very low and maybe just sub 140s. There's your refuel that I was talking about, because you can't refuel whilst you're in the garage. You can only refuel in that area. So they've come straight in for the anticipated refuel. And I think you'll still see 2 more changes later on for driver changes, just to get to the mandatory Southern. Oh, hang on. They didn't race for about an hour, so they don't... Maybe they need 1 more driver change, because they've done 10 now. And by not racing for about an hour, they've missed out on
Avec Benoît Rousset et le team Chazelle Technologies. Alors, bilan de ce qui vient de se passer, la voiture est restée un long moment du côté des services techniques suite à un souci au niveau de la roue arrière gauche. C'est ce qu'on a vu sur les images. La voiture a été arrêtée, a dû être évacuée. Quel est le bilan de cet incident ?
Oui, on a attendu longtemps la voiture, donc on ne savait pas réellement le constat, qu'est-ce qui s'était passé. Il s'avère que finalement, il y a eu un problème au niveau de la roue arrière, le goujon qui s'est enlevé. C'est parfois une maladie sur la Porsche, et malheureusement c'est arrivé. Mais pour notre bonheur, on va dire, le pilote s'est arrêté vraiment au bon moment. Il n'y a pas eu de problème, que ce soit au niveau du disque ou de la carrosserie. Donc finalement, on a rechangé les 4 roues, et là la voiture va pouvoir finir la course. Surtout qu'on était quasi à 75% de la course, donc ça aurait été dommage d'abandonner alors qu'on était en train de faire un podium avec notre équipage 100% âme. Donc voilà, c'est une bonne nouvelle pour toute l'équipe, pour les pilotes, qu'on puisse terminer la course pour ces 6 heures de MAGNY-COURS.
Donc là, l'objectif, c'est de repartir, d'être dans les temps pour marquer des points.
Exactement, exactement. C'est vrai que l'équipage qu'on a actuellement, c'est un équipage 100% novice avec la Porsche. Et le fait de faire un podium ce week-end, c'est quand même une grande fierté pour eux. Voilà, ils ont bien travaillé durant tout le week-end. Donc c'est vraiment très plaisant pour nous de les voir tout à l'heure sur le podium.
Merci beaucoup.
Ça marche.
So what I gathered from that is that, yes, tactically, this is just about making sure they get some points, which is absolutely ideal. Not just in the overall, but in the Porsche Cup as well, because this will get them 15 points in the Porsche Cup. And by finishing, if they get 6th overall, 8 points for 6th place. So you can't even question it, can you? It's pretty cleverly tactical. Not just have they got the car running again, which is the most important bit, but they're going to use their time very wisely. So they've got the 1 refuel in. I think they need 1 more driver change by my calculations, but 30 minutes to do it. They're going to be absolutely fine. Now, the lead at the front, which at one point was 4 laps, now is just over 2. And that's anything to get concerned about. They can bring the car home very, very safely. No need to absolutely tear it around this track by any means anymore. Looks like they've done all of their changes too, as have the team in 2nd position right there, the number 17. Now Johan Boris Shire on board. Yeah, I imagine we'll be taking that to the end. And yes, the 93 Benoit Poulon has come into the pits, and this will be, yeah, the driver change. So, if I predicted this all correctly. I know exactly what they're doing, and with that driver change, that 1 lap of the course, they do jump into 6th place. Careful, still some overtaking going on. That is the Schumacher GP on the back of the race leader. So unlapping himself at least one time. And here's Ana Gomez now, just keeping out of trouble for 29 minutes. Behind him now, at least 30 seconds to the next car. To fourth place, Jeremy Corsin, but 4 laps down. Now, just car management for our front cars, although those doing the chasing, I struggle to see where any changes can take place now, because there's a lap between, or thereabouts, between second to third, third to fourth, and fourth to fifth. This looks all pretty nailed on to me. Benoit Poulin has taken the control of the wheel in the 93. So I'm going to say everyone now can cruise home with their current drivers on board if they wish to. They should all be, as far as I'm aware, fueled up to go to the end. The only question mark now on the entire circuit is whether Pablo Boguera in the pitted 61 car, the BMW, is going to make it back out. That's Anthony Plessis, who is 35 laps ahead of 6th place Benoit Poulin. You might even see another car have a little sneaky last 10 minutes. Actually, no, you won't. You absolutely won't, because every car from 8th down to 12th have only made a maximum of 7 stops so far, and that will include some refueling too. So scratch that as soon as I said it. Unless the only way they would do that, so they went out for the last 20 minutes and every couple of laps changed drivers. In race number 1 a month ago, the race was won by, as we know, Sébastien Racing, who unfortunately dropped out of this one after 84 laps, around about the halfway mark. But they did win it by 1 minute and 5 seconds. Third place was the current 5th place sitters, Plessis and Charpentier. They were 2 minutes 25 back in 3rd place. So these kind of gaps at the front aren't unlikely. This is how endurance racing works, and at 2 laps they're going to be around about 3 minutes ahead. And when we say 2 laps, it could be anything between 1 and a bit and 2 and quite a lot. We'll get that information to you right at the very end. 25 minutes to run. The Gomez brothers from pole position have been solid throughout. Now, this is great racing actually. It's the Porsche and the Lamborghini who are laps apart in terms of the actual positioning, but they will enjoy, without getting dangerous or causing any issues, a little race into our last 25 minutes. Why not? This is really pride now. They are in 2nd and 3rd position, but they are second by 2 laps. So will they take one lapping? Yes, they can allow that and just let that happen. It means absolutely nothing. They're in no danger of losing track position. Don't let pride get in the way of an accident. Trying to defend something that you don't need to. Oh, big wide there, though, from Schumacher GP. And wide again. Maybe out of position on the first corner and took a wider into the second. Oh, big move on the inside. And Johan Boris-Shire takes it back. This is a battle of two silver drivers. And it felt like Leo Boulay almost kind of gave that away. You had a funny couple of turns quarter of a lap ago, and then seemed to be all out of position. Into the pits he goes. I think they definitely served all of their mandatory pit stops. But there is another driver change. And, yeah, one more then for the 93 and the Chazelle Technology team. This surely has to be the last one. I did say 2 initially, then I changed my mind to 1, but clearly I was right in the first place. They're just confirming who's getting in there. Any last-minute instructions, maybe. So once again, we enjoy an on-track battle for all of half a lap. And then it's fizzles out with a visit to the pit lane. Just checking tyre pressures, all good, and the valves are all on okay. All nuts are tightened. Looks like it needs a wash now, doesn't it? For the first time today, I'm thinking that, yeah, that could do with a scrub. There's 1 3/4 laps between our front 2 cars. 2 laps again between second and third. Fabio Loeb on an out lap, so Jeremy Corsan in the sister car might come through to nip second, and this is going to be a Schumacher GP battle for the third step of the podium. So will there be team orders? Schumacher GP are the current UCS1 championship leaders after being the first UCS1 car home at Paul Ricard. They'll be the second ones home after our Vortex team crossed the line in first. We anticipate happening. Porsche in second. And also Schumacher GP second in the team championship behind Seblageau Racing. Tied in first actually, but they will move to top of the standings in the team competition after 2 of 6 rounds. less than 20 minutes to go. And the two Lamborghinis do trade places, the Schumacher GP cars. You see 18 back on top as it goes the long way round the race leader. Ana Gomez just keeping out of trouble, doesn't need to, he can let every single car pass him, doesn't matter. They've earned the right to do that over the last 5 hours and 40 minutes. There is only 6 seconds between the Schumacher GP cars, the 18 and the 25. But I think that will be extended this time over the start-finish line. It certainly will. There's so much gap on the map tracker. What's the gap now? 7.5. It has grown. They got Ana Gomez, our leader, in between them. Bruno Sarvazier takes control of the 93 car. And I don't think we'll see another pit stop unless it's ceremonial to send somebody over the start-finish line. Gomez lets another one through. He's lapping 7 seconds slower than any other car in the top 4 right now, because he can. It's fastest lap of the race for that car, 140. Surely no surprises now. I can't see a scenario where we don't finish in this order. Such are the gaps. 2 laps, 2 laps. 10 seconds, but the teammates and the gap is growing. 2 laps to 5th, and get this, 36 laps gap back to 6th place. But it's a very clever move by the Chazelle Technology team to pick up 3rd place in the Porsche Cup just by finishing, and 6th overall. Come the end of the season, they could be absolutely pivotal points. We are on lap 179, or at least Ana Gomez is. So we're going to get to around about lap 184, 85 for the maximum completed by our winner over the 6 hours. There is the recovered Chazelle Technology Team car. Doesn't want any more trouble. Charpentier in the 82. Solidly in 5th position. That will not change at all. Closest race we have on track is still between the teammates. It's the Schumacher GP green and black Lamborghinis, but the gap is growing by about 1.5 seconds per lap. So I do not foresee any thrilling ending to this one. It's going to be as we stand, unless, and I hope there is not any drama in the last 10 minutes. I think all of these cars have earned the right to finish where they are. All deserve points. The only question mark will be, do we see the 61 BMW come out for the last couple of laps just to pick up some points? I wouldn't be surprised, but I thought they would have done it by now, because they've made 11 changes. So I imagine they'll have to get out, do 1 lap, drive a change, then finish, because they must have at least 12 in total, because they've done 130 laps, so they should have had, what, 3 or 4 tanks of fuel. Might be okay on 11. Might be okay. I can see they made 11, but I don't know which are refuel and which are driver changes, unfortunately. Gomez has picked up the pace a little bit. 1:45 lapping now. 2 seconds quicker than he was. Fastest lap of the race still, and it's been there about 5.5 hours. It was set really early on. Leo Boulet in the 25. Fabio Minerva currently at the wheel. In fact, I think it was lap 5 he set that on. into the last 10, and I'm just keeping half an eye on one screen I have here, waiting for the 61 car to say pit out instead of pit in. But I don't think that's going to happen now. I was feeling optimistic, especially after the chat we had with the team owner, like trying to find a way to get points on the board. But whatever damage was done to the 92 is clearly terminal. And to the 61, I didn't see anything particularly wrong. I really thought that was a tactical move to get them in, keep the car safe for an hour and a half, then nip out right at the end. And maybe they will, maybe they will. If so, they've most definitely done all their stops then, because they'd have to come out in the next 5 minutes. As long as they get out before it goes down to 0, they can finish a lap. And we are coming up to midnight at local time, 4 minutes away. We were scheduled to finish this race at 11:35, but again we had that late start due to some issues during Prototype Cup qualifying, kicked everything back a bit, including the Clio Cup Series and the Ultimate GT Sprint. Gomez is just rolling that car around now in almost up to the 149s. Very casual, very safe. We're going to get maybe 3 more laps in, I'd imagine. So Gomez brothers started on pole position. They're going to convert that to a win. In second place, the RR Racing team of De Sebes, Wachinski, Lesene and Shear started in 4th on the second row. Going to convert that to a second. And car number 18, the Schumacher GP car, MAGNY-COURS and Corsin, started second on the front row alongside the Vortex car. So 3 of the cars on the front 2 rows are going to convert to podiums. The one missing out is the Vortex Team 21, who we lost at around about the halfway mark. Qualifying on the 3rd row, the Ligier Racing team lost them around about the same time. 84 laps completed, not quite at halfway. Alongside them on row 3 was the 36. And that was the first car we officially lost after just 68 laps. That was the Ligier. So the biggest jump in positions was a toss-up between the 93 car. It's the Chazelle Technology, started in 9th position, and they're going to finish in 6th. But also the 25 car, the other Schumacher GP, didn't have a great qualifying. It's the green Lamborghini Trofeo. Started in 8th, and they're going to finish in 4th. Other cars are going to be non-finishers. But for a fairly rarely, actually, on this occasion, for an endurance race, and 3 of the top qualifying cars to finish on the podium. It usually changes about so much, as we've seen with reliability. One of those front 2 rows, 3 of the most reliable cars across 6 hours of racing. Let's just check where we are on track with our leader. They are about halfway round. So I'm going to say this will be 1 more lap only. Yes, it will be, because I'm not going to get to the start-finish line in the next 30 seconds or so. And they're lapping in 1:48. So 1 more lap to complete. And then everyone will cross the line in the order they currently are. All 6 finishers, all six Frenchmen. We did have Spaniards in the BMWs and Canadian in one of the Vortexes when things went a bit pear-shaped. Not an all-French team, though, on the second step of the podium. Of course, Ben Lessiens from Belgium. In the 22 is, of course, for our leaders, the Gomez brothers, the French pairing. In the 18 car, again, French pairing, Pierre Machi and Alex Kroos. Jeremy Corsin, sorry, I made out of 3, didn't he? Of course he did. Not on the original starting or entry list was Jeremy Corsin. And we are just about done. This will be the final lap as Ana Gomez makes his way towards turn number 8 and 9. Long left-hander around the 180 turn. And it has been nothing short of a procession for the last, well, hour and a half, 2 hours for the Gomez brothers. From that point on, let's say 4 hours, it never looked in danger. They have been so good. Down towards the final couple of corners and the Complex de Lycée. The Gomez brothers, after qualifying on pole position and after 6 hours of racing, will take their first win of the season, and they celebrate on the wall. They've been utterly dominant this weekend, led for the last 2 hours and never looked like losing it. Across the line in second is the RR Racing by Racetivity team. Congratulations to Regis Rigo de Sebes, Daniel Wachinski, Ben Lessien and John Borrashia. And in third, the 18 Schumacher GP Lamborghini Super Trofeo, led over the line by Jeremy Corsin. Pick up plenty of points also. Fabio Malerba in the second Lamborghini Super Trofeo will pick up 4th place, almost a double Lambo podium. 93, just saw a glimpse there of Bruno Sébastien taken across the 93. The Chazelle technology who somehow got that car back on track after a big old shunt. And they lost about 40 laps to get that car fixed, but they will get points. Just 6 finishes of 12 starters. In 5th place, Guillaume Charpentier crosses the line for the Team 82 Loco Racing after their great start to the season. So 3 manufacturers on the top 3 steps. It's the Vortex, the Porsche and the Lamborghini. After an all-Porsche top 5 in round 1 at Paul Ricard. It's all change in round 2 at MAGNY-COURS. So we did not see the BMWs. That was one of the stories we were waiting for to finish at the very end. Didn't happen. And we finished the race just after midnight in central France. The day-night race, round 2 of the Canal GT Endurance Cup, concludes with just 6 cars picking up points. How valuable will they be by the time we get to round number 6 at Portimao? So half the field that finish will be on the podium. In fact, more than that, because of course there's class podiums as well. In fact, all 6 cars will be on a podium. 3 Porsches finish and 3 UCS1. Everyone you finish, you'll win a prize. So no finishes in the UCS light, no finishes other than Porsche and UCS1. That's a dramatic shot, isn't it? Hopefully we'll have a chat with a couple of our drivers. One of the Gomez brothers, ideally. There were 4 members of the RR Racing by Racetivity team finishing second. And 3 in the car across the 6 hours for the Schumacher GP team.
Un 2, 1, 2, test micro.
So I think we're going to go down for a chat. We'll wait just a few seconds. Should see the podium presentation too. It's going to be a late night, early morning one, isn't it? final official classification after 187 laps of racing and 6 hours. It was Arnaud and Olivier Gomez that took the win. Maximum points in round 2 of the Renault GT Endurance Cup. Resilience all the way from Rigo de Sebes, Wojcinski, Lesenez and Chiet, the RR Racing by Racetivity team. And the first of our 2 GP Schumacher teams and the Lamborghinis for MAGNY-COURS and Coursin just tipping their teammates, Malherbe and Boulet, into 4th place. The other 2 finishes, the Porsche of Plessis and Charpentier for Loca Racing, and Lopez, Savazier, Poulon and Chamouni in the 93.
Allez, avec un des vainqueurs de cette course, Arnaud Gomez. Arnaud, quelques mots pour décrire cette course et cette victoire aujourd'hui.
Ah ben le maître mot, là, c'était gérer la chaleur qu'il a fait tous les 3 jours. Donc on a géré vendredi, on a géré samedi, on a géré tout le début de course. Et après, ben, l'écart était fait, donc on a déroulé jusqu'au bout. À vrai dire, on n'a pas vraiment forcé. Olivier, après un bon départ, il a forcé 3-4 tours et après... On s'est mis en mode gestion tout le long et on a bien fait parce que je crois qu'il y a que 5 autos qui terminent et au début du week-end il y avait 20 engagés quasiment, donc ça a été une hécatombe, il fallait résister à la chaleur, quoi.
Le fait de s'imposer aujourd'hui, de gagner, de remporter le scratch et puis bien sûr la catégorie, c'était l'objectif pour vous et qu'est-ce que vous ressentez?
Oui, après le Castellet où ça a été super frustrant parce qu'on était en tête à mi-course assez facilement et on a eu un souci moteur, ce qui arrive quasiment jamais sur ces autos-là. L'unique objectif, c'était de marquer des points sur une course de 6 heures où il y a un coef de 1,5 et se replacer pour le championnat. On est là pour faire tout le championnat. Nos concurrents ont eu des déboires cette fois-ci, eux. Donc on repart à 0, on remet tout à 0 pour le Mugello.
Merci beaucoup, félicitations. Merci. Arnaud said that the key of the race was the how to manage the heat in the car because the condition was very, very hot all race long, and with his teammate and brother Olivier Gomez, they try to don't push too hard during all the race because they have a good gap from the start to the end, and the goal was to cross the line at the first place to get some very good points with 6 hours race, and now they are focused on the Mugello, the next race of the season.
Fantastic. Lovely to hear from our race winner, and we appreciate the translation too. And we recognise that in the latter stages of the race, they were lapping 4 or 5 seconds slower than anybody else on track because they'd earned the right to do so. They'd built out to 1.2.5 lap lead. They finished with a 1.5 lap lead, and that was all they needed to do, get across the finish line. As you said, get some great points in the 6-hour race to take them into Mugello round number 3. So coming up tomorrow, a little bit more racing still here at the Ultimate Cup Series 2026. We kick off with Legends in the morning. Some